This guy is the #1 player on the server. In the game, he's a hero, praised by everyone with absolute power wealth, and beautiful women. He lacks nothing. But in real life, it's the complete opposite, a pathetic mess. That's because he took out a 1 billion won loan from a loan shark to buy a virtual reality gaming machine, and his job writing game guides doesn't bring in much money either. You should know this guy wasn't always a nobody. With an IQ of 200, he once stood at the pinnacle of glory. It's a true riches to rags story. Getting addicted was his downfall. Today, he continues on his heroic path. But as soon as he logs in, a little lowly suddenly appears before his eyes, claiming to be the game administrator. Her name is Aquila. He thought the kid was talking nonsense, but with a single snap of her fingers, all the characters suddenly froze. Seeing this, Ju-won got a little spooked. Maybe she wasn't lying after all. She started telling him about the new event celebrating the game's 7th anniversary. A new open world has begun. Become the first person to clear the game with a new character. And you might just find the game's ending there. He heard that and got pissed. Damn it, I haven't even cleared the game with this character yet. After hearing about the 25 billion won reward, his eyes lit up as if on fire. Aquila even directly transferred 30 million won into his account, making Ju scream with delight. He hadn't even realized he was the #1 spender on the server, having dumped in over 500 million. Ju accepted the quest immediately. She sprouted large wings and with her power tore a rift in spacetime. In a flash, they appeared on another planet. In front of them was a wooden door. Aquila pointed at it and said it was the entrance to the new world. Without a shred of hesitation, he walked straight towards it. Before going in, he didn't forget to remind her, don't forget about the prize money, okay? This one's in the bag for sure. Just as he stepped through the door, she made another announcement. If he dies in the game, he will also die in the real world. What the hell, I got screwed over again. That was followed by his blood-curdling scream. Jaguan fell with a thud into the starter forest. He struggled to crawl up. What is this? This feeling of pain. Don't tell me that little brat was telling the truth. Damn it all. That little lolly. Just you wait. He roared in fury. Just then, the system display sent a notification. Former savior of humanity, the game begins after your sudden fall into this forest. Jaguan had to find his way on foot. After half a day, his entire body started to tremble. He had to use a stick for support, his face gaunt. Feeling incredibly thirsty, he trembled with rage, gritting his teeth and vowing to himself, Aquila, that damn brat, I'll never forgive her. He looked at his status screen at his own stats. The hatred in his heart grew even stronger. She just had to give me this piece of trash character, didn't she? My max HP is only 20, not to mention I only have 3 mana. His eyes were bloodshot and clouded over. I've only been walking for half a day, and I'm already dehydrated. How am I supposed to get a happy ending with a character like this? Suddenly, the sound of water echoed from afar. Jaguan immediately noticed it. He spun around as if he had discovered something. That's right. A moment later, he found a stream with water so crystal clear you could see the bottom. He cried tears of joy, thinking to himself, thank goodness I just happened to read How to Survive by Bear Grylls. Screw Aquila, but thank God this game is realistic. Right after that, Jaguan bent down and drank greedily. Suddenly, another sound echoed nearby. The figure of a young woman appeared. Jaguan heard the sound. He looked up to see what was ahead. A young woman wrapped in a bath towel stood in his line of sight. Jaguan's jaw dropped. The young woman's figure was absolutely gorgeous. Her stunning assets were on full display right in front of him. As Jaguan stared at the view, his nose started bleeding without him even realizing it. The water in his mouth poured out onto the ground like a waterfall. The system immediately sent a notification. You are aroused. You have just lost blood. Jaguan wondered to himself, oh my God, who is that? The young woman seemed completely oblivious, continuing to calmly wash her body. Jaguan's eyes lit up. He was so mesmerized by her that he paid no attention to his surroundings. The next second, the display popped up, please pay to unlock the DLC. Seeing this, Jaguan flew into a rage and screamed, what, you're making a VIP of all people pay for DLC? I thought this was the full version. Just then, a group of 4 witches crept up behind him. One of them spoke up, hey kid, you have to pay if you want to see the rest. Seeing them, Jaguan didn't give it much thought and immediately asked, how much? A moment later, his hands were tied tightly, and he was thrown to the ground, rolling over and over. Jaguan was in so much pain he wanted to cry. He gritted his teeth, staring straight ahead. The young woman who was bathing in the stream was also a witch. She and the other 4 were a group. A contemptuous voice rang out, "Oh, shut it. And you perverted little kid." Just then, with that said, he stood up straight, turned around, and let out a smug laugh at being brought here. He wasn't the only one. There was another man with him. The man asked with concern, "Are you all right?" But Jehun paid no attention to him. Instead, he gritted his teeth and asked the witches, "At least tell me how much." Hearing this, the other man asked doubtfully, "What do you mean?" Jehun forced a smile and replied, "It's nothing." The man looked at him and introduced himself. "I see. My name is Lud. I'm a monster hunter." He politely introduced himself in return. "I'm Valor." "State Valor, how did you end up here?" Lud recalled what had just happened and recounted just bad luck. While chasing his prey, he got lost near the witch's forest. After hearing him speak, Jaguan thought to himself, "Well, this is just my luck." Then Lud turned and asked Jaguan, "So, what brings you here?" He got a little flustered and answered vaguely, "It's kind of the same story as yours." While thinking to himself, "I fell down here." With no other choice, Rudd sighed helplessly. "I don't know what you've been through, but that sounds pretty awful. You still look so young." Just then Jaguan saw something. A sharp object that could cut the ropes was nearby. He smirked and replied, "Don't worry about it." He looked towards the group of witches and continued confidently, "This kind of situation is my specialty." Hearing this, Rudd seemed to find it completely unbelievable and whispered, You have a way out of this." Jaguan didn't answer, but inside he was absolutely certain. "Of course I do." His gaze was glued to the group of witches. "Because I'm the one who wrote the guide on how to defeat these witches." Jaguan remembered how he'd frantically worked on the game guide for his company. "It took me a solid 3 days to finish writing it. The 5 witches of Harvard. They're called that because they appear in the Harvard forest. Their names are Gunda, Kandura, Andada Fugun, and finally Hajuju. Although they're just the first bosses in the game, players are forced to get past them, and thousands have died trying. So they're pretty famous for that reason." A cunning, calculating smile suddenly appeared on Jaguan's face. "But if you look closely, they don't actually get along at all." He licked his lips like a starving man. Lud, standing behind him, was a little startled. "Hey, that look on your face." Without hesitating another moment, Jaguan spoke up. "Come to think of it, Lady Fugun, you're still alive." Fugun immediately whipped her head around with a shocked expression. "Huh." A system notification arrived. "You have provoked Fugun." Jaguan laughed as he sowed discord. "I clearly remember Miss Hajuju saying she was going to kill you. I told you to shut up." Hearing him say that, Fugun's expression changed instantly. "Wait!" She gritted her teeth in fury. "Who's going to kill who?" System notification, "You have successfully provoked Fugun." Fugun's note hates Hajuju. Jaguan seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. "I definitely heard her say she'd kill you to take all your assets." From behind, Lud whispered, "Are you serious?" Fugun's anger exploded. "Really?" Hajuju, however, was perfectly calm as she asked her, "Do you really believe him?" The tension on Jaguan's face was palpable, but it wasn't over. Hajuju held out her hand, a glint of greed in her eyes. "It's not like you use all that money anyway. Why not give me some?" Another system notification arrived. "You have successfully provoked Hajuju." Hajuju's note covets Fugun's assets. After reading it, Jaguan thought to himself, "Perfect." Andada, standing to one side, clapped her hands cheerfully and said, "Oh, so that's why Juju is making an acid bomb." Andada's note doesn't understand the atmosphere. Gunda, on the other hand, was only concerned with food. Whatever. "Is the food ready yet?" Gunda's note very gluttonous. Kandura, however, shouted excitedly, "What's this? Is there gonna be a fight?" "I want to fight too." Kandura's note loves to fight. The Harvard witches were thrown into complete chaos by Jaguan. Each one said something that didn't match the others at all. It was louder than a chaotic marketplace. "The food. So that's why you've been acting so rude lately. Let go of my hair, you psycho. Juju is always a brat. Fight, fight. Latest system notification, you have successfully provoked the 5 witches of Harvard. Seeing the dog-eat-dog scene in front of him, Jiguan laughed with delight. Yes, it's all going according to plan. People might think they have great teamwork because of their title. But this coven has zero coordination. Everyone just fights each other without realizing it. That's how they managed to kill thousands of people so easily. Once they started fighting, Jiguan saw the time was ripe and turned to Rudd. Rudd, we should use this chance to get out of here. He looked at him and exclaimed, "You're really something else, aren't you?" Jiguan quickly untied them both, but instead of leaving right away, he started rolling up the rug that the Harvard witches were standing on. But his face was filled with the clear mischievous rage, a plan already hatched in his mind. Right after that, he yanked the rug hard, flinging the whole group into the air. All 5 of them landed neatly in the bubbling cauldron, screaming in agony. His revenge complete, Jiguan pointed ahead and said with a laugh, "The exit's over there, Rudd." The man looked at him with a wary expression and replied, "Got it." Immediately after, he also made a quick escape. New notifications popped up one after another. Andita has received 100 damage. Hejuju has received 100 damage. Jiguan sneered inwardly at the Harvard witches. Stupid witches. They're really dumb, but they give a ton of EXP. Suddenly, a snake lunged towards him. It wrapped tightly around Jiguan's leg, preventing him from escaping. The display also warned, "Fugen's snake has ensnared you. Your movement is restricted." Fugen, though still struggling in that cauldron, wanted to drag him down with her. "You treacherous bastard. I'm not dying alone." Under Fugen's control, the snake began to attack Jiguan. Seeing him in danger, the system issued continuous warnings. Jiguan on the ground struggled with the snake while yelling, "Damn it! Let me go! Get off!" He gritted his teeth, cursing internally. "Damn it! I forgot this character of mine is pathetically weak." Just in that hair-raising moment, Rudd turned back to save Jiguan. "Let me help!" He drew his sword and swung powerfully. Rudd's decisive slash sent the head of Fugun's snake flying. With the danger dealt with, he turned to Jiguan and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Jiguan was still a bit shaken, but answered firmly, "I'm fine, thanks." Then he immediately regained his composure and asked, "Rudd, can I borrow your bow for a second?" Hearing this, Rudd seemed quite surprised. "You know how to use a bow." Even though you didn't answer, he handed you the bow. The moment you took it, the system immediately updated with its information. Rutt's bow attack 15, range 30. Jiguan drew the bowstring, aiming straight at the Harvard witches, his voice ice cold. "Just a bit." He didn't shoot them, but instead aimed at the large jar on the shelf right above their heads. The jar instantly shattered with a crash. The entire group of witches looked up in astonishment. Hejuju was the first to realize something was wrong. Her entire body began to tremble. "Wait, this isn't good." Fugen, completely confused, immediately yelled, "What? What the hell is going on?" Hejuju shrieked in terror, "That's an acid bomb." Fugen finally understood, screaming in panic, "What acid?" The acid poured out of the broken jar, and the entire group of witches trembled in fear. Meanwhile, the acid was about to make contact with something else. A second later, a massive explosion erupted, sending crimson flames soaring into the air. The Harvard witch's house was now nothing but a smoldering ruin. A piece of debris happened to fall and hit Jiguan on the head. The system immediately announced, "You have been hit by shrapnel. You lose 1 HP. Rutt, standing nearby, looked concerned and mumbled, "Did we get him?" Jiguan, a lump forming on his head, scowled and yelled, "Don't jinx it." The words had barely left his mouth when a series of notifications flooded the display. Achievement unlocked. Witches ain't nothing. You have defeated Hejuju, a witch of the Harvard Forest. You have defeated Fugun, a witch of the Harvard Forest. You have defeated Kandura, a witch of the Harvard Forest. You have defeated Andida, a witch of the Harvard Forest. You have defeated Guna, a witch of the Harvard Forest. You have received a total of 323,760 experience points. You have received 5,000 achievement points. After reading it all, Jiguan cheered, "We got them." Rutt just went, "Oh, that's great." Looking at the numbers on the screen, Jiguan couldn't hide his excitement. Sweet, getting this much at a low level is insane luck. "Now I just need to get that thing." Rutt, finally remembering my contribution, expressed his gratitude. "I thought I was done for." "You saved me." He took out something that immediately caught Jaegwon's attention. "It's not much," Rut said with a smile, holding out a small pouch. "But please take this as a token of my thanks. Will you?" A system notification chimed almost instantly. "You have received red dragon fruit ×2. Jaegwon's eyes lit up. "Whoa, I never expected this. Are you really giving these to me? I don't remember this happening in my previous playthrough." Rut chuckled and explained. "They seem valuable, so I grabbed them from the witch's stash." The words were barely out of his mouth before Jaegwon snatched the pouch from his hand. "Thanks!" Without a moment's hesitation, he dumped the entire contents into his mouth. The sudden move left Rut completely stunned, unable to react. Jaegwon's muscular strength immediately surged. "You are now dragon-boned, possessing immense power." He greedily chewed the remaining red dragon fruits in his mouth. "I can feel my stats skyrocketing: strength plus 100 agility, plus 120 stamina, plus 150. A normal player like me could never even dream of stats like these. This is some incredible luck." Seeing this, Rut just smiled faintly, watching him with intrigue. He then held out his hand and proposed, "Are you interested in hunting monsters?" Jaegwon, however, just stared at him blankly, his mouth still full. Then he swallowed everything in one big gulp, leaving the man speechless. Only after he was finished eating did Jaegwon wave a hand dismissively and reply, "Sorry, but I've got things to do." Hearing this, Rut remarked, "Such a busy young man, eh?" But then Jaegwon suddenly realized something. "Wait a minute. Isn't this an opportunity?" He quickly put the pieces together. "I don't have a class yet, so I have no way to use this massive amount of experience. If I just let it sit, it'll disappear after a month." Meanwhile, Rut had already turned to leave. "Well, I'll be on my way then." But Jaegwon suddenly held up 3 fingers. 3 months. His voice was brimming with confidence as he declared, "Will 3 months be enough for you?" As for Rut, that arrogance made him smirk. "You don't mean 3 years. And so the two of them ventured deep into the forest where the dense, lush canopy blocked out the path ahead. Once they found a suitable spot, he said, "First head into the woods and hide wherever you want." Rut leaned casually against a tree trunk with one hand. "I'll come find you in 30 minutes. His request took Jaegwon by surprise. "The monster tracking skill from the hunter skill tree, huh? You catch on quick." And so Rut stayed behind at the waterfall while Jaegwon quickly ran off to hide. "I've explored this forest countless times before." His arm even twitched slightly with excitement. "I could navigate this forest with my eyes closed." This was all he was waiting for. Jaegwon shot off like an arrow. "I remember every single branch." He started by easily leaping over the smaller branches. The dense canopy makes it easy to get disoriented. Poisonous spores from toxic mushrooms are scattered everywhere. In his memory, dangerous scenes flashed before his eyes, and ferocious beasts even more dangerous than those witches. Jaegwon continued swinging on vines. "Most of this is already burned into my memory. Plus, thanks to those red dragon fruits, my stamina is practically maxed out." Even now, he was still smirking smugly to himself. "There's no way he'll find me easily." But a moment later, Jaegwon's face froze in shock. "Huh." Rut's terrifying face appeared right in front of him. "Peekaboo!" Jaegwon was completely bewildered. "Wait, what?" Rut then began his evaluation. 50 points. Try harder next time, but for your enthusiasm and effort, I'll add 10 bonus points. Jaegwon, still reeling, quickly asked, "How in the world did you find me?" That reaction only intrigued him more. "Seeing that curious look on your face." Then Rut stroked his chin, murmuring cheerfully, "It's been a long time since I've had such an interesting student." And after that little warm-up, he continued to lead them to another location. "All right now, let's give it our all." The system then immediately stamped a confirmation that you have completed the Hunter's Initiation quest. A new quest has been updated, the Hunter's Challenge, and following that, countless achievements flooded in. You have received the Monster Hunter class. You have learned the Herbalism skill. You have learned the Intermediate Swordsmanship skill. You have learned the Survival skill. You have learned the Musket skill. All of these were witnessed by Ju through the system panel with a satisfied smile. But gradually that smile twisted into something more distorted and cunning. And so the training went smoothly, taking place in that deserted forest. "I look forward to working with you." Soon 3 months had passed. To Ruth's surprise, he exclaimed, "You've learned all of that already?" Ju then pointed toward the forest and mountains. You don't believe me, do you? Then go ahead and hide, master. He agreed to his wish quickly, standing up and saying, I've always admired your passion. All right then, I'll go hide. Before leaving, Ruth didn't forget to whisper, but if you can't find me within an hour, you're cooking dinner tonight. Without a hint of fear, he immediately replied, Of course, master. Just then, Ruth's figure vanished, revealing that terrifying face again. I'm really looking forward to this. As for Ruth, he was now clinging to a high cliff face. I'm so glad I found such a talented disciple at the end of my life. Then his palm tightened its grip on the foothold. Still, I should probably literally lower the difficulty a bit for him, huh? At the same time, Ruth confidently said to himself, if I hide on the edge of this cliff, there's no way he'll find me in an hour. However, he had barely finished his sentence when Ju's hand grabbed his ankle. Caught completely by surprise, Ruth only had time to look back and unconsciously let out ah. Right below him, he flashed a devilish smile. Peekaboo! This left Ruth utterly stunned. What? On the next try, he was easily found again. So you're here. He thought to himself, it's only been 3 months. After that, he tried his best, but was only scared witless by him. So you're here. Because of this, Ruth's thoughts grew more muddled. He's already mastered this game of tag. The longer it went on, the more it seemed like Ju was just taking a stroll. Found you. Meanwhile, he was in a state of utter panic. But it took me 5 years to learn this. This continued until Ruth hid in a dark cave. He himself trembled and said, there's no way he'll find his way all the way out here. Right? He probably won't. At the same time, behind him, a giant creature was still sound asleep. This is a hellhound's lair. But that fantasy was shattered when Ju spoke up. Tip number 1 from the Guardian of Humanity. Appearing out of nowhere, he made him jump. Even an earthquake wouldn't wake a sleeping hellhound. After scaring Ruth to his heart's content, he smugly asked, so did I pass? In response, Ruth's face was stiff and drenched in sweat. By the time they got back outside, he praised him, amazing to think you mastered all those skills. In just 3 months, he humbly replied, it's all thanks to your teachings, master. However, he denied it. No, it's because of your talent. In reality, he had just upgraded his 5-hit combo skill. It's all thanks to you, master. Hearing that, Ruth burst out laughing. Is that so? Meanwhile, Ju thought to himself, I maxed out all those skills with the massive XP from the witch hunt. In the end, Ruth still praised him admiringly. You're truly gifted. You even remember the monster ecology tips I taught you. Did I teach you about hellhounds? In response to that question, he just gave a manufactured smile. Because I'm the actual author of that monster ecology book. Ruth then awkwardly admitted to him, I've never met anyone like you before. You're definitely someone who's going to do great things. Very quickly after that, he suddenly became a little curious. What do you plan to do now? Is it that mission you mentioned before? Ju answered bluntly. First, I'm going to make money. Everything has to start with money. That ideal greatly interested Ruth. Excellent, I have a close friend who works as a mercenary. How about it, want to try being a mercenary? With that suggestion from him, he fell into deep thought. Oh ho, that sounds like a tempting offer. Being a mercenary is the best way to earn money at the beginning. Gradually, Ju even began to speculate excitedly. Most importantly, it's freelance and flexible. If I'm lucky, I might even get to meet the guardians of this game. And just like that, Ju enthusiastically shook Ruth's hand. I'll become a mercenary. He also agreed very quickly. Is that so? Following that, he held out a shiny object. Then take this. It's my old mercenary badge. Thanks to it, my friend will recognize you right away. At the same time, Ruth also said sincerely, good luck, Valo Saint Valo. He immediately responded energetically. Yes, Master Ruth. And so, the two went their separate ways, each with their own ideals. Perfect. Defeating the witch and getting a starting class like this is more than good enough. Ju looked at the badge again and thought with certainty, at this rate, even a happy ending isn't far off. You don't want to see the end. Right there, the mysterious Aquila held a wooden block in his hand. Perhaps it does exist. There's still a clue leading to Chu Engine. Meanwhile, he was ready to hit the logout button. Right, I don't know when I'll die. That's what's so great about this game of life and death. Ju also told himself that he had to take advantage of this tension. To strengthen his resolve, he slapped himself hard across the face. Then Ju confidently took his first steps. Just you wait. Aquila, I swear I'll reach the Chu engine. At the same time, a seal was stamped by the system. You have completed the hidden quest, Hunter's Challenge. New mission updated, join the Mercenary Guild. The scene then shifts to Aquila's location, where she can't stop laughing. She was so amused she had to quickly wipe tears from her face. That was hilarious. Tricking those witches like that was brilliant. Aquila said cheerfully, "Good thing I was still watching him." Suddenly, a pair of slender legs landed behind her, accompanied by a noble aura. Van Fuga also began to speak slowly. So it's him, huh? He's definitely no ordinary person. Noticing her presence, Aquila began to tease her playfully. What's this? Do you like him? Gradually, her beautiful face appeared right behind her. Van Fuga. Then Van Fuga gently swept her hair aside and replied, Aquila, I am a god. How could I possibly see a human I'm meant to protect in that way? Hearing this, she just giggled. Why not? He's cute. But in response to that playful remark, Manhua was her stern gaze. Aquila, on the other hand, just said cheerfully, You're always so serious. You used to be a lot more fun, you know. Anyway, moving on. She gently placed a hand on the chair and changed the subject. That was a long time ago. Hey, did you really pay off all his debt? She immediately jumped in. That was taken care of a long time ago. Van Fuga glanced aside and questioned. So, he's still working to pay off a debt that he doesn't even know has already been paid. Aquila just laughed nonchalantly. That's right. This made the other woman exclaim, You're so cruel. Despite that, Aquila continued to watch the TV with delight. Why not? It's interesting. Just look at him. On the screen, Ju was talking with Root in a friendly and lively manner. Van Fuga slowly nodded. You're terrible. Her reply came in a playful voice. Thank you. Then she suddenly brought up something else. So, Aquila, is he part of your plan this time? Van Fuga was a bit suspicious as she questioned her. Or is he just a toy? In return, Aquila simply crossed her legs nonchalantly and thought for a moment. But very quickly she had her answer. Perhaps a promising talent, she finished. Her eyes also flushed pink with excitement. At the same time, Ju was on his way to the next location. Let's keep watching. After his arduous journey, Ju suddenly collapsed from exhaustion. My legs hurt so much. The system simultaneously announced, You are in a state of exhaustion. In his despair, he blurted out, This damn forest! Why is it so tough? Even so, Ju still managed to push himself back up. It's only because of this body that I was able to get out of the forest in half a day. Time to keep moving. Then within his sight was a large citadel. The Mercenary Guild is right in front of me. Ju quickly entered the fortress and stopped by a tavern. A bell rang as soon as he walked in. Sudan immediately came out with a bright smile. Franco's the best tavern in Frankfurt. Welcome, esteemed customer, she greeted. How may I help you, sir? The system immediately updated, You have entered Franco's tavern. As for Ju, her stunning beauty left him flustered and dumbfounded. Actually, I'm looking for someone. Hearing this, she replied cheerfully, I understand. First, let me show you to your seat. Next, he also took note of the atmosphere. Just as I expected, a tavern is the best place to gather information. Good booze, happy people, the amazing smell of food. If there's any place that can help me find info on mercenaries, this is it. Ju's gaze quickly swept over the young men. People talk more when they're in high spirits. Thinking it over, his face suddenly turned bright red. And on top of that, the waitresses are so cute. Following that train of thought, Ju curiously said, This is the place. By the way, do you know someone named Reyes Chat? The moment he finished speaking, the noise and the people in the tavern abruptly froze. The waitress beside him trembled with fear. Sir, that name is forbidden here. Hearing that, Ju was even more surprised. Why? What answered him was Sudan's horrified expression. He's very dangerous. My boyfriend got involved with him once. Her hesitant words that followed terrified him even more. And he came back looking like a mummy. Sudan even added that other people here had also suffered because of him. At the same time, the system announced tavern morale has decreased. Meanwhile, the young men in the tavern trembled and said, Heard you caught another rat. Nice one. No, I just managed to kill a slime. Ju was still too overwhelmed by the sight and could only think, Ruth, what the hell did you introduce me to? But before he could even recover, Claire hurriedly pushed him. "Sir, run. He's almost here." The situation threw him into utter confusion. What the suddenly Jew's face slammed into someone's solid frame. He groaned from the pain, clutching his head. Who was that? Meanwhile, the person in front of him leaned in and answered, "It's me." Rebus's stern and equally terrifying face appeared. "My name is Rebus Chat." Then, in just a fleeting second, he spotted the insignia on Jew's hip. Rebus casually snatched it. "What's this? Isn't this Ruth's mercenary insignia? Then you must be the guy." Jew, on the other hand, was completely shocked. Since when was he? As for Rebus, he burst into a cheerful laugh. "Perfect. I've been looking for a teammate. I mean, a companion." By now, however, Jew was terrified. "What did you just say?" "Teammate. That doesn't sound right." "Ruth, you bastard." In contrast to Jew, the man just flashed a wicked grin. "Just kidding." At that very moment, he silently vowed, "Mark my words. Ruth, you're dead the next time I see you for setting this up." The two of them moved outside, and just like that, I became an unwilling teammate. I mean, companion dragged into the war between the Elector Count and the Pyjamas faction. Rebus nodded, satisfied. "Exactly. You catch on quick. You've got a sharp mind." He then let out a loud laugh, making Jew feel suspicious, even though this feels like I'm being forcibly conscripted into some random country's army. But actually, this is an amazing opportunity. In his head, he carefully calculated the Elector Count is one of the guardian gods of this game, one of the main powers in the Panda region. Jew silently stroked his chin and smiled. "Through him, I can find clues about the other guardian gods." Suddenly, a horn blew. A loud horn blast echoed near them. Reyes immediately threw an arm around his shoulder. "Speak of the devil, here he comes now." However, that action accidentally triggered the system. "You have been ambushed. HP decreased by 30. Right after a troop of armored soldiers marched imposingly down the road. It was the Elector Count's escort. Rebus watched them, admiring himself. "Man, look at me. I'd fit right in with that group." Jew, standing next to him, was also in awe. "This is a little different than I imagined. I was on the opposing side before." And just then he quickly spotted Philip. "Is that the Elector Count way over there? He really looks like a villain." Simultaneously, the system announced, "You have just seen the Elector Count, a guardian god." But it didn't stop there. Jew's expression changed even more drastically. The more clearly he saw her, the more his jaw dropped in disbelief. "She's here." Jew's eyes were fixed on a figure with long, flowing hair. Her hands tightly gripped a set of reins, and the sword at her hip gleamed. He recognized her instantly from her appearance. "Van Fugus is here too." Just then, Philip slowly glanced over at her. He then asked in a low voice, "Is something wrong?" Van Fugus looked startled for a moment, but she quickly denied it, lowering her head. "It's nothing, my lord." And so the procession continued moving away from Jew. "The battle awaits." Philip replied softly. Back with Jew, he was lost in an old memory. She was my companion in my previous playthroughs. But that was always followed by a brutal scene. I could never save her, not in any of the timelines. In all of those lifetimes, Jew could only grit his teeth and endure the same outcome. Suddenly, Rebus asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Out loud, he quietly answered, "Nothing." But in his heart, Jew thought otherwise. "This time, even if it cost me my life." With that firm resolve, he began to walk. "I will reach an ending where she lives." The next place the two of them went was the mercenary training grounds. Everyone was separated, competing fiercely with one another. The atmosphere made Jew laugh nervously. "Damn, this is intense. Are we in the Navy SEALs?" Rebus walked up next to him. "So it's starting, huh?" The system quickly updated. "You have entered the training grounds of the Rebus Chat Mercenary Company." Then he added cheerfully, "Perfect timing. We're picking a group leader through one-on-one combat. There's prize money, too." Hearing that, Jew watched how they were all fighting each other. Pride and money, huh? Even so, Jew calmly thought to himself, "But I just came here to get closer to the Elector Count. I better just lay low for now." Meanwhile, Rebus gripped his shoulder firmly. "You'll be participating too." He then shoved his intimidating face right up close to Jew's. "Of course you will. Ruth wouldn't send some clueless fool over here." His words made Jew tremble. Did anyone even ask for my opinion? Having made his declaration, Rebus then bellowed out to the entire area, Anyone want to test their skills against the new blood model? He was immediately met with excited shouts from countless people. Fresh meat. I'm first. Then arguments broke out one after another. Left in the middle of that chaos, he could only smile helplessly. I couldn't even protest. This feeling is so familiar. Well, I guess I have to make a bit of an impression first. But very quickly after that, someone was chosen and was now facing Ju. First, he politely introduced himself. I'm Max. It's a pleasure to meet you. At the same time, the system window appeared. Mercenary Max has challenged you to a one-on-one duel. His next words were suddenly laced with contempt. Look at that body of yours. One hit and you'd snap in two. In return, he was silently sizing up his opponent. I'm Valor Step Valor. How rude. If I posted a picture of my body on Starpic, I'd get 1,000 likes, you know. Then the lengthy greetings quickly came to an end when Reyes spoke up. Are both sides ready? At his prompt, both of them immediately got serious and got into their fighting stances. Good. Begin. Just a second after the command, Max took the initiative, rushing forward at high speed. The price for his recklessness was his sword being knocked away. The expressions of the people there, along with Reyes, instantly changed to shock. As for the battle, Max was now knocked out, along with the notification, you have defeated Mercenary Max. Reputation plus 15. Just like that, countless shouts erupted. What just happened? Max went down in just one hit. On the other hand, Ju was scoffing inwardly. Well, of course. After eating the red dragon fruit, my strength is now equivalent to an ogre's. But before he could even rest, countless people were already scrambling and lunging at him. I have to know what you're using. Fight me. Me next. Me too. But facing that chaos, he started sweating profusely out of fear. One person at a time, please. And so, Ju proceeded to take down another person with intermediate swordsmanship. Reputation plus 15. The next one was tightly bound by his monster binding technique. Reputation plus 15. It didn't stop there. Ju also used the monster headbutt skill on his opponent's face. Reputation plus 15. After many people had been defeated, a confident voice suddenly rang out. What is this nonsense? You guys are just embarrassing yourselves in front of a rookie. The updated info panel also appeared. Mercenary Sharklot is provoking you. Meanwhile, Sharklot strode forward aggressively. I'll be your opponent. In contrast to him, Ju was terrified. What is that thing? He's so huge. Is he even human? Because of that. He hurriedly opened the settings screen. This is too much log out. I have to get out. However, the log out button just stayed there unresponsive. What the hell? I can't even log out. Helpless in his current situation, Ju wearily raised a finger. Thanks again for this, Aquila. Just let me rest for a bit. Just a little bit. Just for a little while. In return, he was met with Sharklot's giant body lunging at him. No way. Ju was completely helpless, so he just stood there. What a rotten fate. But then he slowly closed his eyes. All right. At this point, I have no choice but to settle this. The next second, Ju's eyes snapped open. Let's settle this once and for all. His small but powerful hand immediately gripped his opponent's wrist. His other hand grabbed onto the shirt Sharklot was wearing. From there, he gained his footing, and then slammed him down with a monster slam. Just like that, Sharklot fell with a staggering crash onto the ground, cracking it. He himself had fallen unconscious. What the hell is a monster slam? On his side, Ju was panting heavily exhausted. You have defeated Mercenary Sharklot. Reputation plus 30. Even Black and Reyes were in awe. Captain, where on earth did you find this guy? Unbelievable, even Sharklot lost. At that moment, Bruce and Ken suddenly rushed towards him. No way, did you really beat Sharklot? You really are a monster. Skin and bones, but strong as a demon. Then they roughly shook Ju's shoulders. Let me fight you next. But he himself had practically given up. Just let me rest, you damn. Suddenly Reyes appeared with a menacing grin. Everyone back off. That action inadvertently made Ju happy. I'm so moved. He's acting so concerned. Is it because I'm Vu's disciple? But his joy didn't last long. The man pointed decisively at him. Excellent. You're chosen. I want you to be the team leader for this battle. As soon as he heard that, his entire body immediately froze. Valor. Step. Valor. However, Ju couldn't utter another word as he was immediately taken to the battlefield. Among a lineup of brawny, muscular men, he tremblingly led the way with a knife in hand. Just then, a seal was stamped. Hidden Quest joined the mercenary corps. Completed. But a new mission was updated. Retake Haphill. The battlefield was now swarming with soldiers, and wind kicked up dust and smoke obscuring the entire area. Waiting for the right moment, Rebus decisively yelled, "Charge!" The human army roared in response, raising their weapons high as their sharp spear tips aimed straight at the orcs. To surround them, Ju, on this side, had already taken one down with a dagger. As he struck, he kept telling himself, "Right now, we're fighting alongside the Marquis faction." Suddenly, time flashed back to when Rebus was planning the strategy. "We will confront the Demon King's goblin army of the Pyjamas faction directly," he declared, clenching his fist with determination. "And our mission is simple: steal the enemy commander's military banner." Rebus further explained the plan. "Once our forces break their tight formation, we will slip through that opening and collapse their entire formation from within." Then he slowly reminded them, "But remember, these are proud goblin warriors. They're not just strong. Their coordination is among the best on the continent." Finally, Rebus pointed directly at Ju. "Now then, Valo Step, that's why you're here." Now he was facing two orcs by himself. "Your job as squad leader is to hold them back." Countless spears thrust down, tearing his clothes, but failing to touch him. Seizing the opportunity, Ju charged forward. "What? My job as squad leader?" In the blink of an eye, he sent all their weapons flying. "Don't be ridiculous. I was just planning to." Then Ju muttered in frustration, "Score some achievements and get out of here, that's all." At last, Drake was urgently reporting, "Captain, bad news. Our spearmen are breaking." Hearing this, he frowned and said, "Impossible. My elite spearmen are falling." With that thought, he roughly snatched the spyglass. "Give that to me." Next, Dean put it to his eye. As he watched the situation from afar, after a moment, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Huh." Gradually, Dean became even more shocked. "What the hell is that?" On the other side, Ju's soldiers were fighting like absolute madmen. "Crush them all for me." Their unusual morale made him break out in a panicked sweat. Dean quickly gave an order, "Form a line, riflemen fire." His comrade and he quickly raised their shields. Shield durability has decreased. 1,220 out of 230. Ju even seemed smug. "Rifles are too weak. Do you guys even know what a K2 is?" Without rapid-fire mode, rifles have to fire in alternating rows. Meanwhile, the enemy side was making a move. After the first row fired, the second row prepared to aim. And right at that moment, he knew. This is the moment. In the next second, Ju single-handedly used his shield to pin the orcs in one place. Thanks to the opening he created, the others advanced with ease. Charge, tear them to pieces. But Drake on the opposing side was stunned. No way. They were all sent flying by that little shrimp of a kid. Now he had to face the crowd alone. These bastards aren't human, but I absolutely cannot let them take this. The more Drake thought, the tighter he gripped the wooden staff of the flag. This flag carries the glorious history of our race, and until the very last moment, he was helpless against their combined attack. "I will never!" A blood-curdling scream followed along with the celebration of the entire squad. They immediately cheered. "Squad leader Valo has captured the enemy flag." The system also immediately congratulated him. "You have successfully stolen the military banner. Leadership plus 30, achievement plus 20. Ju himself thought gleefully, "That's right. Now I just have to hold out a little longer and the glory will be all mine." His thought was cut short by the sound of a horn. Mark, who was beside him, reported in a panic, "Squad leader, more bad news." Their forces had split into two separate parts. "Our allies are retreating." Hearing this, Ju only had time to exclaim, "What?" At the same time, Mark added, "Goblin reinforcements have arrived." He saw them too, which made him panic even more. "Damn it, damn it, damn it." And with that, Ju's thoughts began to race in chaos. Victory was within our grasp. Why would they run away now? Suddenly, Mark, trembling all over, stammered to him, "Squad leader, what do we do now? Should we drop the flag and run?" Ju immediately shot down that idea. "What the hell did you just say?" At that harsh reaction, he slowly looked around. "But there are only 4 of us left, surrounded by orcs. We're trapped." Hidden Boss Goblin. Great General Kallion appeared with a powerful aura. We're finished. With his bloodshot red eyes, his mouth full of sharp teeth, slowly opened. Brave human warriors. He stood right before them and said, "Surrender and retreat. These are my proud elite soldiers. If you retreat now and leave the flag, I will acknowledge your courage and spare your lives." However, Ju suddenly held out the flag threateningly. "In your dreams, take one more step, and this precious flag of yours will end up in a lich's underwear drawer." Hearing that, Kallion immediately gritted his teeth in fury. "You dare! You intend to put our sacred military banner in such a filthy place!" In response, Ju gave a mocking reply. "You think there are rules in war for victory. I'll drag your flag through every filthy place imaginable." Beside him, the system enthusiastically commented, "You have attempted to threaten Kallion." At that moment, one of the orcs couldn't take it anymore and roared. "Captain!" Even he was getting agitated. "What the damn it all!" Kallion suddenly paused, his expression unreadable. In the end, he decisively gave the order. "All units prepare to fire." The sudden turn of events left him stunned. As for Kallion, he pointed directly at his target with a short command. "Fire." Just as the word was uttered, countless cannonballs rained down upon their bodies. The system also made an announcement at that moment. "Your bluff failed." Ju himself was confused. In all their previous battles, they'd never given up their precious flag so easily. In the midst of that dire situation, his eyes darted around and he quickly saw his mercenaries struggling to hold their ground. Some were fighting desperately, while others were screaming in terror. Damn it! They brought out their commanding general. That's cheating, and it didn't stop there. The other troops weren't faring any better. With my current reputation and rank, there's no way I can fight that monster. And just like that, Ju's world went dark. What am I supposed to do? What do I do now? Suddenly a memory flooded back to him. He was admiring the view with his comrades, his face full of joy as he took in the scenery. But right after that, Aquila's mysterious laugh shattered the space along with the cold words she uttered, "You'd be dead in the real world, you know." It was that cruel truth that shocked Ju back to his senses. Behind him, Max was frantically shouting, "Leader, you have to give an order, or we're all going to be wiped out." He hesitated, then answered, "Right, of course." Just like that, the corners of Ju's lips curled into a faint smile, and then he threw his head back and let out a loud laugh, startling his comrades. Has he completely lost his mind? Before they could even understand, he violently snatched the horn. "Give me that horn!" His action left the man bewildered. There are no reinforcements. But he just said confidently, "Shut your mouth and watch, you pighead." And then, Ju took a deep breath before blowing the horn. Then, in the very next moment, the sound of the horn echoed across the battlefield, which was filled with orcs. This was baffling to Mark. "Leader, our troops aren't in that direction." Ju snapped back irritably. "I know, damn it, shut up and cover me." "Right." Then he even smirked. "Now we're even. Aquila, if you have any conscience at all, you won't abandon me now, will you?" In this desperate moment, Ju still roared with all his might. "After all, I'm a VIP." At the same time, Kallion's command rang out. The spearmen charged forward instantly. Just like that, Drake gripped his spear tightly, preparing to strike. Before he could, the man roared in fury. The sworn enemy of my people, Ju had no way to escape and had to face the spearhead directly. Suddenly, the situation changed when Drake was struck by an arrow. Following his stumble was the silhouette of a knight leaping through the air. Every orc on the field was captivated, looking up in unison at Vampire with stunned faces. And, just as quickly, her horse's hooves landed safely on the ground. Vampire pulled back on the reins and reassured our troops, "Do not give up." Finally, she pointed her sword straight at the enemy to rally the soldiers' spirits. "Raise your swords, soldiers." At this, Kallion declared aggressively, "All units do not interfere. This battle is between me and her." Facing him, Van Pergus calmly drew her sword, the Countess of Nidabayan. "This is a duel of nobles." Hearing his words, she murmured, "So you do appreciate a bit of romance." Then Van Pergus lunged first, but he dodged just in time. The clash of steel rang out. As they traded blows, Ju watched with admiration. Amazing. A perfectly matched fight. and Van Pergus is still in the early stages of her storyline. And yet she's already this powerful. Just then, she and Kalian had just parried each other's swords to launch a counterattack. In that split second, his face suddenly twisted in surprise. The reason for his shock was that Van Pergus had leaped directly in front of him. She then landed a powerful kick to his head, stunning him. Kalian stumbled back, his hand unconsciously touching the spot. He suddenly blurted out, "As expected, you're impressive. It's not just your swordsmanship. Your close-quarters combat is on another level too." Kalian then speculated further. "You must be from the Vampire Monastery, right? A military order like that would make sense." In return, Vampire only replied coldly that she simply revered the holy gods with a pious heart. Her explanation made him chuckle to himself. "Is that so?" As for Van Pergus, she quickly tightened her grip on her sword. "It seems the sun has set." As soon as the words left her mouth, her nimble feet launched her off the ground. Their two blades clashed once more in a powerful strike. Kalian didn't yield an inch, gritting his teeth, and poured more strength into it. With his powerful physique, he easily gained the upper hand in the deadlock. But in exchange, his carelessness left a huge opening, allowing Van Pergus to leap high into the air. The next second, she delivered a precise downward slash across his body. After that fatal blow, Kalian slowly staggered, his final words being, "That was a good fight." And with his defeat, the air became deathly silent. Then slowly the panicked screams of the orc army erupted. "The commander is down. All units retreat." Meanwhile, Ju was still in disbelief. That terrifying general, defeated in a single blow. His eyes were fixed on her silhouette, just as I'd expect from the sister knight Van Pergus. At that moment, the enemy forces were scattering in a chaotic retreat. As for Van Pergus, she suddenly turned to him and spoke. "You must be the leader of this company of mercenaries." She also offered a polite greeting. "I could sense your courage from afar. My name is Van Pergus." Ju quickly shook her hand. "It's an honor to meet you. I'm Valo State." Upon hearing the name, Van Pergus replied cheerfully, "Valo, it is a pleasure to meet you, Sir Valo." He, on the other hand, was overcome with gratitude as Vampire bowed. "If it hadn't been for you, Lady Vampire, all of us would be dead now." But inside, Ju couldn't stop blaming himself. "I'm not an elite anymore. I should have been more careful." Just then, the mercenary troops quickly approached them. As he got closer, a man holding a flag smiled and said, "Why are you staring at the ground like that, Sir Valo?" Then he continued in a confident tone, "Take this." Right after he said that, a system notification appeared. The mercenary group's trust in you has increased. Ju, however, was completely bewildered. "I'm getting credit for that." Stunned, he suddenly recalled their life or death moment. The bullets hammering against the shields, the determined faces of the soldiers flashing before his eyes. Finally, he remembered his own unyielding will at that moment, and then Ju's whole body began to tremble. "Ah, I see." With that, Ju burst into a hearty laugh. His mood completely shifted to one of joy. He immediately grabbed the flag and shouted, "This flag of victory is mine!" But this only scared the others. "Captain, snap out of it." Did the captain get shot in the head or something? And so the fierce battle came to an end. However, things returned to the familiar Frank's Tavern. Today, a very rough customer burst through the door. It was Baptiste, panting as he frantically looked around. Charlotte, who had been busy stuffing her face, noticed the commotion. Startled, she rushed over. "Did you go fight again? Are you hurt?" On the contrary, he answered awkwardly, "I'm fine." Uncle Ju, who was nearby, quietly wondered, "Who is that girl? Is she his daughter?" "His daughter." Reeves immediately shook his head. "Don't be ridiculous. Charlie is only 15. Hearing this, Ju flatly denied it. However, the man affirmed it once more, stunning him. "That's Charlie's younger sister, Basie." Suddenly, she grabbed Ju's shirt. "It's because of you that my brother is in this state. Pay his hospital bills." Then Charlotte rushed to intervene, but Basie immediately shouted, "Brother, stay out of this." At the same time, a system notification popped up. "You have entered the confused state." Rex, though at the same table, simply called out calmly, "I'll have another serving of this, please." Susan replied softly, "Coming right up." Finally, Charlotte hesitantly explained, "Bashi, stop it. It's thanks to Captain Valo that he was able to come back safely." At her words, Basie froze. "What did you say?" And that wasn't all. Others in the tavern began to chime in. That's right. If it weren't for the captain, we'd be the main course at a goblin feast by now. We're only alive thanks to the captain. Hooray for Valo! The cheerful shouts continued to ring out. Hooray for Valo! The more Jew heard, the more embarrassed he became. Just eat, you little pigs. He was so ashamed, and they seized the moment to tease him. Look, Captain Valo is blushing. He's actually pretty cute, Captain. Amidst the lively atmosphere, Pergus once again appeared in front of the tavern. Valo, still with a wide grin on his face, unconsciously looked over. Jew's tone turned to surprise at her hurried appearance. Countess Pergus. A while later, the two of them were walking down a road within the garrison. Along the way, Pergus explained, His Highness, the Elector wishes to see you. I'm sure he wants to reward you for your contributions in battle. He nodded, understanding. Oh, is that so? Noticing his nonchalant reaction, she wondered, is that not something to be happy about? It's the highest honor a mercenary can receive, you know. Even so, he couldn't help but think to himself, why does this feel so strange? Isn't she a little too cheerful about this? Then Jew spoke up. I must say you seem even happier about this than I do, Countess. At this, she suddenly requested, call me Pergus, not Countess. Hearing this, Jew easily agreed. All right, Pergus. Then Pergus quickly gestured to their surroundings. Look, Sir Valo, if it weren't for your courage, all of those people would have lost their lives. Those soldiers owe you their lives. But her next sincere words stunned him even more. They are also citizens of this empire. You saved every single one of them. What more reason do you need to rejoice? An old familiar memory suddenly flooded his mind. That's right. Ever since that time. Only Pergus had stood up and protected him with open arms. At the same time, she wore a brilliant smile. Pergus hasn't changed at all. Gradually, he came to accept that fact. The only thing that has changed is the relationship between us, because now I'm just a mercenary. And with that, the two of them quickly stopped in front of a deserted tent. She took the lead, entering to announce him. Your Highness, I have brought Valo Step Valo. The voice of the person inside echoed out in response. Excellent! Well done! As Jew looked more closely, a glistening gemstone caught his eye. So you're the one they call Valo. Phillips, along with his retainers, was already waiting for him at the table. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am the Steel Elector, he said before introducing his name. He paused intentionally as if to seem mysterious. Phillips! Valo responded to him with caution. I am deeply honored to meet you, Your Highness. So this is the renowned warrior. Just standing next to him is suffocating. Then Philip cheerfully continued, Valo the grass cutter. A stream of praise poured from his lips. Your courage has truly impressed me. You fight as fiercely as a lion. Hearing this, Jew was immediately modest. You are too kind, Your Highness. Even so, he gave a very cunning smirk. No. Those who perform well on the battlefield must be rewarded accordingly. For his comrades, a reward of 100 florins. For him, a reward of 300 florins. Faced with such generosity, he immediately lowered himself to express his gratitude. I will remember the grace Your Highness has bestowed upon me. Philip was very pleased. Good. Is there anything else you need? His tone was somewhat hesitant now. There is one thing I wish to ask. The man happily agreed at once. Go on, speak. And so he got straight to the point. I wish to be reunited with my comrades in Wittenbox. And after hearing that request, Philip immediately complied. Wittenbox. That's quite deep behind our lines. But I'll allow it. I will have a carriage prepared for your use. Jew cautiously replied, Thank you, sir. Then the man paused for a moment before asking, Is there anything else? In return, Jew didn't speak immediately. I really should have stopped there. Slowly, his metallic eyes glanced to the side. Pergus, who was standing there, offered a gentle, encouraging smile. Thanks to that, Jew found the courage to smile back. Now the attendants and Philip were all watching him. Your Highness, I have something to ask. As if he'd been waiting for this, Philip replied excitedly. What is it? Speaking directly to Jew. Though still a bit apprehensive, he spoke up. What are your thoughts on this war? The atmosphere fell into a pensive silence. Philip rested his chin on his hand, thinking. Pergus stood stiffly, her cheeks flushed and beaded with sweat. Jew forced a smile, thinking to himself, just as I expected. Everyone is flustered. It makes sense. I'm still just a lowly mercenary. His face darkened, and looking down, he asked, "Well, what do you think?" He looked straight at him and answered without a hint of hesitation. "From my limited perspective, I cannot yet see the whole picture. But there is one thing that worries me right now." Sun burst out laughing, interrupting him. "Oh, and what absurdity is worrying you? Don't think you have the right to advise the elector. Just because you achieved one small victory." The one discussing strategy also joined in the mockery. "That's right, my lord. He probably just heard some rumor somewhere." Suddenly, a gentle voice spoke up. "My lord." Van Pergus now joined the discussion. "There's no harm in hearing him out." "Why not hear what he has to say?" Frederick was indignant, making his displeasure clear. A lowly countess dares to speak up, in front of the elector no less. She paid him no mind, listening silently as Philip admonished him. "Uncle, she is the daughter of the elector of Bluen. Show some respect." Jew happily listened in on the drama, thinking to himself, "Oh, that's Van Pergus for you? Even the steel elector can't ignore her." He resumed his arrogant posture. "Fine. Continue." Hearing Philip's question, "Tell me, what do you think of this war?" He began to sweat. Jew slowly took a deep breath. What he said made both Frederick and Philip's eyes widen. "There's an ambush, sir." His lips moved somberly. "An ambush. What is your basis for this?" Jew bowed and calmly replied, "I have one. The Demon King Pizarud's main strategies always revolve around ambushes and betrayal. Think of the images of monster hordes swarming the towns, causing destruction. Back then, even An Han couldn't easily defeat them, based on the war with the To Kingdom 15 years ago. Pizarud appeared with that sinister smile of his. And in the battle against Marcus on Han 6 years ago, we can see that ambush tactics played a decisive role in both conflicts." At this point, his eyes hardened. Despite themselves, Philip and his men listened intently. "However, we must not underestimate his other tactic, betrayal." He slowly concluded his point. "Are you saying," Philip said, his voice devoid of emotion, "that there is a traitor among us right now?" Zhu wasn't entirely certain. "I am merely suggesting the possibility." He smirked, satisfied to hear this from him. "One can never be too careful." Philip crossed his legs and continued, "That's right, careful." Then he suddenly became furious, leaning forward aggressively. "You have some nerve." Van Pergus and Jew were under immense pressure. "Listen closely. The only reason your head is still on your shoulders is because I allow it to be. Do you understand? Know your place." She hastily tried to speak up, "My lord," but he cut her off, replying, "I understand." Van Pergus silently watched Jew, who was bowing his head beside her. She was sweating, her lips pressed tightly together. He stood up to accept the blame. "Forgive me for overstepping my bounds." Jew turned decisively and walked away. "Then I shall take my leave." Carrying his doubts with him, he thought, he's really suspicious. In previous attempts, the steel elector was usually more cautious. This time, he's far too arrogant. Jew gazed into the distance, musing to himself. Right, something is clearly different this time. He startled as he connected things that had seemed unrelated. First, the Crimson Dragons. They appeared abnormally early. And then there's vampires who shouldn't have shown up at this point in time. Everything is different from my hundreds of previous attempts. Jew was thinking so intently that he accidentally spoke his thoughts aloud. "Could it be?" Suddenly a voice called out, "Servalo!" He instinctively turned his head. Van Pergus appeared panting and drenched in sweat. She said cheerfully, "I finally caught up to you, sir." Before Jew could process anything, the knight Van Pergus quickly spoke up. "You walk very fast." He ventured a guess. "Did you run all the way here because you were worried about me?" Van Pergus replied innocently, "Of course." Jew felt a bit of joy, thinking, "Oh my God, she's so cute." She began to apologize for her superior. "Please allow me to apologize on behalf of Elector Philip for his words and actions. If there is anything else you desire, I will do everything in my power to make it happen." Van Pergus declared commandingly, "Go ahead, say it." Whatever it was, his eyes turned red as he began to have wicked thoughts. "Anything I want." With his imagination running wild, Jehun began to craft various scenarios. "Aren't you being a little too confident? What if I ask for something outrageous?" She replied steadfastly, "Don't underestimate me. My family is one of the wealthiest in the empire." He grew more and more excited. "Money, not an issue. In that case, you must have a lot of clothes too, right?" Something made Jahan pause. He suddenly curled his lip into a suggestive smile. Jaehun had thought of something he wanted. "Give me a quill and a handgun, will you?" "The Vampire King, huh?" She came closer and asked again. "Is that all, Valor, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." He calmly reassured her. "It's all right, Sir Van Pergus." She hesitated, her expression hard to read. "But—" Suddenly tears streamed down Jaehun's face like rain. "My dream is to become a cavalryman. I was planning to use this chance to learn horseback riding. The gun is also part of my dream." Van Pergus quickly ruined the mood. "Then what are the tears for?" He trembled with anger. "These are the tears of a man," she exclaimed in admiration. "I've never seen anyone live so much for others." Jaehun clenched his fist, trying to hold it in. I've given up so much, Sir Van Pergus." Van Pergus readily agreed. "All right. This is no place for heart-to-hearts." She smiled brightly, grabbed his hand, and pulled him along. "Follow me." Jaehun quietly watched the smile of the girl in front of him, Sir Van Pergus. His cheeks flushed red, unable to speak a word. Time passed. Some time later, on a large field, two opposing sides appeared. The battle to retake Haphill steal Archduke Philip versus the Demon King Pijamut. Philip, riding his horse, aggressively declared, "Today is the day I finish you." Pijamut, full of disdain, pinched his nose. "Gods, can someone shut his mouth for me?" "His breath stinks so much, I can smell it from here." Vincent approached from behind and announced, "Sir, everything is ready for the battle." He was satisfied. "Very good." He then showed concern for his master. "Sir, are you really planning to use that Heja woman?" Pijamut showed his impatience. "You're asking that again." Vincent, remembering the previous terrifying incident, stammered, "But she's too cruel. If we capture the Archduke, he'll be a valuable hostage. If we hand him over to that madwoman, then—" "I know, I'll handle her myself. Just trust me." Pijamut looked at this glowing stone on his ring. "Speak of the devil." A familiar voice rang out. "It's me. Greetings, sir." A dark figure with a fluttering cloak walking on the backs of her minions. "I'm ready." He frowned and reminded her, "Right, good job. Be careful, all right." The person on the other side said simply, "Yes." Pijamut squinted and hesitated. And also, could you go a little easy on them?" Heja put power into her legs and asked, "What? I'm never rough." He gathered all his strength and yelled, "You're always rough." She gave a bright, mischievous laugh, turning back and forth. "Oh, come on." Heja's expression changed instantly. "I'm very gentle, you know." Her eyes showed a cunning amusement. "When have I ever been hot-headed?" On Pijamut's side, a sense of unease was overwhelming. "Always gentle," she says. Vincent hurriedly screamed, "Sir!" The scene changes. Jaehun is riding a horse urgently through the night. His eyes widened in disbelief as he thought, "I can't believe it. This horse's name is Philly." Its speed is beyond imagination. Looking at the black horse he was riding, Jaehun couldn't help but be amazed. And this is just a spare horse. This is truly the style of a Bavarian noble. An information panel appeared. Total recovery potion. Completely heals all wounds. Price 1,000 florins. He looked at the potion vial and smirked, thinking, "She even gave me this expensive medicine." A single potion costs a whole 1,000 florins. That's the price of a building. Suddenly, a large explosion erupted right behind Jaehun. He was startled and immediately understood the problem. "Damn it! It's already started. I have to hurry." Remembering Philip's triumphant face made Jaehun uneasy. That arrogant steel archduke. He has no chance of winning this battle. He'll definitely charge in unprepared. There's a high chance he'll end up on the battlefield so badly injured he can't get up. But Frederick has already defected to Pijamut's side. They all burst out laughing, their deadly eyes staring down at Philip, who was kneeling before them, just as Ju had predicted he was going to be beaten to a pulp. His voice dripped with disbelief. "Don't you realize the position you're in? Uncle, how could you betray me like this?" He stroked his chin judgmentally. "And you still dare call yourself a knight of the Empire?" Friedrich explained the whole story. "The truth is out. Listen closely, Philip. You are now committing treason against Emperor Pizarute, and I have joined forces with him. We are arresting you for your betrayal." He moved closer to Philip, taunting him. "How does this feel?" A vile expression appeared on Friedrich's face. "Can you feel it now?" He was still completely baffled. What the hell was that? Who would believe such ridiculous nonsense? A second later, a foot slammed into Philip's face. Do you think you're some 12-year-old kid? Stop deluding yourself and open your eyes to what's happening right in front of you. Bizarremote bent down and gave a cold smile. You really are an incurable madman. He glanced back, snapped his fingers, and ordered, "Tie him up now." "Yes, sir." The subordinates quickly ran to obey. "Sir." He backed away in fear. "Don't you touch me." Philip's face was pale, his whole body trembling. I'm a high-ranking nobleman, you fools." Bizarremote, annoyed, gave an order without paying him any mind. A vampire appeared from above. "Hey, gag him! He's too loud!" She forcefully kicked the vampire's face aside and landed safely on the ground. Bizarremote gritted his teeth. She urgently commanded, "Quick, use this chance to escort His Highness away." The soldiers behind her responded, "Yes, understood." From a canyon behind them, more figures appeared, galloping towards them. Bizarremote, at this rate that Philip is going to escape. He snapped angrily, "Shut your mouth, you're giving me a headache." Bizarremote sent a telepathic message, "Hera, he's heading your way." Her tone of voice sounded like she was thoroughly enjoying this. "Oh, is that so? That fast?" He asked, puzzled, "Why haven't you acted yet?" Hera was using someone as a chair to gaze at the night sky. "I'm just having a little fun." Bizarremote, unsettled, repeated himself. "I said stop messing around, damn it." He got serious. "Begin the operation. Now." She replied, "As you command, sir." Hera smiled brightly, delighted like a siren. All right. It's feeding time, my good little pets." Hera summoned a pack of carnivorous beasts, their target Philip. "You must be starving, aren't you? Go on, tear him to your heart's content." They rushed through the forest right into Ju's path. He fired a single shot, easily taking one down. Ju glanced to the side, thinking to himself, "I knew it. Zombie dogs." Seeing the drooling dogs, he immediately understood her plan. She's using this pack to exhaust her opponent, then slowly finish them off. Suddenly, one appeared behind Ju. It lunged to attack. He swung his arm back scornfully, countering the blow. "What a disgusting tactic." With his weapon, Ju easily split it in two. "I know all your dirty tricks, Hera." By his calculations, there were almost none of them left here. The rest must have all gone to chase Philip. As Ju rode, he worried about the battlefield. "I don't care about that bastard. The important one is Pergus." You spurred his horse, galloping away in a hurry. "I have to hurry." Deep in the forest, the pack of zombie dogs had picked up the scent. "Stop him." Philip fled, ignoring everything, determined to gallop straight ahead. His face was pale with fear as he thought, "My magic isn't working properly." Could this be Bizarremote's doing? Unable to do anything else, Philip reined in his horse. Damn bastard. While he was distracted, a zombie dog leaped up, its tongue hanging out. "Your Highness, look out." Philip couldn't react in time. He could only blink and watch as Pergus reacted instantly, rushing in to swing her sword and slash the dog in two, saving him even as her horse galloped at high speed. She bravely stood up. Pergus executed the series of moves with fluid precision. Model. She moved her horse next to Philip. "Are you all right, Your Highness?" Pergus was on high alert, reminding him, "This is uncharted territory that no one has ever set foot in. We must be extremely cautious." He stammered, I understand, Pergus." Philip's attention was caught by a frantic cry from behind. "Your Highness!" The female knight with them was surrounded by a pack of dogs. "Please save me." His face went pale as he stared blankly at her desperate cries. "Your Highness!" Pergus shouted, trying to steady her. "Try to hold on a little longer. I'm coming right now." Philip suddenly cut her off. "Pergus!" he shouted. Trembling, Philip forced a smile. "Just leave that thing behind." She cried out in disbelief. "What do you mean, that thing?" "Your Highness." But he resolutely turned his horse and rode away. Isn't it obvious? Her life and mine are on completely different levels. Pergus's mind reeled. Is this the duty of a ruler? She grit her teeth, blaming herself. "I should have listened then." Remembering the scene at the camp, Pergus thought to herself, "If only I had listened to Valor's advice then. If I had remembered his warning about Philip, maybe things could have been resolved differently." She remembered his face. "It's all because we ignored him." Her thoughts were cut short as a rope suddenly wrapped around her neck. "You all look so pathetic." Hea was there, forcefully overpowering her. Pergus reached out, pleading, "Your Highness." Her eyes widened in horror. Pergus stared in disbelief at Philip, who was sweating as he glanced back at her. only to turn and leave, letting her be dragged away. Left behind, Pergus stumbled and fell hard to the ground, her hands dug into the dirt. I trusted the wrong person, she thought, recalling his panicked face concerned only for himself. Pergus was speechless. To think that someone like him could be called a Grand Elector. As she struggled to get up, Heija tightened the rope. "Won't you join our little chat?" she said slyly. "That's exactly what makes a true Grand Elector." Heija touched her lips. "You agree, don't you, dear sister?" "Right, dear sister," Pergus furious screamed. "Take that back. For generations, the Grand Electors have held the right to choose the next emperor of the empire. Each of them is basically an emperor in their own territory," she affirmed defiantly. Heija sighed, then turned and ordered her men, "Continue to follow Philip." Her subordinates immediately responded, "Yes, ma'am." Holding a whip, she slowly walked towards Pergus. "Come to think of it, you also have the blood of an elector, don't you?" Heija's eyes were ice cold. Seeing that Pergus didn't answer, she grew even more smug. "Hit a nerve, did I?" Finally, unable to hold back, she lunged at Heija. "You bastard!" But Heija easily dodged the attack. Pergus herself was stunned by this. Before she could react, Heija lashed her across the back with the whip. Heija laughed like a madwoman, full of glee. "Scream some more!" "Excellent, excellent. Now I want to play with you even more." Pergus was completely powerless against Heija's assault and finally collapsed. After another blow, Pergus collapsed to the ground. She felt utterly weak, tears streaming down her face. "Lord Valor, if it were you, I know you would find a way through this. But I think this is as far as I can go." However, Heija had no intention of letting her go. "We're not done yet, sister." She raised her whip to strike again, but something caught her attention. Heija looked completely bewildered. There was something strange nearby. Turns out it was just the corpse of a dog. Heija was still staring off in that direction, distracted, not noticing a figure appearing behind her. "What the?" "It's a dog's corpse." Ju mercilessly landed a punch straight to her face. Taken completely by surprise, Heija lost her balance and collapsed to the ground. Pergus carefully turned around her body, trembling. She couldn't believe her eyes. After a moment, she whispered his name, Valor. She couldn't contain her joy, and broke into a radiant smile. "You really are a hero." But as soon as the words left her lips, she collapsed. Without a word, Ju picked her up and simply walked away, ignoring Heija completely. She sat there watching them leave, thinking to herself, "He killed an undead dog and got behind me before I even noticed. He's no ordinary man." Just then, Ju turned back, a gun in his hand. "Still as twisted as ever, huh, Heija?" Heija was bewildered. You know me." But Ju's tone was full of contempt. "Don't you dare call me that with that look on your face. It's disgusting." Even with a gun pointed at her, Heija wasn't the least bit afraid. "A gun, huh? I suppose it has a longer range than my whip. Take your best shot, brother. My whip is faster than any bullet." Yu pulled the trigger without hesitation, but Heija didn't just wait for death. She lunged forward. Before he could even react, her whip was wrapped tightly around him. He was caught by surprise as it tightened around his neck. Heija laughed maniacally, pulling the cord taut. "Come here." Ju was helpless, unable to do anything but take the abuse. She slammed her head into his face with all her might, then followed up with a punch right in his jaw. Heija then used all her strength to fling him away. But it wasn't over. She readied her whip again. "I'm not finished yet, but this time..." Yu was faster dodging Heija's attack. Then he lunged forward with all his might. Ju is filled with determination this time. Heija, however, isn't worried at all. In fact, she just lets out a gleeful laugh. "Trying to get close, are you?" Despite the continuous whip strikes, Ju dodged every single one perfectly. Heija's expression soured. This was unbelievable. "Even within my unit, my skill with the whip is top tier. How is he dodging all of this?" Ju was getting closer and closer, but Heija was determined to fight to the end. "You think I'll go easy on you?" But just as she lunged at him, Ju had appeared behind her without her noticing. This time, it was Ju's turn to laugh in his opponent's face. Heija seemed to sense it. She trembled as she turned around, and just like that, Ju plunged a knife into her. Holding the blade, he smirked victoriously. "How does it feel? Heart-pounding, isn't it? I specialize in close-quarters combat, you see." He'd sliced her across one eye, and she screamed in agony. She spread her wide wings trying to escape, but his gun was already loaded. With a loud bang, it hit its mark. The vile creature that was once Hang was now lying motionless on the ground. Dieu stared intently at the object before him, a full vial of antidote. He carefully read the information from the system panel. Effect completely heals all wounds or illnesses. Note applied directly to the injured area. It will fully restore the target's physical condition. Reading these lines, Jiu's body couldn't help but tremble. Directly to the injured area. Does that mean inside the armor? Directly. His face couldn't stop blushing. Jiu tried to calm himself down. Calm down. This is just a medical procedure. No dark thoughts allowed here. Right. Of course not. Jiu then recalled memories from his past. My real name, a name most people have already forgotten, is Han Ju. When I was a child, my father passed away from an illness. My mother collapsed from exhaustion. At 58 years old, I was utterly alone. Just then, a blue-haired person sat dejectedly on the ground, cursing nonstop. Damn it! Are you pissed off because you got scammed? So, why are you chasing us now? Ju had no intention of getting involved. What are you new to this? I'm just doing the job I was hired for. Problem solver in Hanamdong Han Ju, age 22. Li Kang approached him gratefully. Thanks. Here's a little something for your trouble. Dieu stood there counting the money he received. 1,000. Confirmed. He didn't forget to turn back and question him. Anyway, this is just a temporary fix. If you have this kind of money, why don't you just pay off your debt? The guy was so tense, he couldn't stop sweating bullets. I have a mission this week. Ju scowled, his contempt clear. Li Kang's face was now pale and trembling. He scrambled to explain, Don't look at me like that. After I finish this mission, I'll get about 10 million won. At that, Jiu seemed to be drawn in by the amount. One mission gets you 10 million won. That's right. It's a really important mission. What kind of game pays that well? Li Kang suddenly asked, You've never heard of Protect Humanity? Ju was a bit annoyed. The hell is that, you bookworm? The guy then began his formal introduction. You've really never heard of Protect Humanity. It's a vast world with ultimate freedom, beautiful anime girls, and globally famous character designs. 1 billion players in this nighttime RPG. Whoever's at the top of the leaderboards can easily make a few 10 million won, no problem. The mission I'm planning to go on today is also... After hearing all that, Ju was still skeptical. You're telling me people make 10 million from this game? Li Kang asserted with supreme confidence, Of course. Want to give it a try? But just then, Jiu's phone rang. Nah, I'm busy today. He took out his phone to check. There was a text message on the screen. Hey, cancel for today. We made up. Jiu hesitated for a moment. So, I'm free now, huh? And just like that, Jiu logged into the game. Standing in an unfamiliar landscape, he couldn't help but marvel. I can't believe I logged in just on a whim. Modern technology is really something. The sky looks so real, even the streets and the people feel like they're actually alive. Is this really a game? Just then, Ju noticed the people on the side of the road. He couldn't help but think to himself, they look so alive. It's so realistic I can see every pore. It's too real. At that moment, the shop owner yelled, Aren't you gonna pay for that? Ju then realized he'd gotten too immersed and had done something foolish. Oh crap! The man shoved his hand away disdainfully. If you don't have money, then get out of here. I have to serve other customers. Just as Ju was getting worried, a system panel appeared in front of him. Money, huh? Text appeared on the screen. Current balance 10 florins. Florin must be the currency here, but I should probably save it. Ju said apologetically to Clow. Sorry, I don't have enough. Suddenly, Denny appeared beside them. That looks so good. Ju quickly noticed the young boy. But Denise's mother came over and called to him, Come on, son, let's go. The boy was still a bit reluctant, but then Ju spoke up. How much for 1 apple? Clow immediately gave him the price, just 1 florin. He gave the apple to Dennis. The boy was overjoyed. Here, take this. The mother beside him kept bowing gratefully. Thank you, sir. You used your precious money for my son. Ju politely waved his hand. It's nothing. It's just in-game currency after all. On the other hand, Denis was overjoyed to get his favorite food. This looks so delicious. Thank you so much, mister. The boy's mother then added, Still 1 florin is enough for a whole day's worth of food here. Ju scratched his head, embarrassed. not knowing how to respond. Well, as they were leaving, the mother and son didn't forget to express their gratitude. Thank you so much, sir. Thanks, Mr. See you later, Ju waved back in response. Remember to listen to your mother, kid. This brings back memories of the past when I lived alone with my mom. I was such a stubborn kid back then, always whining and demanding fried chicken. Thinking about this, Ju smirked. He looked at the scenery around him and thought to himself, this game really has its charm, doesn't it? After that, I started playing Protect Humanity more often. Whenever life got stressful, playing the game made me feel better. In the game, I received everyone's affection. Thank you, young man. You have completed the mission. And so I started logging in more and more. All the pent-up pressure from the real world, I vented it all in the game. Saw it! After recharging, I would go on with my life, but then I'd come back exhausted and worn out. And just like that, 5 years had passed in the game. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly came from behind. So, you're the one they call Hanju. Vampire Ghost introduced herself. I am Vampire Jiz. I hear your skills are quite good. She made an offer. How about helping me deal with the rampaging wild boar in Harvard Forest? But upon hearing this, Hanju hesitated slightly. A wild boar. Van Pergus immediately shot back. What's wrong? Are you scared? He immediately waved his hands confidently. What perfect timing. I was just thinking about having wild boar for dinner tonight. Let's see if your skills live up to the rumors. Van Pergus was overjoyed upon hearing that. Amazing you took down that monster in a single blow. Hanju, however, directly criticized her, and you didn't even lift a finger. She wasn't upset by this. You were so strong there was no room for me to jump in. So do you want to form a party with me? At that moment, a system window appeared. The Knight Van Pergus has sent a party request. Accept/decline. Hanju asked back suspiciously, Isn't this just an excuse for you to leech off me? Is for the rest of the day. But Van Pergus's counter-question immediately shut him up. You have serious trust issues, don't you? After a moment, he replied, I guess, something like that. Hearing this, she couldn't help but laugh. You're really interesting. All right then. If you accept, I will recommend you as a Knight of the Empire. And just like that, the two of them formed a party. Cut to a scene inside a certain castle. The calls continued incessantly. Hanju. A moment later, she finally woke up, her face slightly flushed, as if she knew that guy had taken advantage of her, I swear. But when he turned around, his face was swollen from a punch. No good deed goes unpunished. How frustrating. And to top it off, the girl even giggled when she saw it. The two of them then returned to town. They went back to the convent to rest, but were met with opposition from a nun. Van Pergus tried her best to explain, What are you talking about, Sister Angela? Lord Valor is an esteemed guest of our convent. However, the other woman wouldn't listen. We have no other choice. The convent is currently under emergency protocol, so Lord Valor is not allowed to enter. Meanwhile, at an inn near Linfelton, the hallway outside was completely empty. Hanju lay inside thinking nonstop. Well, everything's a mess. I was planning to go to the convent to ask for the angel's heart, an S-class holy relic passed down through generations at the Vanperga convent for centuries filled with holy blessings. It can call a soul back from the dead. In other words, a second life. Hanju sighed internally. He was in a real bind. I really need that item for what's coming. Just then, Van Pergus suddenly approached. Lord Valor, it's me. Her appearance surprised him. Lady, Van Pergus. Van Pergus bowed apologetically. My sincerest apologies for making a distinguished guest such as yourself stay in such a humble place. But when she saw him hanging upside down, she was a bit surprised. What are you doing, my lord? Hanju briefly explained his actions. Van Pergus lowered her voice and whispered, Lord Valor, this is serious. It's a secret. But Hanju knew what she was worried about, so he reassured her. I swear I'll take it to my grave. She nodded in agreement. Yes, I trust you. However, Van Pergus still had to take a deep breath to muster her courage. Only then did she truly speak her mind. The head abbess has been corrupted by darkness. But I just spoke with head abbess Angela a moment ago. That means there's a traitor in our ranks. Hearing this news was overwhelming for Hanju. Wait a minute. Is she saying the current head abbess is Margarita Van Pergus? Not noticing, continued to vent her feelings. It's definitely that bastard Pisamut's doing. Hearing all this was giving him a headache. Unbelievable, she's still alive. Margarita is still alive. Valor. So all this time, I thought she was dead, so I never even bothered to think about her. Pergus then noticed his strange behavior and asked with concern, "You don't look well, Valor." But Hanju was already lost in thought. She's the strongest woman in the Empire's history, a living symbol of power who can crush mid-level demons as if it were child's play. She's the one who turned the vampire convent into an army. Is there any world where we can afford to lose her? Suddenly, Ju shot to his feet, startling the vampire. She recoiled in fear. "Why did you suddenly?" Ju exclaimed joyfully. "She said the Grand Abbess was attacked by the darkness." Pergus, upon hearing this, also nodded in confirmation. "That's right." He couldn't wait any longer and urged them, "We have to go now." Pergus, "I know enough about the darkness." They set off for the vampire convent's headquarters. Meanwhile, somewhere else, he claims to know about the darkness. The messenger immediately confirmed, "Yes, that's right." And Valo is someone who can be trusted. A steadfast faith from a powerful figure. Why not try putting your trust in him just this once? Sister Vice Abbess Angela looked very displeased. "It seems you've told him quite a lot already." Ju could clearly sense this as well. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. A sudden bang on the table made them jump. Angela's face was now dark. "Pergus, you knew about this as well. This incident was caused by a traitor, and yet you suggest we trust an outsider." She coldly dismissed them. "This isn't worth hearing any further. Get out of here immediately." Pergus wasn't ready to give up. "But Vice Abbess." Her words were cut off by Ju. Pergus turned to see his confident, smiling face. Ju spoke up. "I hear the Grand Abbess is in critical condition." Angela was still very annoyed. "That is not a matter for an outsider like you to interfere with." But he didn't give up. "Please hear me out. Believe it or not, I have read the 7 holy scriptures." Upon hearing this, her body began to tremble uncontrollably. You've read it. The scriptures written by Saint Antonio himself." Ju became even more confident. "So you do know of it. The scriptures said to record every detail about the darkness. The 7 holy scriptures, the very ones that vanished from the world after the great dark army, the struggling death, was sealed." Angela was sweating profusely, the tension clear on her face. "Unbelievable. Tell us now. How do you know of such a thing? Even mentioning its name brings a curse. It cannot be spoken of lightly." Ju continued to persuade her, "But please believe me. I know every method to resist the darkness." He then gave a confident smile while Pergus's jaw dropped in astonishment. Angela tried to control her trembling. "All right. In return, you must swear not to breathe a word of this. Not until the day you die. If you dare utter a single syllable." She gently crushed an object in her hand. Angela didn't forget to add a warning, "I will bury you under the river Lye myself." Ju and Pergus were standing among a group of nuns. He thought to himself with discomfort, "This bunch of muscleheads." She crushed the edge of the table with her bare hands. "And what's with this strong smell of sweat? Margarita, I've never seen her, but she must be able to lift 2 tons 3 times over." Pergus, standing behind him, noticed something was wrong and asked, "Sir Valo, you look so pale." Ju tried to suppress his anxiety. "No, I'm fine. By the way, Lady Pergus, is this physique your ideal type?" "Dites and was tintricabae." "I long to be like that, but my uncle disapproves, so I'm trying to hold back. Honestly, I'm relieved." Before long, they arrived at a mysterious place. "We're here." But Angela didn't forget to give a warning first. "As you can see, the evil aura here is too heavy. If you don't concentrate, it's easy to lose yourself." Ju nodded immediately. "Yes, I understand." She turned back and ordered her subordinates, "Everyone wait here." The group responded in unison, "Yes, sister." As soon as he stepped inside, a powerful darkness emanated, startling him. The Grand Abbess lay there, unconscious, being corroded by the dark aura. Ju immediately instructed Angela, "Use the convent's holy relic on the Grand Abbess." Angela looked pensively at Margarita, gently stroking her cheek. "So, the holy relic here is the angel's heart, correct?" "I see. You intend to draw the curse from the Grand Abbess's body, then transfer it to another person and seal it inside them." However, Angela had a concern. But divine power and curses are inherently opposed. During the transfer process, the Grand Abbess's death is almost certain. Ju nodded in confirmation. That's precisely why the angel's heart is indispensable. A curse like this is a death sentence for any cleric, so no one in the convent can do this. But now you have me, a humble hired cleric. So, meaning I am the perfect vessel for the curse. Sounds appealing, doesn't it? Angela nodded in agreement. Indeed. However, Sir Valo, that plan won't work. Grand Abbess Margarita left a message. She recalled her words. This is my darkness. No one is allowed to sacrifice themselves in my place. If that happens, the Empire will lose everything. Furthermore, this is a curse born from darkness. Angela asked Ju in return. Its origin and symptoms are all unclear. It's a mystery shrouded in shadows. Do you really think you can survive it? She slowly walked step by step towards Ju. Angela didn't forget to issue a warning. This curse, I will haunt you for the rest of your life. Van Pergus at his side also chimed in with a warning. She's right, Sir Valo. However, Ju ignored all of it. You have no reason to do this. Van Pergus, I'll be fine. Angela, I am the best candidate. I know the darkness well from the Great Holy War. I'm not a cleric, so I won't be easily assaulted by it. And you have to admit I'm just an outsider who showed up today. Angela remained silent, waiting for Ju to continue. He spoke up confidently, affirming, to be blunt, I'm an ideal pawn. Ba sighed in frustration. Sister Angela was now in a very difficult position. If the High Abbot wakes up, he'll surely tear me to shreds for this. Sister Angela, just do what you think is right. Yes, my lord. And on Valo's system screen, information was displayed. Angel's heart revives the user's soul once after death. Ju took the angel's heart and put it on his hand. Normally, it would be wiser to save it for later. But this could be the only chance to recruit Margaret as an ally. Vampirus was still worried and wanted to advise Valo. My lord, are you certain you want to do this? It's not too late to... Her quick action was stopped by Angela. Vampirus, he is a man. Let him decide for himself. Just then Ju announced, preparations are complete. Now the ritual will begin. He started chanting strange words that no one could understand, then gently placed his hand on Margaret's forehead. Waves of demonic energy flowed through Ju's body. Both Angela and the others nearby were so shocked their jaws dropped. A spatial rift quickly appeared right after. Just like that, Dieu was transported to a strange place. He looked around the scene in confusion. Is this the Shadow Realm? It's as dark as an abyss. I can't tell which way is forward or back. Suddenly, a mysterious voice rang out. I am the one who hides in the deep tomb. Who dares to summon me? Ju also raised his voice and made his demand. My name is Valosed Dispel, the curse that has befallen Margarita. But upon hearing this, the other being just laughed contemptuously. A mere mortal who can't even see my form clearly. And you dare to set foot here? You've even lost your own shell. Ju silently observed the other being. This was its final form. The being continued, you are not the one I wish to see. Get out of my sight. The mysterious being's shout shook heaven and earth. The system immediately activated protection mode. Player's soul is protected. At this point, the mysterious being began to notice something strange. Wait, you're immune to soul drain. Ju angrily shouted, shut up! Break Margarita's curse and transfer it to me. The entity didn't back down one bit. Silence. If you don't tell me who you are, I will rip out the soul of every single person who has ever fought beside you. Hearing this, he couldn't help but be stunned. Damn it. Using hostages to threaten me, huh? Fine then, I'll play dirty too. Ju didn't hesitate to reveal, I've read the 7 holy scriptures. Hearing this, the Tomb Guardian King was astonished. What did you say? He continued to gesture and taunt relentlessly. I made a deal with Death, had a little scuffle, and in exchange I got the dog he used to own. Ju's taunts drove him mad. You insolent beast! However, that didn't stop him from his actions right then and there. He's probably selling copies of the scriptures to other sages for a dirt cheap price. Don't you think so? If this drags on, who knows, I might just blurt out the color of your underwear. The Tomb Guardian King finally relented. All right, I will grant your request. Ju smiled smugly to himself. You walked right into this one. But then the entity continued, in return, I have a condition. Ju replied without hesitation, that's exactly what I was waiting for. He got into a ready stance. A divine light quickly enveloped his entire body. He didn't know how much time had passed, but when he woke up, he realized he was still in the convent. The green ring was still on his hand. His whole body trembled with joy. The system announced he had acquired the S-rank skill, Necromancer Summon Undead. His face was twisted in a satisfied smile, though he looked a bit like a pervert. Just then, his girl brought him medicine, making him feel a bit awkward, interrupting his moment of self-satisfaction. She cried with joy. "Are you brain dead? Why would you do something so reckless?" She recounted what happened earlier. After performing the ritual, he had passed out, and she was the one who brought him here. She scolded him, "Don't you ever risk your life like that again." He could only scratch his head, confused. She still held his hands tightly, resentfully saying, "Do you have any idea how worried I was?" Valo had to raise his hands to comfort her. "I promise I won't do it again. I promise." His face turned shy. Just as the two were having a tender moment, there was a warning sound from outside. Boom! The two immediately ran over, asking in alarm, "Are we under attack?" Before them, ancient trees lay broken. A loud crash came from behind them. From above, a voice called out, "Oh, you're awake." She was carrying a huge tree on her shoulder and continued, "I was just warming up while waiting for you to wake up my savior." She then introduced herself formally. "I am the High Abbot of the Vampurga Convent." Seeing her power, he felt a little intimidated. She's so small, but damn, she's a beast. She threw the tree down below and shouted her name. "Just call me Marie Margaret." I led a group cheerfully through the tunnel. Jew walked along, scratching his chin in contemplation. By now, Philip must have already gotten out of that deep forest. He couldn't help but think about the power he had received last time. "I've finally reached the highest rank in the Necromancer class, the Apathetic Warrior. With this power, I'd thought about secretly killing Philip." Philip's face appeared in Jew's mind, but since he's a guardian without the angel's heart, the chances are very slim. I can't let my guard down, not even for a second. While he was lost in thought, she suddenly yelled, "It's adventure time!" Seeing Margaret like this, Angela sighed and reminded her, "Margaret, please have some dignity." Margaret glared back and retorted, "Dignity, Angela, that's the real evil of the aristocracy. You're an old woman, always nagging." Criticized like that, Angela trembled, her face darkening. "Please don't say that." You couldn't help but lean in and whisper to Pergus next to him, "Is she always this flamboyant? Or is she just naturally that energetic?" Being so close, Pergus blushed and stammered, "My apologies, Lord Valo. She is always like that." Meanwhile, Margaret's eyes were sparkling. "What's this? Are you two secretly flirting?" Caught off guard, she panicked. "Lady Margaret," only Jew was sighing internally. "Do we really look like we're flirting?" His gaze suddenly fell upon a large door. Pergus's underground storeroom. She quickly walked over to it. "We were so busy talking, I didn't even realize we'd arrived." Margaret couldn't help but excitedly boast to Jew about the heavy weaponry. "Valo, this place is filled with magical artifacts that you wouldn't even dream of. It's absolutely perfect for a cursed one such as yourself." He felt a bit awkward at her words. "Is that so? Thank you for bringing me to a place like this." She took this chance to flirt with Jew again. "Don't be a stranger. If I could, I'd ask you out on a date." Before she could finish, an angry roar from behind cut her off. A fiery aura erupted from Pergus as she enunciated every syllable of her name. "Margarita." Scared pale by that anger, Margaret muttered, "So scary. Don't worry, someone's about to go berserk. So I won't do anything." Then she immediately hugged the door and started banging on it. "Anyway, let's hurry up and go in. I'm so excited." Watching her, he felt a little helpless. Yes, this is just chaos. Very quickly, the door opened, revealing a blinding light. Seeing that light, Jew let out a sigh of relief. "So far, everything is going smoothly. From now on, I'll pick up the pace, and then the hunt for Philip will begin." The scene changes to a rooftop under a clear blue sky. Philly breathed heavily, his face flushed at the words of the person before him. "So, Philly, what do you think? My new gear looks cool, doesn't it?" He appeared in his new outfit. System provided S-rank, cursed 1 set, nullifies lower rank curses, equipment skill, dark critical hit. Jew excitedly twirled the dagger in his hand. "It's second to none, huh?" It was a high-grade weapon rewarded to him by the system. Magic dagger of the A-rank monster Kaka. It increases the power of the user's undead skills. Just as Ju was basking in its power, a female voice reached his ears. "Leaving already." Ju looked toward the masked person in shock. "Van Pergus." Van Pergus crossed her arms, feigning a complaint. "You're just gonna leave without saying a word. That's a bit sad, you know. How about we go for one last walk?" At her suggestion, the two of them soon arrived in a new area. Van Pergus, wanting to break the silence, spoke first. "Even though we've only recently met, it feels like I've known you for a long time." He was a bit quiet, giving a simple reply. "Is that so?" But she continued to chatter on by his ear. "Perhaps it's because you've helped me so much." Van Pergus unconsciously recalled the time he risked his life to help her in the battle against the 7 orcs. The time Ju appeared in the forest was also deeply etched in her memory, as was the final duel with Heija. "You were so amazing and dependable back then." He was a bit modest, complimenting her in return. "Your help was also invaluable, Van Pergus." "Thank you for saying that." After that, the two of them didn't dare look at each other. Finally, she started the conversation again. "You don't seem very curious, do you?" Ju glanced at her and stammered, Curious about what?" Van Pergus, seeming to understand him well, chuckled to herself. "Don't pretend." She touched her helmet as if to hint at it. "About my real face under this helm." Ju just scratched his face awkwardly. "Ah, your helm. I figured you must have a reason for it." At his words, Van Pergus suddenly fell silent, so he didn't press the matter. After a moment, she gave a small laugh and began to explain. "I understand. The truth is under this helmet. There's a large scar. It's the mark of a curse." Van Pergus's great secret was finally being revealed by her own lips. "Even I don't know what kind of curse it is. My uncle tried to hide it at all costs, always telling me that no one could ever know about it." Ju was a little moved, nodding. "I see." Hearing that Van Pergus continued her story of the malicious faces in her mind. "Because of it, people started calling me the Ugly Knight. It's a nickname given to me by those who knew nothing about my situation." She gathered all her courage to confess to him. "Valo, would you be willing to see my face?" Van Pergus raised her hand to remove the helmet, then hesitated slightly. I'm a little nervous, but if it's you, I feel like you'll be able to see the real me." But before she could finish her sentence, Ju's cheeks flushed in bewilderment. Van Pergus had no idea how much her sculpted features were making his heart race. "How do I look? Do you think I'm ugly?" When she saw he wasn't answering, she grew even more embarrassed and covered her face. Only Ju knew how smitten he was by her beauty. Van Pergus clenched her fists slightly, pleading, "Please say something." As if realizing his rudeness, he frantically praised her. "I'm sorry, you're truly beautiful." Hearing this, she sighed in relief. "Really? What a relief." At that moment, Ju still couldn't believe his eyes. "No way." Van Pergus took off her helmet. As for Van Pergus, she shyly covered her mouth. Come to think of it, Valo was still completely lost in her beauty. "I've always seen Van Pergus, but I never imagined she'd look like this." A little embarrassed, Van Pergus suddenly shouted, "I have something to give you." Ju, startled, stammered, "What is it?" She quickly took out a pendant. "This is a treasure of the Bayan family passed down from my uncle." He watched her movements full of questions. "Why would you give something so precious to me?" Van Pergus proactively took Ju's hand in a clear confession. "This is a token proof that I will always be by your side." His heart skipped a beat as he looked at the shining gem. It was so dazzling that Ju had to repeat her words. "A token. To remind me that you will always be by my side." He immediately placed it against his chest in response. "I will treasure it." Van Pergus, a bit choked up, looked up at him sweetly. "You promised, okay?" Ju, too shy, turned directly to Philly. "All right, it's time for us to go." She was a little disappointed, but still wished him well. "Yes, may luck always be with you." "Yes." Ju frantically gestured ahead. "Yes, so, after you." Van Pergus, even more embarrassed, refused. No, you go first." "No." They went back and forth like that while it stood to the side, exasperated. No, vampire girl, you just go first." No, I want you to go first." "Oh, come on, it's fine, vampire girl, you go." No. Valid 10 days ago. At the same time, the system displayed a new notification. Hidden storyline bloodline of the Bayan electors has been unlocked. Van Pergus's affection root has been unlocked. Soon night fell, filled with the sound of her cheerful laughter. Philly felt a bit down listening to the monologue in his ear. Oh God, what's a guy like me supposed to do? He looked at the system, then thought of her and blushed again. An affection root with that stiff vampire girl. At this rate, aren't we just missing a wedding chapel? While he was feeling blissful, Ju suddenly smelled something strange. At his horse's feet lay a multitude of corpses. What is this, damn it? Just when things were starting to go smoothly. Ju looked at the faces with their unclosed eyes. Assessing the situation, it seemed that Philip and Pijamut had fought a fierce battle. Both men and horses were down on the ground looking miserable. It appeared neither side had the strength to continue. Without hesitation, he drew his sword on the spot. Ju swung his sword once, then spurred his horse into a gallop. I have to search this area. His gaze flickered towards the familiar system interface. A smile appeared on Ju's lips. Interesting. He tightened his grip on the sword, which was emitting a thick, murderous aura, and activated a skill. Soon, Biggin II led an army of vampires forward as Ju spoke bloody believers. Become my minions. Summon vampire. He turned and loudly commanded him, Your first mission is to scour this entire area and hunt down Philip. Glory to our Lord. Then Ju pointed at Anna. And you? She bowed respectfully and replied, Yes, master. He glanced at the corpses with a sinister smile. Gather all the uniforms scattered around here. They'll be useful. Scene change to a gloomy abandoned area. Philip, following Zing and Juice, managed to escape into a house. Only then did they dare to breathe heavily. He grew even more furious thinking of Friedrich's face. Damn it, the 3 steel electors. To think it would come to this. Pizarro is unforgivable. Seeing this, Philip's subordinate worriedly handed him a pouch. Your Highness, this is for emergencies. But Philip showed no gratitude. Instead, he snatched it from his hand. Give it here! Without hesitation, he stuffed the strange medicine into his mouth. Outside, Ju was wandering around, calling out Philip's name. Prince Philip, I've come to get you. Prince Philip, it's me, the mercenary you met before. He even shouted his own name, Valotet Valot. Hearing Ju's voice was like finding a lifeline, and he brightened up considerably. Oh, Valet, of course I remember you. However, his companion was more level-headed and advised him, Your Highness, it's dangerous. We should observe the situation first. That's right. However, Philip slapped Zing across the face. Shut up, you useless trash. He pointed outside and demanded, While he's come to save me, what the hell are you all doing? The other two were stunned by Philip's heartless words. Truly a bunch of insects not even worth stepping on. He gave a cunning smile, deciding their fate. You'll all be demoted to serve under that mercenary. After this is all over. Model. The moment he finished speaking, the door behind Philip was kicked open. He was overjoyed to see him. And Lo is here, and Lo. Zhu calmly led a group of vampires and walked up to Philip. Your Highness, I've missed you so much. I crossed that deep forest just to get here. Hearing this, he grew even more appreciative, praising him. Thank you, and thank you for bringing such reliable reinforcements. The person behind him was still whispering Philip's name. Your Highness, wait for us, but he didn't pay them any mind. His bright eyes fixed on Zhu. You are the only one I can trust. I will ensure you receive a worthy reward. He smiled brightly, feigning modesty. Oh my, there's no need. Immediately after, Zhu's army charged forward on his command. Blood splattered, leaving Philip stunned. He rubbed his head, hiding his sinister, blooming smile. Because I won't be needing you anymore, Your Highness. Zhu and his men had taken the upper hand against Philip. He held his sword at the ready, not forgetting to provoke him. A mangy dog dares to act so arrogantly before a tiger's claws. Philip's face grew uglier as he raged. Did I raise a dog just for it to turn around and bite its master? But Zhu wasn't afraid, even joking with enthusiasm. That's right. I'm a filthy dog. A dog that will bite someone like you, Philip. Philip's bright blue eyes immediately widened in fury. His sword was quick to strike. With just 2 moves from the moon, Shadow Sword style, first form Crescent Moon, Philip had taken down almost all the vampires. The more they advanced, the harder he cut them down. Zhu looked at the scene slightly displeased. It really is useless to send just a single lackey, isn't it? He glanced at the people lying on the ground, unable to hide his disgust. Fighting like this is just a waste of magic. With that thought, Zhu ordered the army behind him. All of you withdraw. They all obeyed, shouting in unison. Yes, your majesty. He couldn't help but feel smug watching this. It's a shame to see your little subordinate die before your eyes. But he was just as sharp with his retort, unlike someone else. Zhu rambled for a moment before pulling out a knife. My heart is like a vast, endless plain. Philip took the chance to slash a piece of flying wood, sending it hurtling towards him. Zhu dodged skillfully, not forgetting to flash a provocative smile. He backed away, his eyes rolling back in their sockets. Then his hand landed on the wooden fence beside him. Zhu threw it forward for Philip to slash first. His hands continuously destroyed all the surrounding wood with a few sword strokes. While blocking Philip's blows, he mused. So this is the power of the steel elector, huh? Ironically, it was the very sword style he once treasured. At first glance, it looked so elegant and refined, but hidden behind that beauty. Zhu immediately lowered his head silent for a few seconds. Is a fatal counterattack. He was a little tired, but still stood majestically bearing the look of the master of the great steel elector's counter. Philip stopped and began to negotiate with words. Do you think that after betraying me, you can still survive here? Valitet Valo showed no gratitude. Instead, he scoffed. Turns out I'm quite close with the sisters at the convent. Hearing that, he laughed as if it were the funniest thing he'd ever heard. So, you have someone backing you up, huh? But why should I be afraid of a few armed cults? With that, Philip spun on his heel again. A second moon appeared in the shape of a crescent. Moon Shadow Sword style second form. He summoned a great torrent of power into his blade. Behind him, 3. But very quickly, Philip's eyes suddenly turned to shock. Zhu's small sword had blocked his attack. Philip strained until he was trembling. But it didn't even make him budge. At that moment, a fear of the golden dog rose up inside him and pajamed the internal wound I've tried so hard to endure. As if he had found Philip's weakness, Zhu laughed triumphantly. This sappy drama should end here. Philip. He kicked him far away with a single blow. As Philip fell, he vomited a large mouthful of blood. Zhu's shining foot came into his view. Sorry, but the one you should be afraid of isn't the convent. It's me. Philip clutched his battered body in bitter resentment. If only my body were still normal, I would have crushed you long ago. He quickly screamed in desperation. Why? Why do you want to kill me? I admired your talent and I gave you so many favors. You should have been loyal to me. He cracked his neck, his voice cold and low. You really still don't know what you did wrong, do you? Fine. Let me spell it out for you. Zhu advanced as he spoke. First, you ignored everything I said and were met with betrayal. He plunged the knife right in front of his crotch. Philip, as if speaking for the wronged. Second, you callously abandoned Van Pergus, who worked so hard for you. Zhu lifted the knife again and continued his tirade. Third, how many people do you think had to die? Because of you. His face darkened, making the demonic glint in Zhu's eyes stand out. And you still dare call yourself an elector? He still wanted to grasp at some last shred of pity. He begged pitifully. Think again, Valo Philip cried pathetically, trying to win his sympathy. Everything I did was for the people if I die, who will feed and protect them. He spat out the filthy words, saliva flying everywhere. My absence will only make the other electors happy. Won't they just rush in to devour this place? The moment I disappear, his mouth opened slightly in response to Philip's lengthy speech. That makes sense. Zhu pretended to look behind him, not forgetting to show his generosity. All right, I'll give you one chance. He quickly shook a precious potion in his hand to entice him. This is a full recovery potion. If you accept my condition, I'll let you use it. Philip, clinging to life and fearing death, immediately accepted Zhu's demand. What do you want? I'll agree to anything. Just say it. He was a little surprised by his eagerness. Is that so? I was just waiting for you to say that. Zhu immediately closed in on him and ordered, then get on your knees and beg Van Pergus for forgiveness. On both your hands and knees, do it right. Desperate to save his life, Philip immediately made a huge offer. She's still alive. Right, fine. And as an apology, I will offer the Bayan family 10,000 florins. Zhu was very pleased with his performance and quickly handed him the potion. Very impressive. In that case, I'll give you the whole bottle. Seeing it, Philip lunged like a starving tiger. Thank you, he said, his eyes wide as he gulped down the rare potion in one go. but before much of the shimmering liquid was gone, it fell to the floor along with the glass bottle. Zhu watched Philip struggle to keep the potion in his mouth, thoroughly excited. "So, how does it taste?" Then he looked at the stains on the floor and explained, "That's the venom of the poisonous dragon Fukuma." It was only then that he was so stunned he could cry. "You bastard!" Philip, rubbing his painfully throbbing throat, confronted Zhu. "How dare you mock me like this?" Zhu lifted the potion bottle, caressing it affectionately. "This poison, you ask? Even a demon king once died from this. I got it from Haza." He took advantage of Zhu's distraction to launch a sneak attack. "You're going to die, and, but a black shadow shot out in front of him. Biff." Part 2 ruthlessly ran Philip through with a sword. Philip was now crying, his eyes rolling back. Before he could even speak, he started retching violently. He looked at the man with a stunned expression. "You're Biff Benham. Why are you still alive? Weren't you torn apart by those zombie dogs that day? How?" Biff Part 2 turned back, giving Philip a hateful look as he remembered his own tragic fate. "Yes, that day you left me for dead, but then, my lord, Valo, Step Valor gave me a second life. He had officially joined Zhu's group of vampires. I no longer serve you. I serve Lord Valo." Biff Part 2 closed in on him step by step, adding a few more words. "Because of your arrogance, you always dragged everyone else into danger." He didn't hesitate to press the sword against his former master's throat, threatening him. "And now it's time for you to pay the price. With your own life." Philip silently watched the reflection of his pathetic eyes in the sword's blade, unable to accept his fate. Meanwhile, Zhu suddenly received a system notification. "Warning. Do you authorize Biff Benham to kill the protected person? Killing the protected person may affect game progress. Continue killing the protected person." Zhu stared at the words, a little curious. "It'll mess up the game, huh?" He started to eye Philip in his pathetic, begging state. Zhu's face unconsciously twisted as he thought about it. "For that bastard, forget it. I wouldn't take him even if you offered him to me." With that thought, he waved his hand, gave an order to Biff Part 2, and turned away. "Biff Benham, kill him!" He was very obedient, replying quickly, "Yes, my lord." With permission granted, Biff Part 2 raised his sword high. At the same time, Zhu's system issued a red notification. "Error, error, error, error. The protected person has been eliminated. Error, error." A few seconds later, the system reconfigured. Hidden scenario, kill the protected, has been activated. Kill all protected persons to unlock the transcendent rank. You have interfered with the world's will. The game's difficulty has increased. Zhu glanced back, suddenly feeling intrigued. A sudden difficulty spike, huh? The corners of Zhu's lips immediately curled into a provocative smirk. He ascended into the sky, triumphant. "You didn't see this coming either, did you?" From high above, Zhu's eyes flashed like bright stars. At the same time, the moon shone down on where he stood. Aquila, like a sailor moon, looked towards the earth. Her eyes couldn't help but light up with excitement. Aquila turned on the TV while making an insightful compliment. "Did he really break the seal? Valo is so mischievous, isn't he?" She watched Zhu dance with joy and couldn't help but chuckle. "Look at that smug face, how exciting." Then Aquila stood up and pressed a button on the remote. "Now, let's see what you can do." The screen, which had just lit up, went dark again as she turned away. Because this was only the beginning. The system continuously displayed bright notification screens. You have acquired the S-rank skill, Moon Shadow Sword Art. You have acquired the A-rank skill, Princess in Korin. You have acquired the SS rank skill, Imperial Agitation. You have acquired the SS rank skill, Mephisto Forest's Acting. You have acquired the SS rank skill, The Great Chieftain's Dignity. Zhu looked at the white text excited. As expected from someone at the Elector level, the rewards are amazing. 3 SS rank skills, 1 S rank and 1 A rank. Troll. His eyes were quickly glued to the top notification. You have acquired the SS rank skill, Zombie Resurrection. Zhu was very pleased with that skill. On top of that, I even got 2 more exclusive SS rank skills from the level up reward. This is perfect. But the system didn't stop there and continued to give out more rewards. You have acquired the SS rank skill, Blood Tear Absorption. After acquiring a series of skills, he focused on the golden wallet in his hand. Is this the only thing that dropped? Zhu disappointedly reached out to open it. It looked no different from a common magic zipper wallet. However, what he touched was a lightning barrier. Zhu grimaced from the pain in his hand. A barrier, huh? The system immediately appeared, confirming his thoughts. You have been blocked by a barrier. In the end, Zhu could only put it away helplessly. I'll have to ask Margaret to open this later. But as he was about to turn away, the next notification caught his eye. You have received the Essence of the Protected. Collect 5 of these to ascend to a transcendent existence. However, each time a protected person is killed, the seal protecting the world from darkness will weaken. Zhu processed the flood of new terms. A transcendent existence. The world seal. He began to contemplate the motionless figures behind him. In other words, I have to be extremely careful when hunting them. Zhu's mind quickly sketched out a new future for himself. A vision of him having many allies was immediately interrupted by a question, or would he side with the other protected persons? Or maybe I'll find a completely different path. Just as Zhu was lost in thought, Pippin too ran up to him holding something. Master, I've found it. He held up a rolled-up piece of paper and reported, just as you said, we searched the ruins left by Philip's men and found it. Seeing it, Zhu's eyes lit up. Well done. Zhu excitedly unrolled the paper and shouted, this thing. This must be the main reward for this quest. Just look at how it shines. It's in a league of its own. Pippin, too, by the way. Have you finished the side quest I assigned you? He bowed and gave a slight smile. Yes, master. Pippin, too, quickly brought Zing and Juice now in disguise before Zhu. As you commanded, we dressed Philip's subordinate in Pijamut's faction clothes and disguised him as a perfect demon. Watching this, Zhu clapped his hands in satisfaction. Excellent. It looks perfect. In another corner, a rotten piece of wood broke in two with a single strike. Just then, Brow was cornering a surviving soldier. Please spare me. I'll do anything you ask. Curious Zhu walked over and asked, Who is this? He quickly interjected, explaining one of Philip's men who was hiding. Master, what should we do with him? For a moment, Zhu was at a loss for what to do. But a second later, an idea flashed in his mind. The loser was still sobbing, his hands clasped, begging, I'll do anything. Please just spare me. Thanks to those words, Zhu could relax and give a mysterious smile. He looked at his clenching fist, unable to hide his excitement. My dear Pijamut, I hope you'll like the gift I'm sending. At a camp along the forest road, Lauren, captain of the Royal Guard under Jolin's command, was leading his soldiers on patrol. Lauren's eyes scanned the area continuously, finally stopping at one point. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Seeing the people lying on the ground, Lauren quickly raised his hand to signal. All troops halt. His subordinate looked at the situation and commented, Sir Lauren, it seems there was a battle with Pijamut's forces here. Lauren glanced at him and gave a brief reply. It seems so. Shortly after, another soldier brought him before Lauren. Sir, we found a survivor. Lauren gave him a single glance before giving a swift order. Good, handle him with care. I'll need to have a word with him later. The soldier immediately acknowledged the order. Yes, sir. In the camp, the red fire blazed once more. Lauren rested his chin on his hand and asked Loser, So you're saying that thing was stolen? He could only answer each word obediently and truthfully. Ah, yes. Loser clutched a cup of water with a sad expression. After that, we were surrounded by Pijamut's army and in a desperate attempt to save Prince Philip. Before he could finish, Lauren cut him off. So you're saying you left your comrades to die while you ran away? Loser looked at his reflection in the cup and hesitantly confirmed, yes. The sword in Lauren's hand stabbed into the ground, making him jump. He wasn't angry at Loser, but grimaced in regret. If only I had arrived a little sooner. Lauren rushed towards him and shook Loser by the shoulders. Think about it. You risked your life to protect your superior. You're a model knight. Then he pushed him into the middle of the crowd and shouted, All troops, listen up. Following Lauren's words, everyone focused on Loser. This man risked his life to protect his commander. Loser was stunned into silence by his words. Even if we lose the battle, the spirit of a knight must never waver. All of you follow this man's example. Begin the search for Prince Philip at once. Yes, sir. Loser could only stammer a few words. That's enough. The scene quickly shifts to the sunny and windy Joe Stan Rose Palace. Streams of light shone through the glass onto Jolene's flower garden. Lauren suddenly appeared. shattering her pleasant mood. "My lady, it is Lauren." He gritted his teeth, forcing out each word. "As you commanded, we pursued Pijamut's forces and found traces of Lord Philip, but he had already escaped, so his current whereabouts are unknown." Jolene was silent for a moment. "Is that so?" She continued walking through the grounds, not forgetting to ask, "And what about that thing?" "I am certain Prince Philip was holding it." Only then did Lauren hesitantly recount what happened. "Those Pijamut bastards took it." Jolene's hand clenched tighter upon hearing this. Pijamut. That name grows more and more irritating. Thinking he had done wrong, he took the blame. "Forgive me, my lady. If you wish, please punish me." But she wasn't angry at all. Instead, she comforted Lauren. "There's no need. That thing is more important right now. It is the only way to restore Prince Philip to his position as an elector." He couldn't help but slam his hand on the floor. "But Prince Philip, His Highness." Jolene narrowed her eyes slightly, reminding him in a cold voice, "Lauren, the prince is not someone who would die so easily." She rested her chin on her hand and spoke nonchalantly. "Go to Pijamut's place and deliver this message for me. Tell him to hand that thing over." Jolene gave a smile that truly embodied the essence of the Rose Demon King. "Or else, things won't be very pleasant." The scene changes to Pijamut's dusty base. Pijamut's face was contorting in a fit of rage. "What did you just say? That crazy bitch has been revived." Vincent tilted his head as if to confirm. "That's right, my lord." Seeing this, Pijamut grew even more panicked. "Impossible." Pijamut remembered Margaret's monstrous face, which made him turn pale with fear. That monster of a woman is back. "But my trap was perfect." But Vincent couldn't help but cut him off. "But she's still only human." Meanwhile, Pizamut's face had turned an ugly shade of purple. "You don't understand." His voice couldn't hide the fear as he remembered the time she single-handedly walked into that unbalanced fight. "I still can't forget how that woman charged into AU's territory alone and massacred all of his subordinates, especially the sight of Margaret strangling her opponent and beheading him." He started hugging himself in fear. "Do you know what triggered that massacre?" Vincent, still unable to sympathize with Pizamut, asked. "What was it?" The man immediately recalled the image of a crushed snack. One of Ao's subordinates stepped on her snack. That sharp gaze. It made Pizamut's voice tremble uncontrollably. Since then, all the demon lords have called her Margarita, the Storm of Destruction. Just as he finished speaking, another demon rushed in frantically. "Master, a message from the demon lord Jolene has just arrived." His face turned pale as he saw the demon approaching with the paper. "What is it now?" The demon trembled under Pizamut's gaze and reported, "I'm not sure myself." He stared at the paper being offered to him, silent, not daring to take it. This isn't a good time. He stubbornly held it out in front of Pizamut. That thing. He couldn't help but wonder to himself, what kind of tantrum is that woman throwing now? Finally, despite his fear, Pizamut forced himself to open the paper. His eyes widened, and he stammered. "That woman!" Pizamut roared in fury, yet he sounded pathetically close to tears. "That thing! Why would she think I have it?" Seeing him screaming furiously, Vincent approached. "What is it now? That crazy woman is demanding that I hand over that thing." Vincent fell silent, frozen at his words. He lightly covered his mouth, his mind racing. He suddenly thought of Hessis's death, Margaret, and the white scroll, which made him feel uneasy. Why would Jolene think we have it? We never even got close to it. In fact, we lost track of Hessis while we were chasing Philip. This is all very suspicious. Margaret's resurrection and the sudden disappearance of that item. The outcome is clear, but the cause is hazy. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Vincent's mind, leaving him stunned. No way. Could there be someone pulling the strings behind all this? Ju was sneezing uncontrollably, as if someone was talking about him. He opened his mouth wide, but kept sneezing until he was dizzy. Seeing this, Beat Part 2 asked, "Master, are you sick?" Ju could only brush it off. "No, my nose is just a little itchy." Hearing this, he didn't press the issue and got straight to the point. "Anyway, what do you plan to do with Philip's body?" He thought for a moment before speaking. "What else, later on?" "I'll turn him into an undead servant." Beat Part 2 flinched slightly but quickly agreed. "Ah, a fitting fate for an elector. I look forward to it, sir." He paid no mind to the flattery. Instead, he held up the paper in his hand. "Put that aside for now. The most important thing right now is this. Ju excitedly unfolded it while explaining the Golden Edict. At the same time, the system displayed information about the item. Golden Edict, a document bearing the Empire's golden seal. It serves as proof of an elector's authority. Just seeing that confirmation made him grow excited as he remembered Philip's face. To think that I now have both Philip's body and the Golden Edict. Unconsciously, Ju called out his name. Beep Part 2. Beep Part 2 was quick to respond, "Yes, Master." However, Ju didn't stop there and called out again, "Beep Part 2." Without the slightest complaint, he immediately played along. "Yes, Master." This only made Ju's laughter grow more joyous. Ju raised his hand again, repeating his catchphrase, "Bevenum." Beep Part 2 joined in, laughing loudly. "Yes, Master." On a bumpy road leading deep into a forest, a carriage rolled slowly, followed by soldiers in light armor. Two soldiers at the front of the carriage were chatting. One of them spoke up. "The guildmaster is really raking it in this time." Wayne, sitting beside him, nodded in agreement. "Yeah, with this economic blockade. This is our last chance to fleece them for everything they've got." As the carriage entered the dark forest path, he chuckled and said confidently, "When we get back, we're definitely drinking until we pass out." The other man was getting excited, and I happen to know the perfect spot. But just then, from the darkness behind them, two mysterious figures were closing in. Before he could finish his sentence, an arrow sank deep into Wayne's neck. His partner froze, his eyes widening in horror at the sight of the blood. Before he could even scream, a squad of black-cloaked assassins shot past like lightning. Zane roared, "Take everything! Kill them all!" The soldiers' faces went pale. Choi trembled and yelled, "We're under attack! Grab your weapons!" A warrior with a cold gaze lunged forward, swinging his sword at his opponent. Immediately, his comrade was also attacked. The two blades clashed with a deafening clang. The soldiers strained to block the powerful slash, but Zane just gave a wicked smile and said mockingly, "Hey, you merchants have made quite a bit of money, haven't you? That must be what you exchanged with Jolene, isn't it?" Hearing that, he roared furiously right at the guy. "What the hell do you think you're doing? Do you have any idea where this money was supposed to go?" Without hesitation, Zane rushed forward, gripping his sword hilt, his eyes fierce. The two clashed in an explosive moment. The guy gritted his teeth and shot back. "So what?" He was knocked back, squeezing his eyes shut in pain. He tried to keep his balance, but a powerful vortex of energy immediately swept over him. All around was the darkness of the deep forest. Teammates were everywhere. One of them raised his weapon, approaching him and lowering his voice. "If you have a problem, go run crying to Van Pergus." Zane's face was filled with murderous intent. He gritted his teeth, whispering softly, word by word, "Remember to bring your master along too." The scene cuts sharply to a bright room. Van Pergus is disinfecting a wound for Ju. He lets out a soft groan. She looks at Ju worriedly and orders, "Stay still." His face was now bright red. Ju winced in pain. It hurts so much." Van Pergus's eyes were filled with worry. Her voice was soft but firm. "Just bear with it for a moment." "What on earth did you do to get injured this badly, sir?" Suddenly, the door burst open. Margaret rushed in, looking frantic, yelling loud enough to make him flinch. "Valo, you're back." The two of them looked confused in the direction of the shout. The atmosphere became strangely silent. Her golden eyes widened in bewilderment. Van Pergus was stunned silent. The scene shifts to a large building where a piercing scream echoes through the space. Van Pergus has taken off her helmet. A moment later, she satisfyingly chugged a glass of water. Seeing the guilty look on her face, Margarita gently teased, "Oh, Van Pergus, are you trying to give an old woman like me a heart attack?" Van Pergus bowed her head and mumbled, "My apologies, Lady Margarita." She smiled magnanimously, cupping her own face and speaking cheerfully, "Oh, never mind. I understand. That feeling of not wanting to hide your true self. Isn't that just what a woman's heart desires? Youth is a wonderful thing." Hearing this, she froze for a moment. Ju's face turned just as red. A moment later, Margaret lunged at him, her voice low and threatening. "Valo, you better take good care of Van Pergus. If you dare make her shed even a single tear." At this point, she suddenly stopped making him swallow hard. He shrank back and asked, "Then what?" The atmosphere darkened. Margaret's eyes glowed a sharp, cold red as she threatened, "I will fold you in half." Hearing this, Ju paled and hastily replied, "Yes, ma'am." Not dwelling on the matter, she sat down, crossed her legs and arms, and interrogated him. "By the way, Philip, you said he's dead." Hearing Margaret's question, he calmly explained, "Yes, his body is in the hands of my subber. From a memory, Jew shouted, 'Take it away.'" His subordinates quickly replied, "Yes, sir." He glanced to the side, shrugged, and concluded, I mean my comrades are taking care of him." Hearing this, she suppressed her emotions, her voice trembling. "So, he's really dead." A probing voice rang out. "Is that really such a big deal?" Suddenly, the atmosphere grew dark. Margaret's eyes began to glow, and her voice dropped thick with killing intent. "I really wanted to deal with him with my own two hands." Seeing her sudden change in mood, a stuttering voice was heard. Jew, sitting relaxed in his chair, looked even more bewildered as Margaret continued, "But, well, he's dead anyway. I guess that's fine." He gave a forced smile, thinking to himself, "It's probably better that Philip died by my hand." Jew turned towards her and said cheerfully, "On second thought, Ma, I have a gift for you." Hearing the word gift, Margaret's face lit up with interest. "What is it?" Calmly but confidently, he presented the pile of gold before them. "This is what I collected from the remnants of Philip's gang." His words took her by surprise. Jew pointed a hand at the glittering pile of gold and said confidently to Margaret, "With this, you can buy any snack you want." Her eyes widened in astonishment as she asked, "What did you just say?" Margaret stared at him, praising him non-stop. "Volo, are you some kind of saint?" Seeing the look on her face, Jew quietly asked, "Does Angela starve you often or something?" Margaret's face was radiant, sparkling, as if she were gazing upon heaven. "Suddenly, you look pretty handsome." He was helpless. He yelled, "Hey, stop it!" Just then Van Pergus walked over with a confused look, observing the scene between the two of them. She frowned and asked, "Valo, what are all those papers?" Hearing that, Jew glanced over, a bit flustered, and replied, They look like letters." She walked forward, picking up the letters one by one to read them. He explained, "They're letters exchanged between Philip and Jolin. It seems that Jolin is trying to make Philip the emperor." A black and red panel appears, outlining the majestic silhouette of a king and a woman, as Jew's voice narrates. "The relationship between the current emperor and Jolin is very bad because of a tax issue." Margaret, standing nearby, heard this and agreed. "That's right. It's just like the current economic blockade." Hearing this, he frowned slightly. "An economic blockade." She turned to look at Jew, her eyes a little surprised. You don't know." Amidst a chaotic scene in a grand hall, many people suddenly collapse. Margaret's voice narrates steadily. The emperor is currently seizing all goods from every merchant guild associated with Jolin. Seize. Because of that, the knightly families around here are having a massive headache. Images of bandits flash by as she continues to explain, "That's why the Ritter family attacked the ex-Nis merchant guild." Hearing this, he started to feel a bit awkward. When Margaret finally explained, our poor Van Pergus, who was already under immense mental pressure, cried out, her eyes wide with worry. Lady Margaret became flustered, her face flushing beet red. She forced a smile and stammered, "That's right." Jew looked at her, a mix of worry and confusion on his face. "Is something wrong?" He stood behind her, his arms full of papers. Margaret replied in a small voice, "Actually, it's over here." She pressed her lips together and fell silent. Van Pergus, in her nun's habit, gently looked up. She offered a reassuring smile and said, "It's all right. Let me explain, Lady Margarita." In the dim room, darkness filled the space. A soft sigh echoed. He pressed his lips together, sweat beading on his temples. "Everything's a complete mess," Jew thought to himself, picturing a powerful king with a furious, murderous expression. Purple lightning crackled around the image. He murmured, "I never expected the Emperor's economic blockade to escalate into a full-blown conflict with the Elector of Bayan." The door flew open. A familiar, worried voice called out, "It's me!" Recognizing the visitor, Jew sighed in relief. Van Pergus." Seated at the elegant tea table, Van Pergus spoke in a calm but pointed tone. "Valo, I hope you will forget everything you heard today." She sat formally in her chair, her expression calm but tinged with anxiety. "This has nothing to do with you." He looked at Van Pergus, shaking his head gently but firmly. "I can't do that. If this involves you, Van Pergus, then I truly want to help." His words made her freeze for a second. "Thank you, sir," Van Pergus replied softly, but then her expression darkened. "But this has gotten too big." Van Pergus smiled faintly, her voice half joking. "If you help me again, I'll feel incredibly guilty." Ju stood across from her, watching her intently. His expression was thoughtful as an image of Van Pergus, strong and clad in armor, appeared in his mind. "I know she's dependable," he thought, "but she's still inexperienced. And her kind heart." Ju took her hand, thinking, "That's the very reason." He looked straight ahead and called out in a deep voice, "Hey, Van Pergus." Ju then continued with a smile. It was a little weary but sincere. "You're right. This is too big of a job for a sellsword like me." Across from him, Van Pergus's eyes were full of gratitude as she replied softly, "Yes. So, this time." Sitting in the large chair, he tilted his head and said with conviction, "Even so, I still want to help." A voice echoed from deep inside him, "I want to be her strength." He let out a small laugh and joked, "Mercenaries have their uses, you know." Van Pergus looked up, a faint smile on her lips. "How can you still be joking at a time like this?" Ju gave a confident, knowing smirk. "Besides," he leaned forward, his grin widening into a challenge, "I happen to be pretty good at what I do." His statement made her tilt her head. "Confident?" Van Pergus asked, skeptical. The scene shifts to a magnificent cathedral with towering white walls. Ju strode quickly down the stone corridor, the light highlighting his grim expression. Further down the hall, two nuns turned around at the sound of his approaching footsteps. His footsteps echoed urgently. In the vast main hall, Ju sprinted forward. He burst through a door into a warm, bright room and yelled. Hearing him call Margaret looked up with a start, calling out his name in confusion, "Valo." Ju, breathing heavily, held up a sparkling magical clasp. It's the magic clasp Philip used to own, and it's filled with countless gold coins. As he looked up, Ju constantly sparked Margarita's curiosity. "Aren't you curious?" He challengingly held up the lock and declared, "If you can open it right now, the reward will be doubled." Ju leaned forward, his voice provocative. "Wanna try?" Immediately, the one with the glowing golden eyes reacted strongly. Margarita shouted with determination, "Make it triple!" In the room, Ju stood at a distance looking ahead and exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, what's with that glove?" Over here, Margarita was excitedly hugging a pile of gold. Ju, now standing seriously, raised his hand and listened intently to her words. "This is an upgraded version of the zipper lock. The magic that I just unlocked. Now just with a slight flip of the palm." A fierce blue light enveloped a flask that Ju was lifting as Margarita's voice continued steadily. "Like this." On a lush green forest path, he rode on horseback, looking down at the flask in his hand. Ju let out a surprised laugh. "Well now, I've never seen anything like this before. Did they secretly add an update or something?" He brought the flask closer, a relaxed and witty smile on his face as he said, "Convenient patches are always welcome." Then, in a sudden moment, the horse unexpectedly bucked, splashing water straight into Ju's face. He immediately looked at the horse and yelled angrily, "What's wrong with you all of a sudden, filly?" Right after that, the horse's expression became helpless as it kept pointing forward, while Ju beside it looked on uneasily. His face suddenly froze. In front of him was a ribbon with words written on it. "Welcome to the great city of Bluen." Amidst the bustling crowd, Ju looked ahead and suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, "Huh, what the hell is this?" The vast, clear blue sky carried a gentle breeze. Then brilliant stage lights flared up. He walked in one hand raised high with confidence. "Finally, I'm in." The scene of a jam-packed amusement park appeared. A voice rang out, "This feels like waiting for 3 hours at Disneyland." Estimated time about 3 hours. Each word made Ju's expression darken. In the middle of the crowded square, a young man holding a red sign made him stop in his tracks. The man's voice boomed, "Welcome to the city of the great Lord Ru." At that moment, Ju continued walking, observing his surroundings and muttering softly, "Whoa, this place is exactly the same as before." Amidst the bustling city scene, a cheerful tavern owner bowed and called out, "My lord," while the girl next to him waved happily. "My lord, please visit our tavern." A thought echoed in his mind. Then Bluen is a city where different races live together. The great lord they're talking about is the Demon King Cuban. A man was showering the lady with compliments. "My lady, your skin has gotten even more beautiful lately." His words made her endlessly happy. "It's all thanks to the great lord." Right then, Cuban appeared with a heroic aura. Cuban contributed greatly to unifying the culture thanks to his vast knowledge and eloquence. He was also considered a demon king. The most human-friendly second, only to Jolene. Ju gazed ahead thoughtfully, his mind racing. He's also an important figure who will be a great help in this matter. I absolutely have to meet him. His eyes widened as he suddenly caught sight of a figure approaching with a "Hello!" In front of Ju was a goblin speaking cheerfully with his arms wide open, an adventurer with an extraordinary aura. Hearing this, Ju was a bit surprised and asked back, "You know who I am?" He continued, his voice full of sarcasm. "Oh no, but your aura is so powerful it's impossible not to notice." A skill notification window appeared in the air. This made Ju wonder, an extraordinary aura, is it because of this skill? I'm so... Just then, the goblin cheerfully struck up a conversation. "Is this your first time in Bluen, sir?" At that moment, the notification rang out. Majesty of the Great Leader, rank SS. A skill that increases charisma and divine presence as proficiency increases. He thought of the image of himself as a protector. This made him secretly pleased. "Not bad. This might be useful later." Ju then replied to him, "Yes, I came to meet Cuban." Hearing this, the goblin jumped up, excitedly clenched his fists, and cheered. Oh, as expected of an extraordinary person. So this is what it feels like to witness great figures attracting one another, he said loudly as he ran, unable to hide his excitement. "I also have business with him. Please let me guide you there." Behind the goblin, Ju heard this, and his eyes showed a clear look of confusion. Him. At a massive, magnificently designed castle, Cuban's castle, a large door with luxurious golden patterns appeared in the main hall. The small creature bowed politely before Ju. "Please wait here. Tea will be brought shortly." Ju smiled and replied, "All right." Suddenly, a skill notification window flared up before his eyes, startling Ju. "Wait, it's only reached level 1. How did that goblin recognize me then?" Seemingly too tired, he decided to just let it go, saying, "Whatever. It doesn't matter now." Ju stood before a statue staring at it and wondering. Looks like he's still a narcissist, huh? An artwork based on his own image. Suddenly, the goblin announced from behind him, "Your tea has arrived, sir." Adventurer Ju jumped and let out a yelp. The goblin burst out laughing, then bowed his head and apologized. "My apologies for startling you." Still shaken, Ju instructed in a stern voice, "Next time, please give me a heads up." But the goblin just shrugged and answered nonchalantly, "As you can see, I'm a monster." As the atmosphere calmed down, Ju sat down and asked directly, "Anyway, what brings you here?" He smiled, half joking, and replied, "Me, I came to register my marriage with him." The goblin blinked, and then immediately put on a dramatic act. "Our relationship is very sweet, you know." From afar, he sighed in exasperation. "Here we go again." Ju recalled the welcoming scene from earlier, and a thought echoed in his mind. Everyone calls him Lord Cuban, but only this guy calls him Sir. Thinking this, he narrowed his eyes slightly and decided, let's test this out. Ju stood before him and began probing. "So that ring must be a wedding ring, right?" The goblin froze for a moment, but then he quickly regained his usual confidence and said smugly, "So you've noticed, have you, sir?" Just as I'd hoped, I sank 15% of my salary into this. Hearing this, Yu just smirked and replied, "Is that so?" He glanced at the timid goblin behind him and offered a compliment. "That's quite an impressive performance." Cuban. His pale green hand trembled, a sparkling red ring spinning slightly on his finger. The goblin stammered, "What do you mean, sir?" Before he could finish, Ju cut in, "That ring." He pointed, his voice sharp as if exposing a secret. "Isn't that the ruby ring that Cuban always treasures? And the fact that you said I seem extraordinary when very few people even know who I am is also highly suspicious. And on top of that," Ju continued, "no one calls themselves Lord." Just then, shadows and green smoke erupted as a voice spoke out. Indeed, the information was spot on. The smoke swirled violently as he gave a cryptic smile. "Your intuition is truly sharp." Cuban, with his short platinum blonde hair and sharp eyes, stood amidst the hazy smoke. "That's right. Valor step valor. I am the ruler of Progent." The expression on his face was not exactly friendly. His eyes showed his determination. "Cuban, the Dark Demon King." Cuban. Later, he was sitting and sipping tea. He didn't forget to ask, You must have come to see me about the Walpurgis incident, correct? Hearing this, Ju quickly replied, That's right. He looked straight at Cuban and gave a self-satisfied smile. I thought you might have some useful clues or information. He gently set down his teacup, his voice thoughtful. I know what you want. Pausing for a moment, Cuban chuckled softly and stated his demand. But there's one condition. Ju's expression immediately darkened. I saw this coming, Cuban, but he still managed a faint smile and asked, A condition? An image of the man appeared surrounded by endless letters. Ju's thoughts raced. His obsession with knowledge was already obvious. In the early chapters, he was that notorious pervert, willing to pay just to know the color of the emperor's underwear. But then, pausing for a moment, he remembered scenes of war and peace. A cunning glint appeared in his eyes. I know all the hot gossip from future wars to real estate trends. Thinking this as if he had grasped Cuban's weakness, Ju grew inwardly excited. Go on, say it. I know everything. But the man before him just kept smiling so gently. After a moment, Cuban stated his request. Be my friend. Ju agreed immediately without hesitation. Done. But right after that, he realized something wasn't right here. Seeing Ju freeze up, he quickly explained, You may not know this, but you're about to become the center of attention. From the conquest of Hessus, Cuban even knew his secrets. To your relationship with that rigid holy knight. That sentence made Ju stiffen. He grimaced and asked, Are we close? At this, he beamed. If I associate with someone like you, it will definitely be to my benefit. Seemingly left with no other choice, he agreed. I understand. Later, Ju was lost in thought. So, how do we show that we're friends? Not letting him think any further, Cuban brought out a brilliant ring. Take this. The ring carried an immense aura of power. As you can see, this is a communication ring just for calling each other when we're bored. His every word made Ju suspicious. What is he plotting? He painfully pictured a study scene, looking like the type of person who would lecture with a smile. You should study harder. Cuban under the table kept nagging. You should study harder. The more he thought about it, the less Ju believed the word friend that he used. Friend. His thoughts about Cuban multiplied. I can't figure that guy out at all. He didn't hesitate any longer and spoke up. Next, as a gift of friendship, some information that you want. Instantly, a snap of his fingers was heard. Ah, I have something. Hearing this, Ju asked curiously, What is it? Cuban didn't hide anything from him. The clue is in the capital of the Duchy of Saxon, in the electoral district of the Saxon capital, Dresden. A voice echoed, Dresden. Ju walked straight to the gate. To the bewilderment of the gate guards, a guard immediately shouted, Who are you? His expression was not good now. Jiu summoned the system panel and shoved it right in their faces, causing them to scream out in pain. His face darkened as he growled out each word, Don't get in my way. Ju carried the system panel and walked swiftly forward. Wherever he went, people screamed in fear. They constantly fled, wanting nothing to do with him. Later, right in front of Ju, rows of people knelt down one after another. Seeing this, he shouted in annoyance, Get out of the way! At the Velia Merchant Guild, an urgent voice called out, Guildmaster! Lena burst through the front door, her voice filled with panic. A terrifying pressure is heading towards our guild. Hearing this, DM was surprised. A terrifying pressure. She seemed to lose her composure, screaming in a panic, He's coming! The moment Ju approached, Lena fled screaming non-stop. Don't come over here! See. Seeing him, the man's expression was no better than hers. His entire body trembled as DM's voice filled with suspicion. Why would someone like you come here? But Ju didn't answer right away. After quickly manipulating the system panel, he gave a sinister smile and enunciated each word. I've come to make a deal. Merchant Guildmaster. From those words, Ju vaguely guessed he was talking about Dustin. Kubai elegantly raised his teacup and confirmed it for him. That's right. The Velia Merchant Guild and the Ritter Knightley family are there. He also informed Ju that they were saddled with a massive debt, putting them in a creditor-debtor relationship. Ju couldn't help but be surprised by the information Kubai provided. Inwardly, he was marveling at Kubai. This was the kind of information he had absolutely no access to. That's Kuban for you. Ju knew Kubai's abilities all too well. This was the man who had bested him countless times in information warfare. He truly could know anything. Thanks to his power, his intelligence network spread across the entire continent. That was the Dark Demon Lord Kuban. Kubai, guessing Ju's thoughts, continued speaking. Judging by your expression, you seem satisfied with this information. But there's one more thing. Ju looked bewildered, wondering, what is it? He stood quietly looking at the little girl lying on the bed. DM placed a hand on her forehead and introduced her to Ju. Sir Extraordinary Adventurer, this is my daughter Marin. The sadness in his eyes lessened as he spoke of his daughter, even as she lay there in bed. DM remembered when his daughter was still healthy and playful not so long ago. She was still a healthy and radiant child, but then something strange suddenly happened to his daughter. Then one day she just began to wither away. Eventually she didn't even have the strength to hold things. And that's how we ended up in this situation. Every Dr. DM invited to treat his daughter just shook their heads. We've called upon every famous physician on the continent, but they all just shook their heads. His daughter was his weakness. He collapsed, sobbing uncontrollably, and uttered, "If this goes on, I'll lose my daughter forever. I can't." Suddenly, James stood up and shouted right in Ju's face, "There has to be a way. There has to be a way to save her." He broke down crying again, stammering as he begged, "Sir, Extraordinary Adventurer, please bring my daughter's smile back." Suddenly, Ju placed a hand on his face to comfort him. "First, forget about that Extraordinary Adventurer nonsense. Just call me Valo." "Yes, Sir Valo." The man wiped his face. Ju explained, "In any case, that is the reason I came here, to make a deal. That was a bit much. My apologies." Ju became serious and lowered his voice. He placed his hand on Marin's forehead to check her condition. Just a glance was enough to see that his daughter's condition was extremely serious. Based on her state, Ju made a diagnosis: a significant decrease in muscle mass and a persistent low-grade fever. Marin's condition was truly critical. This illness couldn't be cured with ordinary medicine. Ju looked at the girl behind him and revealed, "But there is still one way, a way to cure this disease." Hearing this, DM became agitated and shouted, "What is it?" Ju told him the cure to save his daughter. "Rose Glockner, we need the elixir from that place." Upon hearing about that cure, James's hands began to tremble. Oh no. He was so shocked, he collapsed to the ground. "When you hear that, do you mean we can't save her?" "That's right. Rose Glockner is that kind of place. When they were two young boys, they once made a dare. If you return from Gross Glockner, I will grant you any wish in this world." That was the same as saying it's impossible. The demon dragon Gross Glockner. The place seemed devoid of human life, dark and terrifying. A giant canyon famous for its imposing landscape. Something seemed to be lurking there. Located in the southeastern part of the empire, it is the domain of the demon dragon Squadifin. The ancient dragon there is truly powerful and ferocious. Although there are very few ancient dragons left on the continent, his power is immeasurable. Even a demon lord would have a hard time dealing with him. Furthermore, the place is home to countless demonic beasts, and the canyon he rules is teeming with magical beasts. DM, knowing that the cure could only be found there, fell into despair, saying, "To put it simply, it's a living hell for both humans and the demon race." A hopeless challenge for an ordinary person, but Ju just smiled, seemingly intrigued by the place. Only for an ordinary person. He stepped forward, placed a hand on James's shoulder, and called out, "Merchant Guildmaster!" With eyes full of confidence, Ju declared, "Don't worry, I will go." Hearing those words from him, James felt a small flicker of hope. To him, Ju was now like a ray of light. At the same time, Ju had acquired a new skill for himself. Mephistopheles' acting skill has been activated. With this fiendish acting skill, you can deceive and mock your opponent. Jim grabbed Ju by the collar and insisted, "Oh no! If someone has to go, it should be me." "No." Ju explained to Jim with sincerity, "What your daughter needs most right now is not an elixir." He told him what he should be doing. It's the sincere love of her father. Hearing those words, DM couldn't help but be moved. "Sir Valo, what can I do to help you?" Hearing that, Ju gave a faint smile. He feigned being in a tough spot and told James, "It's nothing too complicated. I heard the Ritter family owes a massive debt to the Velia Merchant Guild." James looked on with teary eyes, waiting. Regarding that debt, what the guild requested of him, Could Ju accept it instead? Before James could object, he grabbed his shoulder and shouted, "What Guildmaster Ju is using morality to pressure you? Do it for your only daughter, for your daughter Marin, who with her frail body struggles to call you father." James remembered times from the past. His daughter playing happily, calling out, "Daddy, oh daddy." The little girl, so innocent back then, suggested to James, "When I grow up, I'm going to marry you, okay, daddy?" Thinking of his daughter, James agreed to Ju's proposal. All right. After securing the deal, Ju went to Glockner. What a perfect moonlit night for a climb. Look at this scenery. It made him feel nothing but delight. How beautiful this view is. You pulled an herb from the ground, marveling, this thing is huge. He held the herb in front of Philly and asked, "Philly, do you know what this is?" Philly sniffed the herb greedily. Ju revealed, "That's right. This is a rare herb that only grows here." Ju fed the herb to it. "All right. Come on, eat up. Listen closely, Philly. This forest also has some very reliable guardians. Thanks to this excellent security, no humans or evil demons can get in." Philly's stats soared. Even the weeds here have spiritual power. Even the wild grass throughout the canyon is steeped in the magic dragon's power. Outside this place, these are considered rare medicinal ingredients. Ju bends down to pick some up. He seems quite fascinated by the spiritually charged things here. Here, and over there, too. Just a handful of this soil is a precious treasure. Just like that Ju wanted to gather every herb here. The herbs here. The herbs over there. Philly, every patch of soil here is worth its weight in gold. As he plucked the herbs, he calculated, not only can I save the guildmaster's daughter, but I can also make a ton of money. Ju shoved a handful of herbs into his mouth and chewed voraciously. Wow, this is delicious. Suddenly, a rock was thrown straight at his head. Fuming Ju whipped his head around. The figure of a monster appeared chasing him. Get lost, human. Seeing them, Ju was a bit surprised. A group of hobgoblins appeared, declaring their territory. "This land belongs to us." The system revealed everything about this place. Protector of humanity, side information, Glockner, a canyon located at an altitude of 3,798 meters. This is the territory of the magic dragon Skullstall Fan, although filled with elixirs and rare herbs. This place is considered a dangerous land, only open to magical beasts, permitted by the magic dragon, regardless of species. A hobgoblin with tears streaming down its face tried to dig up the herbs. Ju leisurely sat and drank what Korlak served him, while the hobgoblins were forced to dig furiously. Ju, looking cool in his sunglasses, seemed to have noticed something. He pointed at the hobgoblins in front of him and yelled, "Hey, you lot, dig properly!" Not only that, Ju even provided them with a sample to reference. "Look, it has to be clean like this. I told you to dig without damaging the roots." The hobgoblins immediately trembled in fear at his threat. "If you keep working like that, I'll send you all to your graves." Ju roared like he was the lord of this place. "Do you hear me?" Flashing back to 1 hour earlier, the hobgoblins were still very aggressive. Seeing their numbers, Ju was a little worried. The hobgoblins quickly charged towards him. Wanting to attack him, Ju dropped the act and immediately unleashed a move, activating his skill. His eyes turned blue. With just one move, Ju wiped out the hobgoblins who had just rushed him with Soul Siphon. He slowly absorbed their life force. Seeing the hobgoblins lying all over the ground, Ju mocked, "You idiots, why did you attack me in the first place?" The skill level of Soul Siphon has increased. He snapped his fingers again, unleashing a new skill on the hobgoblins. They came back to life, their eyes changed. They slowly stood up. The hobgoblins now followed Ju's command. Seeing this, he even clapped, praising them. "Very good, very good." Ju suddenly licked his lips as if craving the goblins. A glass of wine floated in the air. "That's right." Ju casually drank his tea and chatted with Clark. "Why would you attack if you knew from the very beginning that you couldn't win? Am I right, Clark? We did not recognize your power master." Clark was very grateful to him for recruiting them. "Thank you for taking us in master, even though we are of a lowly race." All right. I'm also glad that you're willing to work for me." "Yes." In addition, Ju wanted to get some information from him. "More importantly, report to me. Besides you guys, who else is in this canyon?" "Yes." Clark didn't hide anything and told him everything. Besides us hobgoblins, this canyon also has many magical beasts, werewolves, wyverns, giants, and a large number of ogres too. After hearing this, Ju praised him. You're quite knowledgeable. I'm glad I chose you to be my aide. What an honor all of a sudden. The communicator on his hand lit up again. Someone was calling Ju. He answered unhappily. Hello. Servalo is quite difficult, isn't he? The person on the other end reminded Ju. Have you forgotten? I am the one who gave you that communicator. Welcome to the city of Plzen. Ju finally recognized the person on the other end of the line. I almost forgot. You're quite the joker, aren't you? Kubai wanted to get some information about the place from Ju. By the way, how are things in Growlocker? This guy has really good instincts. Ju spoke while eating some fruit. Well, the weather is beautiful, the wind is cool, and the moon is lovely. Is that so? Kubai seemed to see through him and extended an invitation. Coincidentally, we're also busy preparing for a festival here in Plzen. If you have time, you should stop by. If I'm free, I'll come. He also revealed new information. By the way, Lady Van Pergus dropped by this time. Oh, and the compensation notice was delivered. Well, just as Sir Valon said, a compensation fee of 100,000 florins. She's demanding a huge sum. Those cunning merchants are the ones who did it. And they also said they would confiscate the goods we intended to trade with Jolin. It's all just talk of unfair matters. On his end of the line, Ju was not pleased either. They're starting to go too far. Perhaps this is only the beginning. Ju also asked Kubai to pass on a message. Please tell her to pretend to agree to the deal, but to drag it out for as long as possible. Upon hearing this, Kubai gave a sinister smile. That's the least I can do. After all, this is between me and Servalo. Ju also cheerfully made a generous offer. I will be sure to reward you handsomely upon my return. Sounds good. Kubai on the other end seemed to have guessed. I'm very much looking forward to it. I hear Grosslocker is a gold mine, correct? Yes, you can look forward to it. He suddenly hung up, leaving Ju bewildered. Hey, it seems to be quite noisy on your end. I'm hanging up now. Ju didn't expect Kubai to hang up so quickly. What the? He really hung up. He leaned back, sighing to himself. I'm only putting up with this for Vampire Kid's sake. Sir? Ju, seeing Clark's state, was a little annoyed. Why do you look so panicked? Do you need to use the restroom? No, something terrible has happened. Seeing his reaction, Ju opened his glasses and looked to the side. What is it? Giant monsters had surrounded Ju at some point. Clark jumped in fear at their appearance. Ogres. Ju stood up to protect him. Clark, get back. But I must protect you, sir. He pushed Clark behind him and ordered, I said get back. Ju turned his head to the side. The hobgoblins had been defeated by the ogres. They were all taken down. Seeing the sheer size of the ogres, Ju still couldn't think of a way to deal with them. At his current tier drain skill level, these monsters' levels were too high and would resist the skill. It looks like it won't work on them. He knew that approach wasn't viable, and even if he summoned the undead, they would just end up like the others. At that moment, the emblem on Ju's hand began to glow. All right then. He felt a surge of power, ready to face the ogres. I guess I should get a little more serious. The mercenary emblem was emitting a great power. That power enveloped Ju's body. A sword of incredible power slowly materialized, one of the 12 great swords of the Empire and the indestructible treasure of the Fans GU family. Ju now possessed that sword. Obtaining Lubriana gave him another level of strength. Lubriana, S rank, an heirloom of the Fans GU family passed down for 200 years. It enhances the level of the Moon Shadow Sword style, the exclusive technique of the Fans GU family. You all recognize the true value of this sword too, don't you? This sword is a weapon made specifically for the Moon Shadow Sword style. That fool Philip chose another flashy sword and left this one to rust in the storehouse. Moon Shadow Sword style. That formless energy. The aura radiating from Lubriana made even the ogres wary. Ju seemed to create countless Lubrianas attacking forward. Formless moonbeam. One of the ogres was wounded by the sword. After being hit, the ogres quickly became wary of their backs. Ju weaved back and forth right in front of them. Like a lingering spirit, he appeared right beside an ogre. Suddenly, blood vessels bulged in the ogre's eyes. Very quickly, they had all been wounded by Ju. Ju stood majestically on the head of one of the ogres, then suddenly leaped off it. With his nimble movements, Ju finished off the ogres. Just as he took down the last one, Clark ran over frantically. Sir, Ju looked at the fallen ogres and sighed in relief. Success. At first, I was a bit worried, since it's been a long time since I used this move. Seeing him wipe them all out, Kala clapped and praised him. How wonderful. When praised, his nose grew longer as he laughed heartily. It's nothing, he said confidently, showing off his nose. I used to be able to maintain it for 10 minutes, but now I can only hold it for 30 seconds. Your nose is even longer than mine now. Suddenly a dark figure appeared and demanded, Was that your doing? Hearing the voice, Ju turned to look. The mysterious figure lunged in front of him and growled. I asked, Was that your doing? He kept backing away from the mysterious person. Since when? Suddenly a large clawed hand shot out, gripping Ju's neck tightly. Tu Fan, with an expressionless face, threatened, I'll snap your neck. Tu Fan forcefully threw her powerful arm off him. In a rage, she hurled Ju into the distance. The system issued a notification, warning Ju, you have been attacked. HP has dropped to 10%. Hearing that his power had dropped so significantly, he couldn't help but be shocked. Are you kidding me? Just one hit and I'm... Tu Fan stomped her foot on the ground, her dark silhouette looming as she growled, You! Why are you so ridiculously strong? And Ju wasn't even afraid questioning Tu Fan like that. And just who the hell are you? If you want to know someone else's identity, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Tu Fan didn't hesitate to reveal her identity. You have no manners. I am the master of the Rose Blogger. But upon hearing this, Ju was completely stunned. He remembered the majestic form of the Rose Blogger. I can't believe it. The master of the Rose Blogger. The Demon Dragon. Is that Demon Dragon? What's with this way of talking? Yu stared at Tu Fan, his mind in turmoil. Could it be? Since the last round, she was always that giant dragon loading. Master, what the hell is happening in this round? Seeing him staring, Tu Fan questioned him. She moved with swift agility, appearing right in front of Ju. After sizing him up, Tu Fan said dismissively, You're too complacent. I can feel energy coming from another dimension. What? As he was thinking, Kala stepped forward to shield him from behind. Could that self-proclaimed lizard really break the fourth wall? Master, I will protect you. Seeing Kala's attitude, Tu Fan decided no need for discussion. You are arrogant and ill-mannered. She raised her hand high and declared her verdict, You die. At that moment, Ju panicked and begged, Wait, please, just listen to what I have to say. But Tu Fan wouldn't listen to his pleas. Questions are useless. She lunged, aiming to strangle Kala. He quickly revealed, If I die, you die with me. Tu Fan's sharp claws stopped just short of his eye, as if something had given her pause. What the hell? Tu Fan realized Ju wasn't that person. It wasn't me, Good Morning explained. It's the truth. After calming himself, Ju recounted, Sometimes I have prophetic dreams, and I saw it. An image of Tu Fan being destroyed appeared in his mind. You, Demon Dragon, will die a gruesome death. With a bewildered expression, Tu Fan tried to confirm, I die. Yes, you die. Ju pointed to his own head, assuring her, Precisely. If you don't believe me, why don't you try reading my memories? Hearing this, Tu Fan hesitated. She suddenly raised her hand, startling Ju. Finally, Tu Fan sighed, accepting it. Agreed. But she pointed a sharp claw at Ju and threatened, Lie and you die. Terrified, Ju agreed. Tu Fan's clawed hand began to slowly crack open. Finally, her real hand emerged. Tu Fan gently placed her hand on Ju's head. As she did, she threatened, Tilt your head and you die. With sweat dripping down his cheek, Ju agreed. Yes, ma'am. As Tu Fan placed her hand on his head, a wind began to swirl. Suddenly, a 7-colored light appeared, and Tu Fan was pulled into Ju's memories. She began searching through them. Ju exclaimed, This is... Human memories are so overloaded, there's nothing important in here. Tu Fan slowly searched through his mind. I need to see more. What memories do you need? There's no need for that. Ju directed a giant sphere of memory toward Tu Fan. Here, just watch this part. She seemed displeased by his action. Suspicious. You have no manners. Suspicious. The memories in Ju's head appeared hazy and indistinct, jumping from one to the next. And then the image came into focus. Memory origin unidentified. After seeing it, Tu Fan couldn't hide her surprise. Is this real? Yes, that should be enough. After showing her Ju pushed her out of his mind. It seemed to have taken a lot of his energy to let her in. Ju thought to himself, feeling lucky. That was close. A little more. And she probably would have dug into my memories from the previous rounds. Tu-Fan faltered in a panic. Confirming my body, she asked. Who killed me? Her eyes went vacant as if she'd had a revelation. Tu-Fan waved her hand, granting him his reward. Consider this your reward, you don't die. You're just banished. I don't like this mountain. She then glared at Ju with an intimidating gaze. Suddenly, Good Morning Ju stood up and made a request. Let's make a deal instead. Subi. The two of them began to argue over Tu-Fan's name. Your name is too long. It's too long. From now on, I'm just calling you Subi. Such an arrogant tone. Zu confidently patted his chest and declared, Listen to me, Subi. You get to live. Accept this news. Tu-Fan seemed deeply shocked, unable to accept it. Subi rejected me. I'm 3,000 years old. The two of them went back and forth arguing about it. This is how the Gen Z kids talk nowadays. Just accept it. All that meaningless Gen Z jargon. Just accept that Subi rejected you. Just then, the system updated with a new quest for Zu. A new quest has been updated long 10. Due to the quest update, the game's difficulty has increased slightly. In the forest, the fog grew thicker. A small snake was slithering about, looking for food. Someone approached and stepped on it. The figure's silhouette walked on, humming, Master of the Abyss, deeper than even darkness. King of chaos and disorder. The person flexed their bicep, confidently declaring, My name is none other than Lord Odgus, he roared with his powerful body. The great demon king, Odgus. Beside him, Gannick reported, My lord, we are about to arrive. Odgus, his mood ruined by Gannick, was furious. How dare you interrupt me in the middle of my grand debut speech? Please forgive me, my lord. The resentful man sat down to rest by the roadside. Forget it. My mood is completely ruined now. A figure spoke up, pleading with Odgus. They are my subordinates. Please spare them. He seemed surprised by the person's appearance. Oh, so it's you, my child. Kaliwan walked towards Odgus. My daughter, Kaliwan. She bowed respectfully to Odgus. Greetings, master. He recalled a promise he had made to Kaliwan. That's right. I promised that once this campaign is over, I would grant one of your most earnest wishes. Yes, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Odgus seemed to dote on Kaliwan. No, you are my beloved daughter. This is only natural. He immediately called to his followers. Hear me, my subordinates. Odgus used his authority to command, We will now advance to Rose Locker, the place guarded by the demon dragon. Those low-level monsters are nothing to fear, but the demon dragon will not be an easy opponent. In addition, he warned everyone there. But do not let that make you hesitate. And Odgus gave them their mission. All you have to do is devour everything in your sight. Not only that, he allowed them to do even more, and mercilessly trample all living things beneath your feet. Odgus gave a confident smile and declared, As for Scourge Steelfang, the third-ranked demon king of greed, he is mine. The demon horde roared as if in response to Odgus's words. Odgus radiated an aura of overwhelming power. He led the horde of demons forward. Now advance, my children of darkness. Amidst the dark crevices of the rocks, an echo rang out in the night. Assemble, assemble. Zu smirked and said, A new night has begun. He glanced over at the restless goblins. Although we've been bothered by some strange monsters and a dragon with a patchwork language, our mission remains to collect as many precious herbs as possible to bring back to Dresden. As their morale peaked, he shouted, Now advance! The goblins shouted in unison, Advance! Zu pointed, signaling, Good, everyone, to your positions, to your positions, to your positions. Then he slumped into a chair, a makeshift one, and panted, All right. Just then, Clark approached with a drink. A Jamanric cocktail, sir. Zu took it and replied cheerfully, Thank you. Clark, bring one for Philip, too. He immediately bowed. Yes, master. Zu took a sip and noted the strange taste. An unexpected encounter with a dragon in a place like this. If I didn't have memories from the previous round, I would have had my neck snapped long ago. He quietly mused, Why is everything so strange this time? At the same time, he mentally gathered the clues from Philip's betrayal to the sudden change in the dragon's design. Thinking of the vampire, he couldn't help but let out a pleased laugh. And that vampire's beautiful face, too. Zhu's eyes suddenly widened, as if he'd just remembered something. He raised his hand and brought up the system panel in front of him. Zhu immediately activated it. Open main scenario. Countless notification bars cascaded down. His certainty grew. As I thought, it's not just this time. Zhu quietly calculated in his head. Everything that had happened so far didn't match the previous round at all. Compared to his memories from before, everything was completely new. As Korea's #1 protector of humanity, he remembered almost the entire map of Gross Locker down to every single stone. He crossed his arms filled with doubt. So there's no reason that I would mistake the dragon's breeding ground. Something's not right. Let's organize my thoughts. As he thought about it, the major scenarios appeared one by one in his memory. The Battle of Haphill between the Steel Paladin and Bahamut, the betrayal of Friedrich the Steel Paladin's aide, and the crisis at the Pergus Grand Abbey. The important scenarios were all the same. However, when considering the smaller details within them, the minor events were different. This isn't just a new world. Why is there such a difference? He tapped his fingers lightly on the table as he thought, wondering what he might have missed. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the distance. Beside him, a timid goblin spoke up. "Hey, I told them to be careful." "Excuse me." Zhu asks, "What's wrong?" Jirok clutches his bleeding hand and laughs reassuringly. "It's nothing, master, just a minor scratch." Zhu's voice tightens as he warns, "Be careful. You know what happens if you let your guard down, don't you?" He hesitates. Yes, I'll remember that." Zhu sighs helplessly. The moment I take my eyes off them, something happens. The two goblins quickly turn away. "Let's be careful." "Right." Primo leans down worriedly. "Is the wound bad?" Zaruk shakes his head slightly. "It's nothing, brother. I'm completely fine." Watching them, Zhu suddenly thinks, it seems they're brothers. That thought unexpectedly pulls his memories to Scarlet. Come to think of it, Scarlet also had a younger sister. I had no idea about that in my past life. Suddenly, he freezes. The image of Baptist clinging to him all day returns vividly. She was always trying to get close to me. The image of a cheerful Margaret. The girls in his subconscious. Pergus, a beautiful young maiden. He suddenly understands the reason. So that's it. Because my own position has changed. My perspective has shifted as well. A trembling insect crawls past as Zhu is lost in thought. In the world I built before I was the Iron Elector, the Emperor of the Empire. The heroic image flashes through his mind, and a hero who saved the world. He tells himself with a touch of pride, I always started with extraordinary abilities with sky-high stats, but compared to how things are now, what about now? Yu sighs softly. There's nothing special about me. He can't hide his disappointment. I'm just a mediocre character. All I have are the memories from my countless past lives. He lets out a small self-mocking laugh. How pathetic. And yet a part of him feels relieved, but it's precisely because of this. I can now see the expressions of the people around me and notice the small connections I once overlooked. As his thoughts drift, he remembers Baptist again. The next moment, the name Pergus and her beautiful face flash in his mind. Starting out as a commoner has finally made everything clear. This situation is no different. In my previous lives, I simply repaid my debt to Pergus, and that was it. I never knew the true circumstances until now. He snaps to attention. His memories then lead him to Aquila. Zhu recalls her surprising offer from that day. She gave him a piece, saying it could unlock the true ending that no one had ever found. In that moment, the magic circle above Aquila's head suddenly began to glow. The mysterious space she had created. Holding a glass of water, Zhu sinks deeper into thought, even the commoner class being suddenly unlocked. He quietly calls her name in his mind, Aquila. His mind is now swirling with a million questions. Why? Was all of this a guide? Suddenly, a soft crack is heard from his hand. He has crushed the glass. The sound of frantic footsteps rings out as Clark rushes over. Master, a dragon is charging straight for you! Instantly, a massive explosion erupts, shaking the ground violently. Next, Teofen charges in, yelling, Zhu, they're here. Just as you said. Zhu stretches calmly and speaks, Thanks, Aquila. The outcome is just as predicted. Teofen is astonished. What? Zhu just gives him a meaningful wink. This just makes me realize once again. that this game truly knows how to keep a person on their toes. He becomes even more confused. What are you talking about? Ju just waves a hand dismissively. All right, let's go. Teo Fen calls out bewildered, Ju! Clark is equally confused. I don't know either. But in Ju's mind, everything was clearer than ever. I understand now, Aquila. The way to truly enjoy this world. From now on, I'm going to chew it up, savor it, and enjoy it to the fullest. Suddenly, he shouts out, leaving the other two stunned and speechless. The new strategy begins now. Ju bursts into excited laughter. Teo Fen is stunned. He's lost his mind. Clark can only manage a quiet, yes, sir. And so, in Clark's visual diary, Ju's countless erratic expressions were recorded without fail. Every time Ju did something surprising, his heart skipped a beat. Do it properly. And when he got angry, Clark had to watch his every step. As for the moments Ju laughed to himself like a madman, he would tremble, barely daring to breathe. Elsewhere, Osgus charges forward aggressively, axe in hand. He rampages, destroying everything blocking his path, screaming like a madman wherever he goes. Come on out, Demon Dragon Teo Fen. The horde of orcs chants excitedly. Demon King Osgus, Demon King Osgus, Demon King Osgus, Demon King Osgus. At that moment, Calawan seems to notice something. She immediately reports to him, something appears to be approaching my lord. Osgus replies, Is it the demon dragon? Just then, a human and a goblin drop out of nowhere, landing with a heavy thud right in front of them. He's puzzled. What is this? It's just one human and a goblin. With wary eyes, she says, There are others, my lord. He reacts with surprise. What? While he's still confused, a huge explosion goes off and an excited grin spreads across his face. As the smoke and dust clear, a dragon's foot slowly steps forward, its sharp claws glinting. A voice powerful and magnificent echoes steadily. This is dragon territory, Teo Fen warns in a cold voice. Get lost. The moment he sees him, Osgus shouts excitedly, Long time no see, demon dragon. I've come here with a proposal. He continues gleefully, Just hear me out and you'll find it absolutely irresistible. However, Teo Fen's response is brutally blunt. Rejected. Your words are dismissed. Activating display magic. The man persists. My proposal is extremely attractive, you'll see. Just like you are. Very well. Let's begin, right now. He nods, slightly acknowledging he understands. A powerful aura explodes from Teo Fen, his eyes filled with killing intent as he charges. Osgus merely smiles and nods in response. I see. So you wanted to talk to me in private. What a coward. As soon as he said that, the man shot off with Tu Fan right behind him. Watching the two of them, Zhu let out a quiet sigh of relief. Zhu lowered his head, thinking to himself, I had anticipated Osgasta's attack, but this time it came much earlier than before. I can let it go for now, but who knows when I'll need the demon dragon later. He pondered for a long while and, as he was thinking, he spoke cheerfully. Just think. The peerless beauty of the continent, Lady Calawan, is standing right before me. What an honor! At that moment, the layers of the metal mask on her face began to retract. Her blue eyes, cold and without a trace of emotion, stared at him. Behind her were Sarah Mara and an army of the Orge Corps. He let out a small, amused laugh. Zhu thought to himself about this woman. She's the character with the highest risk factor. Depending on the player's choices, she can become either an ally or an enemy. What's more, she's even stronger than Bahamut. This one is no ordinary opponent. There's a reason they call her the Ice Queen. He began to calculate. He had to recruit her for his future strategy. Just wait for me, Van Pergus. I'll take care of this quickly and come for you soon. Ju started to flirt. You're even more beautiful in person. But she had a fiery temper and didn't appreciate the joke, pointing her spear straight at his neck. He saw Mara standing before Ju, spear in hand, her expression annoyed and scowling. He laughed and replied, My apologies, but I wish to speak with your princess. So you, her mute little underling, should get out of the way. She didn't say another word and lunged at him, swinging her sword. A panicked Karak shouted, You damn devil, get the hell out of here. He held his weapon, blocking Ju. In a loud voice, though trembling and stammering in fear, Karak said, You're more vile than my earwax. If you wish to harm my master, you'll have to get through me first. Ju chuckled. You've really grown, haven't you? The last time we fought that demon dragon, you ran away all by yourself. A flustered Karak replied, I I sincerely apologize. He glanced back. Did you hear that? He's braver than you are. In that very moment, something whizzed past him. He saw Mara bound tightly before she could even react. In a flash, a figure appeared holding the rope taut. He chuckled. Hera. She moved in close, licking her lips with eyes full of desire. Hera excitedly yanked the rope. Restrained Mara could only grit her teeth and bear it. Mara's eyes blazed with fury, but that wasn't all. Pippin II appeared like a gust of wind, attacking Mara unexpectedly and making her cough up blood. He growled menacingly, I will cut down anyone who dares to threaten my master. Kaliwa narrowed her eyes, assessing him. A vampire, Ju smirked as all of his people gathered. He spoke up, precisely. Now our numbers are even. Well, well. What do you think? Kaliwan replied, I see. So that's why you're so confident, human. She tightened her grip on her sword. However, we are the army of the Demon King Odgus. Kaliwan's armor and helmet reactivated, covering her entire body. She shouted the order, all troops hear my command. Tear the enemy to shreds. Leave nothing behind. Her subordinates roared in unison. As you command, Lady Kaliwan. On Ju's side, his people also charged forward. Protect our master. He didn't just stand there watching. He immediately rushed into battle. Kaliwan charged, and the two clashed with ferocious power. He quickly leapt backward. Impressive, Kaliwan remarked. You not only blocked my undead summoning, but my attack as well. You truly have surpassed Bahamut. Ju laughed in response. To be praised by the princess like this. What an honor. But to call Odgas the Demon King. His tone was filled with contempt. If your father knew, he would surely cry tears of blood. The only daughter of the former #1 Demon King Kimas. Lady Kaliwan Rominia Kimas. She asked suspiciously, just how much do you know? He scoffed. How ridiculous. Kaliwan was confused. Why, you mocked her outright. How could I not laugh? When you are foolish enough, he shook his head in dismay, to follow the very man who killed your father. Kaliwan felt as if she'd been struck by lightning. Who? Killed who? Memories of Kimas began to flood her mind. The person I respected more than anyone in this world. Your warm gaze whenever you looked at me and your happy expression, it made me feel at peace and gave the other demons the strength to believe in themselves. And in my eyes, you radiated such a brilliant aura. My father, the one who always made me feel immensely proud. The more she thought about it, the happier Kaliwan became. Father, you are my happiness. Suddenly the scene turned bloody with Kimas's severed head, and right before her eyes the other demons were celebrating. Kimas had been killed by Goro Kangam and Kantos. Kaliwan was held back helplessly by Odgus. From now on, we are the #1 Demon King. The others were too caught up in their joy to notice. It was then that an enraged Odgus whispered in her ear, Kaliwan, I hate them no less than you do. Sir Kimas was not only my one and only master, but also my dearest friend. From the corners of Odgus's eyes, tears of hatred welled up. But now is the time to be patient. When the time is right, I swear I will help you. His gaze was fixed on Goro Kangam and Kantos as he emphasized the word, revenge. And then everything returned to the present. Kaliwan was completely losing her composure. That's what he said. Shut your mouth. How dare you insult my master who killed who? I'll tear you to pieces. In contrast to her, Ju simply placed a gem on the ground. You're truly pitiful. He then let it roll away. All right then, take a look at this first. Quickly the small gem touched the tip of Kaliwan's shoe. What happened next made her jump in shock. The smug face of Odgas suddenly appeared. It's romantic in its own way, isn't it, my dear? He then spread his arms wide and declared, just the two of us, all alone in a place like this. How touching. On the other hand, Tio Fan was curious, asking not if he killed Kimas, but why. Kimas's daughter Kaliwan questioned him, but at her interrogation, Ogus just sneered nonchalantly. You think I killed Kimas? How ridiculous. He was obviously killed by Goro Kangam and Kantos. But that explanation was exposed by him. Useless sophistry. I know all about you traitors. At his reaction, Ogus furrowed his brow and said, You're a stubborn one, aren't you? Even so, he took the initiative and confessed. Fine. You're right. There's no way those idiots could have killed Kimas. That scene was immediately captured by Fan, his image recorded to be broadcast at the opportune moment. It was all my doing. Unaware, he continued, when they found out I held Chimus's only weakness, they craved that opportunity. Those unimaginable words immediately sent Caliwan reeling. No, I can't believe it. The sword in her hand fell heavily to the ground, and she collapsed in despair. No, it can't be. Lord Ogas was father's most loyal subordinate. Caliwan's tone was just as bewildered. He was even a sworn brother to my father. Meanwhile, he was thinking to himself, good, she's falling apart. The scene suddenly shifts back to when they were discussing their strategy. Listen carefully, Subi. I'll explain the plan. You have a magic projection screen at the base. Right. She immediately nodded. I do. At that, Zhu replied with satisfaction. Excellent. Then he snapped his fingers, signaling for her to use it for the broadcast. He then further explained the shocking truth about Chimus's death. And that will make Ogas confess on his own. Zhu looked at her confidently. Simple, isn't it? That's the whole plan. Meanwhile, Fan was a little skeptical. That's it, he replied nonchalantly. Yes, that's it. Can you do it? Back in the present, Caliwan was so helpless she sat completely still. He watched her intently. Well done, Subi. Thanks to you, half the plan is a success. The orb he had tossed out was now gathering power. I'll handle the rest. As for Caliwan, tears were streaming down her face. So, everything, up until now, was just an act. In her mind, she suddenly recalled the happy moments from the beginning, after they had grown so close. As for Juheja, appeared right on cue. Clean up complete, master. He nodded. Excellent. Hold your position as instructed. At his praise, her face lit up with a smile as bright as a flower. Ju, however, slowly took a soft breath. Then he spoke. Just think. You served him for 55 long years, all while having no idea who your real enemy was. Such admirable loyalty, though. Caliwan didn't reply and just continued to sob. Seeing her grief-stricken figure, Ju's expression gradually softened. Then he walked toward her. Are you going to just stay there forever? Don't you want revenge? When he was very close, Ju held out a hand. From now on, I will teach you the true name ritual of Chimus. How you use it is up to you. Caliwan herself was taken aback. It's been so long since I've heard that name. A few remaining memories made her think of Chimus, a spell that borrows the vast power of the universe. Powerful enough to injure even an archdemon. It was what made my father the #1 demon king. Then she asked suspiciously, how could an outsider like you possibly know of it? Only my father knew the details. At her question, Ju just thought to himself, because I studied everything from beginning to end, thanks to the strategy guide. Right now, I know Chimus better than anyone. Meaning I know it inside and out, both the overwhelming power of the true name ritual and its single fatal weakness. However, Ju was preoccupied with something else. But for now, it's better to just make up a story. And so he improvised. I've read through the chronicle of the 7 warring demon tribes. It explains the methods for countering the great demons. On the outside, Ju also appeared nonchalant. And one of them was the true name ritual of Chimus. It's truly useful. Fortunately, Caliwan actually believed him. I see. No wonder you don't seem like an ordinary person. Very well. This made him smirk to himself. The all-powerful cheat code, the chronicle of the 7 warring demon tribes. Suddenly her mood turned to despair again. But it won't do any good. He's immortal. Caliwan then recounted, before he became my father's subordinate, he took a direct hit from that very spell. Of course, he was crippled for a time, she continued to mumble, but if even father couldn't finish him, how can I? But this time he cut her off directly. You are gravely mistaken. Then Ju slowly walked towards Caliwan. Listen closely, Caliwan. At his word, she looked behind her. The comrades who once protected you have all been neutralized by my vampire legion. No matter how strong you are, you can't fight that many troops alone. When her eyes returned to him, he had kneeled down to speak with her. So, listen to me. Ju pointed a hand at himself as if to affirm his words. I am offering to become your new ally. Those words were aimed straight at her shattered spirit. Choose, follow me, or die in this place. At that moment, tears once again streamed down Caliwan's cheeks. The promise she had made to Chimus echoed in her mind. Father, When I grow up, I want to be a great demon king, just like you." Hearing this, he chuckled. "Is that so? Then, Kaliwan, you'll have to become even stronger than your father." On the contrary, she was very surprised. "Father, you think I can do it?" Suddenly, her body was gently lifted by Kimus. "Of course you can." Then a cool breeze blew by, making the scene even more dreamlike. And at that moment, Kimus proudly told her, "Because you are my daughter." Yes, it was because of those memories that Kaliwan was now tearing up. So, can I really kill Odgasui? In response, Ju just grew more frantic. "Are you crying?" Biffenham suddenly reminded him, "Sir, you're going a bit too far." He immediately blurted out in confusion, "What? What else can I do?" Even Heija chimed in, "Master, you're going a bit too far." With no other choice, he had to reassure her. "Hey, stop crying. You're the combat captain, aren't you?" Hearing that, Kaliwan retorted sulkily, "You're the one who should be the captain." Bifan too added her criticism, "Master, please remember that in demon years, she's still just a child." She then pressured him further, "You really do enjoy making children cry, don't you?" A desperate cry rang out from Ju, "No." Meanwhile, Clark spoke up hesitantly, "What about Sir Marin?" Following his question, Odges's battle had just ended. His body was covered in injuries, but those wounds were healing at a very rapid pace. In contrast to him was the battered and somewhat weakened figure of Teo Fan. Odges, on the other hand, just said coldly, "How disappointing." Marin had fallen so pathetically, but he wasn't afraid at all, even smirking contemptuously at him. He gave Odgas a loving finger. In mid-air, the clash between Odgas and Teo was a stalemate. Afterwards, he actively broke away but was immediately pursued closely by him. During this, he even exclaimed in excitement, "So disappointing!" In contrast, Teo Fan looked back resentfully. "I thought you'd happily accept my offer." Or so I thought. But that arrogant expression immediately froze for some reason. Just then, Teo Fan was taking a deep breath, causing the flames in his mouth to flare up. The next second, he spewed a stream of hot fire directly at him until the attack ended. Teo Fan finally stopped, wisps of smoke still lingering at the corners of his mouth. Everything the attack had swept over was now engulfed in smoke and fire. "Get lost!" But suddenly, a very familiar blue light flashed from behind him, moving faster than the wind. Odgas retaliated with a giant pillar of lightning, and then his powerful body and formidable aura. He slowly emerged. At that moment, a delighted smile played on his lips. Odgas's feet stomped hard on the ground. "If that's what you want, then so be it." And, with a single leap, he shot high into the air. Odgas's hand was already holding his axe as he suddenly appeared right in front of Teo Fan. Then he brought it down straight on him with a single blow. It sent him crashing straight down below. Teo Fan's body was flattened against the ground as he groaned in pain, but this only infuriated him. "I'll kill you!" And then a pair of enormous wings unfurled from within the thick smoke and dust. Teo Fan had now returned to his true form and was furious. Upon seeing Odgas, he immediately let out an ear-splitting roar. And, because of that, the space began to tremble violently. Clark hurriedly hugged him. "An earthquake! There's an earthquake, master!" In response, Ju urgently backed away. "Hurry, Clark. You're in my way." On the other hand, Heija suddenly exclaimed cheerfully, "How cute, maybe I'll keep you as a pet." But he immediately shot the idea down. "No way." At the same time, Bifan too also spoke up. "Master Lady Subi's mana is surging." Ju nodded in understanding. "It seems so." Bifan too. "She's even breaking her current form." Next, he raised his eyes to follow Teo Fan's massive form. I was about to say something too. Suddenly, Bifan too grew a bit curious. Still, someone like Lady Subi should be able to hold her own. Right. However, he just said coolly, "You don't understand. Here, the fights in Gross Locker," Ju's voice gradually became more mysterious, "are a massive punishment for Subi." After that, he fell silent, deep in thought, as he calculated something. Once he figured it out, Ju quickly called out, "Kaliwan, Kaliwan." He himself stopped moving to instruct her. "Your mission is now even more important. Can you do it?" Faced with that trust, Kaliwan was momentarily silent, her reaction very serious, but they didn't have to wait long as she answered confidently, "Yes." The situation shifted once again. Despite facing the attack, Odgas was still nonchalant. Meanwhile, Teo Fan seemed to have lost his composure, attacking wildly. However, his sharp senses immediately warned him of nearby danger. But from Teo Fan's point of view, Odgas had now raised his axe ready to strike. His mouth didn't forget to brag. Is this supposed to be a dual demon dragon? No response was heard as Teo Fan gathered magic fire in his mouth. Then they both unleashed their attacks at the same time, causing a powerful collision that erected a dividing wall. Driven by their own frenzy, Oscar laughed ceaselessly and took the initiative to charge forward. In contrast, Tufan focused on launching another wide-area attack. After just a short while, the ground and mountains around them were nearly incinerated. Despite that, the man's body quickly regenerated as if nothing had happened. Unbelievable. To lose again in a battle of strength. The more this happens, the more I want you. That confession made him scowl in arrogant annoyance. Then Tufan said in a stern voice, "Say that again." "I'll tell you what, the world collapsing would be nothing if you and I cooperated, but that only inadvertently fueled Oscar's determination. I have no other choice." Magic was channeled into the weapon in his hand. Besides changing his method, Oscar didn't hesitate to swing his arm, unleashing a current of electricity that shot forward instantly. It soon reached the other side of the mountain. In midair, the evenly matched clash between Oscar and Tufan raged on as that thing shot forward instantly. Before long, it had reached the other side of the mountain. Oscar's distinctive blue light became more and more visible inside the cave over there. Suddenly, a glimmer of light flashed through the darkness, followed by a massive explosion that tore up the earth. Caught completely off guard, Tufan took the full brunt of the attack and collapsed to the ground. The sight made the man burst out laughing. How pathetic, magic dragon. It seemed Tufan had finally fallen at his hands. "I can't believe you've already lost just like that." Gradually, that massive form vanished amidst the thick smoke and dust. Tufan was forced to return to his human state, covered in injuries. At that same moment, the handle of his axe slammed powerfully into the ground. Then Oscar spoke nonchalantly. "I know there's a reason you're bound to this place." The nearby crater was still radiating waves of heat after that ultimate attack. In any case, I have no idea what this place is. Only then did Tufan slowly push himself into a sitting position. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth curled into a mysterious and confident smile. He then gave his opponent a loving finger. What a chicken! In Oscar's eyes, this was like a joke. Still stubborn to the very end, are you fine? Then he raised his weapon. "I'll just split you in two then." In contrast, Tufan was thinking to himself, "My role here is over." Just as he finished his thought, Ju dashed past and sliced horizontally across the man's body. At the same time, he announced, "Now it's my turn, you bastard." The move was utterly unexpected, so the man only had time to glance over, but before he could act, the wound on his body erupted violently. As for Tufan, he had already seen Ju's silhouette from behind him. Thanks to that, Tufan happily cursed him under his breath. "You little brat." Meanwhile, Ju had appeared right before them. "You're late." Ju's first words to him were a jeer. "What's with that pathetic look?" Tufan furiously yelled, "Shut your mouth," as he was helped up by Bip. But he still didn't forget to let out a cold snort. Then Tufan issued a warning. "Never let your guard down." Oscar was now enraged. "You clingy human, where is my Kalawan?" At that question, he glanced to the side. "Her, you mean?" Without further hesitation, Ju took a deep breath and used all his strength to call out loudly, "Kalawan!" Right after that resounding call, a gentle light appeared in midair. "Father." From within the light, Kalawan appeared with her flowing white hair. Her current state was completely different, surrounded by a powerful magic circle. Then she slowly began to speak. "Do you have nothing to say to me?" The person she was addressing, Oscar, just looked at her with an awkward frown from over there. However, he immediately started praising her. "My daughter, Kalawan, you've finally mastered the true name ritual." Oscar continued grandly. "Now hurry and use that powerful magic to eliminate those annoying pests." But Ju cut him off directly. "What are you doing?" He pointed at Oscar with annoyance. "Are you just going to let him run wild like this? Do you want to get kicked out on your very first day?" With his next words, he deliberately emphasized him. "He's the sworn enemy who killed your father." Oscar looked over in astonishment. "What did you say?" He even laughed as if it were a joke. What nonsense is this human spouting? Oscar continued to try and justify himself. Kymus and I were drinking buddies. However, the strain on his face became more and more obvious. Why would I kill him? Suddenly, Oscar realized something from the past. No, Kymus killed. But why Kymus's daughter, Kaliwan? Are you... Even Two Fan's words came back to him. Denial and rejection are meaningless. Everyone knows you're the traitor. In the end, it was Oscar himself who uttered the words, I set it all up. Faced with that cruel truth, the corners of his lips slowly curled up again. Then he directly unleashed his magic with the demeanor of a madman. It was only after a hearty laugh that Oscar said, so that's how it is. You were all playing me on purpose, weren't you? Meanwhile, Ju was rushing Subi urgently. What are you doing? You have to bind him before he goes completely insane. He made Two Fan flustered. Don't rush me. Suddenly, thorny vines shot up from the ground. Following Two Fan's command, they quickly bound Oscar's arms and legs tightly. But it didn't end there. He was surrounded by a magic formation created by Kalawan herself, yet his reaction was still one of pure excitement. How interesting. Not bad at all. Come on. High above Kalaiwan immediately gripped the giant sword as a barrier expanded over his head. At the most opportune moment, she cried out, Die Ogas. And with that, the blade plunged straight down. The beam of light completely engulfed Ogas, using his own power to incinerate him in his final moments. He, however, wore a look of utter satisfaction. Meanwhile, the technique caused a massive explosion of light, nearly obliterating the entire area. As for Kaliwan, after that finishing blow, she could only collapse in silence. Before her eyes was a body lying motionless amidst the thick smoke and dust. With Ogus now unconscious, she sobbed, Finally, I did it. A happy scene of Kaliwan and Kamas flashed before her eyes. Oh, father, this is why. Kaliwan couldn't hold back her tears. However, Ogas was suddenly reborn, looking even more terrifying than before. Wonderful. This is truly wonderful. His already twisted gaze on Kaliwan was now filled with even more desire. In return, being so shocked, she could only stare at him stunned. But at that moment, Ju himself intervened by attacking Ogus. That's enough. That is more than enough. As soon as he recognized Ju's figure, he roared in anger. You persistent human leech. But right after that, Ogus suddenly flinched from a pain in his shoulder. It was then that he realized in a panic that it wasn't regenerating. As for Ju, he spun his horn with great skill and raised it. Protector of Humanity technique. Number 8. After reaching a certain height, Ju stopped and gripped it tightly. The next second, he brought it straight down on his opponent's head with a stunning blow. At the same time, Ju declared, if you want to defeat an immortal, you must use a part of his own body. And with just that one blow, the man's head exploded, leaving nothing behind. Just then, the system message quickly appeared. You have defeated the Demon King Ogus. And that's not all the rewards keep flooding in. You have obtained Odga's Frete, Odga's Horn, and Odga's Cloak. In addition, you have received a new ability, S-Rank Skill Proficiency. Raise Undead has been enhanced. Your summoned vampires have been upgraded to Daywalkers. In addition, you can now summon more powerful undead. You have acquired the S-Rank skill, Endless Vitality. You have acquired the S-Rank skill, Black Lightning. You have acquired the S-Rank skill, Opera Nova. You have acquired the SS rank skill, Phantom Step. And, finally, a word of congratulations. You have obtained the title Hero of this World. The scene slowly returned to the crater Ju himself had created. Tiu Fan was currently busy transferring Isang Kalyan's mana. While doing so, he scolded her. What a stupid way to end things. Survival error, minimum mana requirements not met. Tiu Fan then questioned her further. So what, all your comrades are dead? At that question, Kalyan hung her head in sorrow. That's... But just then, Ju and the others were already waiting for them. Aren't you leaving? The sight made her cheeks flush with emotion. Finally, Kalyan broke into a smile. I think I've found the place where I belong, Father. And just like that, things settled down peacefully. Only Marin was still suffering through her medicine. She whined to James, It's so bitter, Dad. He replied awkwardly, I know, sweetie, but you still have to finish all of it. At the same time, Ju was observing from nearby. Servalo and his comrades risked their lives to bring this back for us. Hearing those words, Marin brightened up and asked, "If I drink it all, will you grant me a wish, Dad?" James immediately nodded. "Of course, my love. I'll give you anything you want." Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. "So has the matter I requested been dealt with yet?" Ju was about to add the word debt, but James quickly cut him off. "Servalo," he then whispered into his ear, "let's avoid discussing this in front of my daughter, shall we?" As James suggested, they moved to a more private room. Ju now wore a displeased expression. "So, is it done or not?" But James hesitated. Actually, there was strong opposition from the Ritter side. Hearing that, Ju grew even more irritated. Why are those debtors daring to make such a fuss? Regarding that issue, he let out a weary sigh. It's probably because of Elector Sassoni. He began to recall what had happened earlier. "Guildmaster, we are VIP clients who have spent a great deal of money here. Are you really going to go through with this?" James, in a difficult position, tried to placate him. Now. Despite that, Alex deliberately leaned in close to him. "Don't be so difficult with us. I'm only asking for your help this one time. Don't the Belia Guild and us have an incredibly close relationship?" Gradually, their faces were nearly touching. "Just arrange for us to meet Elector Sassoni, that's all." This pressure forced him to concede. "I understand." The man, getting what he wanted, said, "Thank you, Guildmaster." Back in the present, Ju analyzed the situation. So, they're the ones causing all this trouble just because they're afraid their connection to Sassoni will disappear if the debt is settled. "Right." James's reply was full of sorrow. "That's right." In contrast, Ju was incredibly annoyed. How ridiculous. He then thought to himself, No wonder those bastards from Ritter are acting so recklessly. If this were just a confrontation between the Emperor and the Bayan family, it would be manageable. But if Elector Sassoni gets dragged into this, with a situation of 2 dragons against 1 tiger, it's understandable why Van Pergus is so worried. He then started racking his brain for a plan. Isn't there any other way? Think Valo. You were one of the top players in the game, for crying out loud. And very quickly an idea sparked in Ju's mind. Meanwhile, James was gently suggesting, "So aside from transferring the debt bonds, is there another way we can compensate you, sir?" Suddenly, Ju's hand slammed down on the table, startling him. Ju looked him straight in the eye and asked, "Guildmaster, are you any good at making threats?" "I was some TVs." And, just like that, a business plan was formed. Meanwhile, on Ritter's side, the day was passing, with a strange sense of normalcy. He was sitting in his office, a letter in hand. Ritter's face was twisted in a grimace. "What is this? Sassoni is going to wipe us all out." His entire body began to tremble. They said if we acknowledge the debt transfer, they'll extend the repayment period by another 2 years. So, you had no choice but to acknowledge the transfer to a stranger you've never even heard of. Robin at his side could only stammer, "We couldn't do anything else." Suddenly, the wine bottle on his desk shattered. Along with a stream of red wine, Ritter clutched the letter and pointed at him. "Get to the capital now." Ritter's fury was palpable in every word and action. "Even if you have to cling to the Emperor's cloak." He shouted in a stern voice that this matter had to be resolved at all costs before he could return. Under the gentle afternoon sun, Ju walked on, looking at the notification in front of him. Rank skill proficiency. Summon undead has increased. Upgrade summoned vampires to daywalkers. Daywalkers, huh? Then he slowly gave a command. Arise. Beep Part 2. Just with that call, countless small bats slowly appeared in midair. The form of Beep Part 2 immediately emerged from them. Greetings, Master. Ju got straight to the point without any hesitation. You and the other vampires have now become true daywalkers, so I will give you a special mission. Hearing this, he exclaimed, "It is an honor for me, sir." After that, he held a letter in his hand. Good attitude. This is a letter containing my will. Give it to a man named Rebeshan. Yes, he exclaimed, holding out his hand in excitement. But on the other hand, Ju calmly warned, "Be careful. Do not under any circumstances damage it." Beep Part Yeet immediately replied, "Yes, Master." When he was done, he also waved his hand, signaling, "You may go now." He nodded. "Yes, Master." Finally, at that moment, someone suddenly called out to him. "Have you already left, sir?" James eagerly informed him, "I have prepared what you requested." Then he began to introduce it. This is a carriage crafted by the best artisan. Only a few nobles have the opportunity to use it. Every pattern, every shiny material passed before their eyes. I was lucky enough to acquire it because I know a business partner. Its beauty also made Ju a little interested. This is amazing. That's not all, James thoughtfully added. I've also included the fee for the medicinal herbs and some travel money, so it will definitely be enough for you. An impressed exclamation came from him. Wow, this is packed. Suddenly, James had a question. But what do you intend to use such luxurious things for? He didn't hesitate to confess I plan to smash it right over the heads of those damned Ritters. Then, he even asked, want to know how I'm going to teach them a lesson. However, James hurriedly refused no. Suddenly, Ju's eyes caught sight of Marin peeking out from behind James. He patted her head. You came too. Even though you're much better now, you should still take care of your health for a while. As for Marin, she looked at him with sparkling eyes. Lord Valo, I have something for you too. Hearing that, he grew curious and said, what is it? And, completely off guard, Marin suddenly placed a kiss on his cheek. The sight was like a lightning strike to James. As for Calawan and Mara, they looked very surprised. Only Ju was left stunned, his cheek still blushing. With the figure of a beautiful young lady, she gently continued, it's a gift. And so they said their goodbyes as the carriage rode further and further away. Waiting until they were out of sight, Marin asked James again, Father, do you remember that I once told you I had a wish? He was still in shock, so he replied very weakly. But unlike him, she smiled happily. Then Marin honestly said, I want to become his bride, Valo's bride father. Ever since that moment, the previous image he had of her in his mind gradually shattered. Daddy, look, when I grow up, I'm going to marry you, okay? He couldn't bear the shock and could only exclaim no. Time quickly passed. The convoy was now crossing a dirt road. Calawan said with amusement, I think that little girl will be a warrior. I can't believe she would dare to declare she'd claim her partner so boldly. Suddenly, she became a bit flustered seeing his appearance. Besides that, do you really like money that much, sir? Master Ju immediately burst out laughing. For you to say that means you don't understand at all. This world runs on money. But in response, he was met with doubtful looks. Hey, don't look at me like that. You all always end up copying me anyway. Right at that moment, the ring on his finger chimed. Kuben immediately appeared with a cheerful tone. Valo, my boy, I heard you were returning from Grosslocker, so you really did make it back alive. Ju calmly replied, Yes. I've returned safely, Lord Kuben. However, he seemed quite observant. You're always so grumpy, aren't you? In response, he just coldly brushed it off. But that's not important. Then Ju asked, Anyway, have those damned Ritters left yet? Kuben quickly had a response for him. I've already checked with my flock of crows. The real reason I contacted you is because I just received some news. But at this surprising speed, he grew even more curious. That was fast. So what's the situation? At this moment, a black crow gently landed on a roof tile. Just as you predicted, Valo, its cunning eyes were fixed on the target. They left for the capital this morning. But what on earth did you do to them? They looked pretty pissed off. A Ritter below was now shouting, Hurry up, while Ju calmly explained, Yes, sir, I just provoked them a little. After hearing this, Kuban lightly pushed up his glasses. Well, then shall we move on to some more surprising news? Ju immediately said, What is it? This time he brought something quite unexpected. They say Jolin, the Rose Demon King, is currently in the capital. Hearing that, he looked out the window. Interesting. If that's the case, could you spread this rumor throughout the capital? A delighted laugh came from him. As expected, you're as meticulous as ever. Then Kuben added a little comment. All right then. After all, we're close, you know. But that only scared him more. You can just forget I said that last part. I will reward you handsomely later. In contrast, he was very cheerful. No need to be shy now. Even so, he flatly rejected it. Well then, I'm hanging up. After hanging up, Ju silently clicked his tongue. So creepy. Close. What the hell does he mean, close? Meanwhile, Calawan was quite impressed. Kuben, as in Bluzen's Kuben, yes. Master, your influence is truly greater than I thought. His reply was somewhat half-hearted. Well, you're not wrong. Suddenly, the look in Ju's eyes became incredibly strange. At that moment, Mara and Calawan both had a strong reaction. Why are you suddenly looking at me like that? Even so, that cunning smile bloomed on his lips. Calawan, what do you think about making a public debut? and so the carriage led them to the imperial capital Win. A typically bustling scene was unfolding right here. Gentlemen and young ladies strolled along the sun-drenched street. At the same time, Renner had started spreading the news. Have you guys heard? Clymus's daughter is coming to the capital today. The person sitting with the old man asked in surprise, Clymus, but then they gradually realized, the one who died a long time ago. Seizing the opportunity, the old man continued, that's the one. They say back then the demon king Odegas killed Clymus and kidnapped his daughter. But just like that, the other person was drawn in. But why would he do that? Suddenly Renner whispered very carefully. It said that it was for Clymus's techniques, but in my opinion the real reason is... That made the other person curious. The real reason is... With a serious expression and a mysterious, unpredictable tone, the old man uttered, because his daughter is incredibly beautiful. The other person heard this and replied doubtfully, are you kidding me? Just as their conversation ended, a wooden wheel rolled through, kicking up dust as it approached. Renner pointed towards the carriage. Look, she's here. As for Kalawan, she shyly asked for Ju's opinion. Master, is this really necessary? He replied decisively. Of course it is. Your face is a strategic weapon. But she said worriedly, a weapon? Shouldn't a weapon be a greatsword or a battle axe? Ju immediately admonished her for those words. Don't say such crude things when you look so beautiful. But when she looked outside, the approaching crowd made her very flustered. But it seems like so many people are staring. This feels strange. In contrast, he insisted, no, the more the better. From now on, just do as I say. Next, Ju even demonstrated it himself. One hand cupped his face, his two legs pulled in as instructed, and the other hand rested on his knee. The sight that followed even made the horse shudder. And then make the most bashful face you can, Ju said with an expression that couldn't have been more flamboyant. He exclaimed, I'm so embarrassed. However, Kalawan was still very resistant. Are you really making a former commander who led an entire army do something like this? He tried to reassure her again. Just do it. Let those people see. But in response to his words, her voice trailed off. But the burden of a commander... At this, Ju became irritated. I'm starting to get bored now. Hey, do you want to get fired? Then he threatened her further. If you don't want to do it, then just leave. Because of that, Kalawan's hand clenched slightly. At this, Sarah's, Mara's, and Ju's faces all lit up at once. As for Kalawan, she slowly followed his instructions. She cupped her face, her slender legs closed together below her other hand on her knee. Her eyes quickly glanced over the crowd as she made a bashful face. Finally, Kalawan uttered sweetly, I'm so embarrassed. At that, the people on the street were all stunned or gaping in astonishment. Their reaction made her a bit worried. Did I do it right? But just a second later, a thunderous cheer erupted throughout the capital. The event was so sudden that it scared Kalawan pale. Even so, the cheering didn't stop. It brought tears to her eyes. Is this really what you wanted? At the same time, in a magnificent mansion, the servants had all gathered. Jolene gently made an announcement. Everyone today, a very important guest will be arriving. As she spoke, her hand slid across the railing. I deeply regret that this is not the Rose Palace. To me, this person is more important than the Emperor or any Demon King. Then Jolene's voice turned serious as she continued, therefore, I want to ask this of you all. Tasks were immediately assigned to each person. Cooks prepare the most delicious meal you have ever made. Her instructions quickly moved to the other servants. Maids, make this place more magnificent than the Rose Palace. A servant named Lauren carefully reported to her, Ma'am, they are about to arrive. Hearing that, Jolene was a little surprised. Is that so? Then, without beating around the bush, she left her final words. Well then, everyone do your absolute best. Let's make today the most special day for that person. Alright, suddenly a touch of sadness crossed her face. For my master, Sir Clymus, the Rose Demon King Roland, how her beauty and singing voice could capture the hearts of all men. She was the object of envy for the entire demon world, but her true nature shone elsewhere. With her masterful eloquence, she used diplomacy as a weapon. With her exceptional management skills, she turned Jo Stan into a truly powerful nation. Everyone called her the Bride of Jo Stan Vulen. The scene now shifts to many years ago. But there was one thing: the people never knew the story behind her crown. Jolene earnestly confessed to Kimas, "The only one I can truly open my heart to is you, Kimas." Then she pleaded passionately, "My heart will never change, so I beg of you." Suddenly Kaliwan's voice rang out, "Father." Just like that, she immediately hugged Kimas. "Who is that beautiful lady?" He replied gently, "She is a colleague of mine." Hearing this, Kaliwan exclaimed, "Oh, she's really beautiful." Then Kaliwan innocently held out a bag of cookies. "Miss, please accept this. I made them with Uncle Odgus." The small, lovely cookies rested in her hand. "Since you're so beautiful, I'll give you the prettiest one." Jolene looked at them, choked with emotion. "Is that so? It seems. I no longer have a place to belong." Suddenly she knelt before the young lady Kaliwan. "If one day I build a castle of my own, could I ask you to name it for me?" Right then the innocent Kaliwan blurted out a name. "Since you're so radiant and beautiful, how about the Rose Palace? And because of that," and she could finally smile with peace and happiness. Back in the present, Kaliwan is very flustered. "Since Sir Kimas is no longer with us, I have come for an audience." Jolene willingly bowed her head to greet her, his only remaining relative, Lady Kaliwan. Then she looked up with a very affectionate gaze. And so the meeting continued. A sparkling aura radiated before them. However, Jolene seemed a bit disappointed. "What a shame if this were the Rose Palace. I could have prepared a much more lavish feast than this." But they exclaimed happily, "A feast as splendid as this is more than enough." She also had a private message for Ju. "I also want to express my heartfelt thanks to you, Valo. The fact that you brought back the princess, whom we all believed to be dead, is truly a miracle." He replied politely, "It was only natural." Suddenly, she cheerfully leaned on the table. "I've heard a lot about you from my dear friend Count Niederbayen. They say you can always overcome hardship in the most peculiar ways." Her next words were even stranger, and it seemed there was some kind of shady connection between them. Ju, for his part, was blushing beet red. "Let's put that aside for now and continue our unfinished discussion." Seeing this, Jolene looked a little sad. "What a pity. I quite enjoy hearing stories about romance, you know." "Be that as it may." They both chuckled. Discussing work is just as interesting. In that atmosphere, Mara and Sarah stepped back. "We'll take our leave first." Immediately after, Ju took the initiative to speak. "Actually, I came here today to deliver a message from the Steel Elector, Philip, Lady Jolene." Hearing this, she nodded. "I see. So he's still alive." At the same time, Jolene also made a proposition. "Can I go see him in person?" However, he quickly refused. "Unfortunately, his current condition isn't very good. That's why I've come on his behalf, because now Philip is nothing more than a corpse." With that answer, her expression shifted mysteriously. She then deliberately showed a flicker of interest. "Well then, let's get straight to the point. Shall we, Sir Volatet Valo?" Ju, for his part, calmly recounted everything. His Highness Philip said this, and as he spoke, he also recalled what he had done. "Since I cannot act openly at this time, he had cruelly threatened Philip to force his compliance. I will appoint Valo Step Valor as my plenipotentiary representative." And those last words were uttered by the man in desperation. Jolene will assist him in retaking Punch in the near future. As he finished speaking, he set down his teacup. "That's right. Even if I have to lie right now, I have to pull Jolene to my side by any means necessary." He continued to strategize. "Based on the fact that Margarita is under the curse of my servant from the grave, it's clear Pisimus is also receiving support from the Great Master." And he quickly deduced a few things. "This means Margarita alone is not enough. I can't kill someone protected by the Great Master on my own." Ju even imagined the scoundrel in dire straits. "Therefore, getting Jolene on my side is essential. I'll just pin all the blame on Pisimus." His train of thought ended as more tea was poured. "That is the entire message from His Highness." After listening, Jolene let out a cold as if deep in thought. Slowly, she began to touch the hot teacup on the table. After a long moment, she spoke softly. "I have one condition." Ju's mood instantly became extremely tense. "What is it?" As for her, she answered while tracing the rim of her teacup. "I assume your side is well aware of my current situation." He immediately understood her meaning. The economic blockade. Meanwhile, Jolene also hinted, If you truly are His Highness's representative, then it could be done. Even the Emperor can't ignore your words, can he? At first he acted quite surprised. If it's about that, then it's fine. A second later, Zhu shamelessly revealed his cunning nature. Everything has already been set up. At the same time, in the imperial capital of when things in the royal palace were very different. Robin was doing his best to persuade the man before him. Your Majesty, what do you mean by that? You said you would help us. On the other side, the Emperor just answered him gently regarding the matter. I am truly sorry. Frank Ivy, the Emperor of the Empire, let a sorrowful tone creep into his voice. But when I understood the situation, it felt like my heart was being wrung out. Still, he managed to find the right words to say. Even so, things should be done in the proper order. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon something. It startled Robin. Right next to Frank, a pile of glittering gold coins was displayed so blatantly. That is, he gradually began to understand the situation, so shocked he was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the Emperor sarcastically said, I already made it clear that the answer is no. But since they offered some tribute, I heard the Velia Merchant Guild is backing them. At that moment, his mind recalled the anger and bitter words from Ritter. Robin grew so furious he couldn't stop cursing. Damn it! Just then, a soldier suddenly shouted, Your Majesty, Lord Valor has arrived. Frank was clearly delighted. Oh, has he arrived? Then, with the Emperor's permission, the tall doors slowly opened. Zhu quickly appeared in formal attire. It is an honor to be in Your Majesty's presence. He had even timed his arrival to be right after Robin's to greet him. Valo step, Valo at your service. As for Frank, he showed his clear satisfaction upon seeing him. Excellent, I have been waiting for you. Don't pay any mind to that man. The Emperor even judged him directly. He is nothing more than a figurehead. However, Zhu expressed a different opinion. But I would like to discuss a matter privately, just the two of us. Though curious, Frank waved his hand, signaling them away. Is that really necessary? Fine, have it your way. Immediately, two soldiers quickly seized Robin. He struggled with all his might. Your Majesty, please. You can't do this. The Ritter family has given you so much support. In return for his efforts, all he got was a panicked and bewildered look. In Robin's line of sight, Zhu was cheerfully waving goodbye. And just like that, he was dragged further away from the king's throne and him. In a fleeting moment, he saw the shape of Zhu's mouth forming words. It was this that left Robin utterly stunned. You fool. And at that very moment, at Oddguess Castle, a place where lightning constantly struck the ground, the creatures there were covered in wounds as if they had just returned from a fierce battle. Vantas couldn't help but curse, damn it. That damn pig-brained old man. Her anger made her kick the table repeatedly. I told you to just let me handle it. Someone is definitely behind all of this. It's that bitch, Kayleen. And the more she thought about it, the more anger showed on her face and in her aura. Suddenly, Kai tremblingly held out a white letter. My lady, an urgent message. As soon as she saw it, Vantas yelled, What is it now? Both scared and flustered, he presented the letter. The Emperor has just issued an economic blockade on this region. After hearing that, her scowling expression remained unchanged. The entire room suddenly fell silent, as no one dared to speak. After a while, Kai hesitantly called out to her, My lady. Only then did Vantas blankly utter a single phrase. What does that mean? From behind her friend immediately said, We're doomed. In the solemn palace, after having Robin thrown out, Frank asked, Is it done? He cheerfully replied, Yes, it's completely clean now. Then Zhu added some flattery. Before we begin, just look at the prosperous scenery of this capital. I cannot help but feel the greatness of your Majesty's achievements. I feel truly unworthy to set foot in this place. In contrast, the Emperor coldly brushed it aside. All right, enough with the pleasantries. In his mind, Frank had already judged him. A cunning weasel. He had noticed every single move he had made in such a short time. Since he entered the political scene, the Emperor had keenly identified every plan he had used. He used Kima's daughter to quell the anti-demon sentiment in key areas. Because of this, Frank was now viewing him with caution. He even turned them into allies. Not only that, the Emperor patiently waited for him certain that he had come here for a reason. And so Frank thought smugly. But even so, he's just a drunken mouse flailing his arms and legs in front of a cat. Go ahead and say what's on your mind. In contrast, Ju had already figured everything out. He must be thinking something like that, huh? He himself was also extremely pleased. It seems he knows everything already. In that case, I just need to handle this skillfully. In the end, you're going to be devoured anyway. And so Frank took the initiative to speak. You seem to be in a very good mood. So tell me, what is it you want to say to me? This was exactly what he had been waiting for. Kneeling on one knee on the red carpet, he placed a hand on his hip and bowed his head politely saying, "Your Majesty." He then boldly declared to the old man, "I humbly request that the economic blockade on Jostin be immediately transferred to the domain of the Demon Lord Oscar." Frank got straight to the point. And what do I gain from that? He immediately had an answer. "A friendship treaty with the Rose Demon Lord, Your Majesty." However, the old man scoffed. How ridiculous! That 1,000-year-old widow spider would actually submit to me. For me, there is no compromise. Ju remained calm and presented the documents. "She will do exactly as Your Majesty wishes." He respectfully presented the item with both hands, surprising the old man. What? Frank found it so unbelievable he was lost in thought. But he was even more shocked after reading the agreement. "Are you certain? Jolene herself has agreed to pay me 10,000 florins a year." Following that, he replied with conviction, "Yes." But Frank's expression turned serious once again. What proof is there that this document is authentic? This was all part of his plan, so he just smiled faintly. Ju immediately stood up and enthusiastically explained, "Your Majesty, Odgis is currently the most hated man on the entire continent. If you impose a blockade on the Demon Lord's domain..." His next words were aimed at the populace. "But then your fame will surely echo throughout the world." Hearing this, Frank let out a cold, "That does sound interesting." Then he suddenly slapped the scroll against his throne. But even so, that's not a good enough reason. Politics is not a game of emotions. This statement inadvertently made him grit his teeth. "Please. When Jostin was blockaded just because Jolene refused to pay tribute, I didn't see you say a thing, you arrogant old man." But Ju corrected his expression and focused on telling his story for His Majesty. As you already know, Oscar died in the last Great War, and he mysteriously revealed bit by bit. His followers are now preparing to declare war on the dragon demon. Then he added a little spice to the story. "The seeds of conflict have not yet been fully eradicated, Your Majesty. The people of the Empire are living in terror." Finally, Ju emphasized strongly, "The time has come to make a decision, Your Majesty." Slowly, the old man's hand moved to stroke his chin in thought. Very quickly, he gave his assessment. "Valotet. Valo, you truly have a silver tongue, with a mouth that clever. You could probably pay off 10 million florins in the blink of an eye." He, on the other hand, calmly replied, "Your Majesty is too kind." At the same time, the system displayed activating Mephistopheles' acting skill. You can deceive and manipulate others with your demonic acting talent. A magical glint immediately flashed in one of Ju's eyes. "I only wish to repay Your Majesty's favor with my humble loyalty." As he was still speaking, the old man's hand slammed down on the throne. "As a humble subject of this glorious empire." Then a furious Frank bellowed, "Fool, do you think I'd be moved by such sweet words? How dare you test the patience of the ruler of this entire continent?" This shocked him so much that his entire body froze. He resisted it. Meanwhile, the old man decisively gave the order, "Guards, what are you waiting for? Do you intend to let him walk out of here alive?" Obeying, they immediately restrained him. "Yes, Your Majesty." Amidst the situation, Ju only had time to cry out, "Your Majesty, what are you doing?" However, Frank ignored him and continued, "Take this bastard away immediately." The soldiers quickly dragged him. "This way, you trickster." At this moment, Ju himself was in a complete panic. Wait. How did things suddenly turn out like this? Because of this, sweat poured down his face. This can't be happening. However, the place that Yu was taken to was a banquet hall with melodious horns. Kaliwan stood awkwardly by himself while Mara and Sarah were focused on eating. The guests all around were chatting lively. In the middle of the party was Frank, a glass of wine in hand, bursting into laughter. "In all my life, I've never met a subject who could speak such sweet words." Standing beside him, he forced a smile. "So, that's what you meant. Your mage." But before he could finish, the old man cut him off in a very casual tone. No. Frank cheerfully raised his wine glass and reminded him, I told you to call me uncle, didn't I? If you call me your majesty again, I'll be very disappointed. And so, though he didn't want to, Ju had to say it. Yes, of course, uncle. Thanks to that, the old man's mood improved even more. That's much better. Sounds much cuter, don't you think? My adorable nephew. And those boastful words continued to echo outside. My good nephew, what is it you desire? Money or power? Outside in the garden, Robin was so bitter he bit down hard on his handkerchief. I will give you everything. His eyes immediately clouded over with jealousy. That position should have been mine. Furthermore, Robin's entire body was trembling uncontrollably. How did things turn out like this? Mako, who was nearby, silently observed the situation with apprehension. Suddenly, he had an idea. How about we kidnap Van Pergus now? However, a frightened Felix tried to stop him. Hey, that's not a good idea, Marco said helplessly, but we don't have any other choice. He immediately lowered his voice to warn him, even so, it's not going to be that easy. If we fail, then we'll all... But Robin cut him off. You fools! At that, they both turned to him, wondering how he could possibly think of something so ridiculous. Meanwhile, Robin, with a wicked look on his face, urged them on. Good! Do it now! In contrast to that group, Ju finally found a room to retreat to. As soon as he saw the bed, he collapsed onto it. I'm gonna die, Calawan, who was with him, said with concern. That's because you didn't refuse. A single glass of wine you were offered. On the contrary, he proudly boasted, You fool, this is called socializing. Back in the day, I could drink 7 rounds and still be standing. In my past life, even my boss was impressed with me. You can hold your liquor better than I thought, he'd say. Even though Ju was plastered, he just laughed it off. No, you're the impressive one, sir. Then exhausted, he waved her away. Anyway, just stop talking to me now. Go somewhere else. Before he could even rest, something caught Ju's eye. Kuben immediately exclaimed, Valo! Something terrible has happened! He groaned in frustration. What is it now? My head feels like it's going to explode. I'm hanging up. But the other man quickly stopped him. This is no time for jokes. Van Puris has been tied to a large pillar. This is really serious. Facing her were Robin and his cronies. The tense situation then shifts to another location. At that moment, in Odgas Castle, Vantus sat on a throne and said, This is no time to hesitate. I must avenge my father. As Margarita Vantas, daughter of Odgas, she declared confidently, And then I will devour that dragon demon. The other demons were whispering among themselves, It can't be. There's no way Lord Odgas could have fallen so easily. But she declared boldly, See who is still able to fight. Gather all able-bodied warriors immediately. Then Vantus pointed directly at a hound. Train them relentlessly. No one rests until everyone is ready. Suddenly, Sven reminded her, It seems the dragon demon isn't alone. However, his advice was brushed aside. As her hammer slammed down, Vantus's will remained unshaken. She then pointed to the sky. Good, now we march straight to Grosslocker. At that moment, Kai timidly interjected, But, my lady, this is a time when we must be cautious. She immediately demanded of him, Why? Faced with her interrogation, he stammered, The Emperor has ordered an economic blockade of this region. And recently, Vanper has also revived St. Margaret of the Monastery. In addition, Kai carefully added, The blockade on Jostan has been lifted so Jolene surely won't remain idle. Then he slowly raised his head to advise her, We must proceed with our plan cautiously. Vantus, however, cruelly stomped on Kai. Don't get in my way, you weakling. A sharp cry escaped him, making Sven sigh. That's it. We're really done for. Van Pergus faced them. Though furious, she could only grit her teeth in bitterness. Then she shouted, Kill me! What's the point of keeping me alive? Meanwhile, Ritter scoffed coldly, I've already told you. I only came to persuade the Emperor. Robin, who was next to him, said casually, It's no problem. Our fortress has steel defenses and is surrounded by a lake. Even if Bayan attacks, it won't be easy for them to take it down.